Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if.
Chapter 11. Looking into the past. Team 7 had been given a day off by Kakashi. Apparently he was looking into something and it would take some time, so he left them a free day. Naruto wanted to see Lee in the hospital as the boy was going into his surgery soon and he wanted to support him. Sakura had agreed to go as well. Sasuke said he had better things to do, which of course started an argument with Naruto that lasted for a bit. Tamari said she had a few things she needed to take care of and would meet up with Naruto back at their home. Tamari figured this was the best time to start looking into the blonde puzzle that was Naruto Uzumaki. She had read his file back in Sunna when she was told who she was to marry. The files they did have came from the Shared Information Act that the previous alliance had that would give the basic information on active ninja that weren't Anbu. It was a way to prevent villages that were friendly with each other to prevent complications while on mission or met up in the field. Also, Sunna had just before the invasion had made up files on all active ninja they could find. The Sunna intelligence section had stopped every other mission for the planned invasion of Konoha. Given the failure of that invasion, Tamari had a good guess that many people lost their jobs if not their lives for failure to gain the proper intelligence for just how strong this village was. At any rate, she had memorized his records, but some of it didn't make any sense as she had gotten to know Naruto. He was an orphan from a family name that had no record to it. Uzumaki just didn't seem to exist in any records that her people could find, and there had never been an Uzumaki clan at any point that she could find. But to gain entrance into the academy you needed to be sponsored, usually by a guardian or parent. But Naruto's had been signed by the third Hokage himself, which was very odd. Even the third had emancipated Naruto at a young age, taking him out of the orphanage and even gave him an apartment. There was obviously something going on. It was nagging at her lately. Naruto's grade showed him the last in his class and she had to admit that his book smarts weren't all that great. His taijutsu was basic, but he improvised a lot in his fights while disregarding his own safety, like injuries didn't matter to him. His ninjutsu, however, was very impressive as he had learned a move of the fourths in a month. He was also making good progress with his wind manipulation as well. There were also times he had great insight into things, so his grade didn't make much sense to her. There were so many things that didn't make sense, so she needed to start piecing things together. That was to start talking to those that knew Naruto the most. The ramen stand people seemed nice and apparently knew him very well, but right now she was heading for the academy. Hopefully she could find this Iruka that Naruto had talked about. She had seen a picture that the young man had of himself with strange goggles on his head with a man with a scar on his face, both smiling. Know where the man was and what he looked like. She had an idea it wouldn't be a problem to find him. Thankfully, Naruto had given her a very good tour of the village in her time here, both in the Chunin exams and her living here. Tamari had started to know the village fairly well. She walked her way to where the academy was and remembered Naruto showing her the building. To her it wasn't all that impressive, a few stories, and looked like it could hold somewhere around 5 to 8 classes. She also remembered this as the place where they had met up for the Chunin exams with that written test that Scared Freak made them take. She still couldn't believe all that hard work in that test was for nothing. Tamari then smiled as she remembered the end of that test, with Naruto slamming his hand onto the desk and voicing his claim of not giving up. At the time she didn't think much of it, but looking back she had to admit that Naruto wasn't going to let anyone or anything stand in his way of being Hokage. When she got inside, there was a helpful lady at the front desk that told her where to find the teacher by the name of Iruka. Tamari signed in and made her way to where the classroom was. She wasn't sure if the class was in session or not, and if it was she would have to wait for a break to talk to him. Fortunately, when she got to the room, the door was open. She looked inside the empty class with only a man writing on papers, most likely grading them. She could see kids playing outside the window in the back of the building and guessed she had good timing. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Iruka," Tamari asked as she entered the room. Iruka looked up to the blonde girl, a little confused at first seeing the Leaf Village symbol around her neck. He didn't remember who she was at first, but the fan on her back made him kick in his memory. He had seen the Sand team only a couple of times and never up close, but that fan was something that stuck out in memory. "Ah, you wouldn't happen to be Tamari, would you?" Iruka asked in a friendly manner. Tamari nodded. "Yes, I am, and I take it that you are Iruka." It was more a statement than question, but Iruka nodded anyway as he stood up to greet her. She had heard all about the whole arranged marriage with Naruto and he felt for the boy. He had been so busy the past couple of weeks he kept missing Naruto at the ramen stand. So what can I do for you? He asked her. Tamari wasn't sure what to say at first. She had thought about several things to talk about but decided to lead up to the really important questions she wanted to ask. Naruto has talked a lot about many of the people in his life. I think I've met most of them, but I wanted to meet more of them. Since they're important to him, I thought I should get to know them as his future Yura wife. It was still a bit hard to say that. Not that marrying Naruto was something she hated. In fact, lately she was starting to get comfortable with the idea. She could have been chosen to marry a lot worse in her opinion. It was that she was 16 and going to marry already at that age next month. Given that I felt I should meet them, Tamari added. Plus we haven't really gotten any visitors, so I wanted to make sure they knew they were welcomed in our household. Although that pervert of a Sanin better be on his good behavior from now on, Tamari darkly thought. Well, that's good to hear. Iruka smiled at her. I kept meaning to come by, but I've been busy lately with all the tests this week. But I would like to stop by as I haven't seen Naruto in a while and want to see how he's doing. Tamari gave a small smile at the man. He gave off a very friendly vibe and he seemed to really care about Naruto. In their talks together she got the feeling that Naruto looked up to Iruka like an older brother in many ways. She could see that the feeling was mutual here as well for the older man. I was wondering, Tamari said. Could you tell me more about him? I mean, every time I think I know more about Naruto something just comes up and well, a euro. Iruka gave a small laugh at that. Yeah, he's very surprising, isn't he? I've known him for years and he still surprises me at times. So what would you like to know about him? Anything you can tell me. I want to know what his life was like here at school. Tamari noted a slight drop in his smile. Well, he was always a Euro unique student, Iruka sighed. He pulled pranks, got into trouble, and he just really acted out a lot. Although I know he's a good kid, he just wanted attention and didn't care how or what kind of attention he got growing up. Because he was an orphan and didn't have any family, Tamari stated, but as Iruka nodded she felt like he was holding back something else but couldn't place what it was. I lost my parents at an early age as well, but I still remember them, Iruka said solemnly. It was tougher for Naruto since he has no memory at all of who his parents were. Do you know? Tamari asked him. I'm sorry, I don't, and I wish I did. The older man sighed. He once asked me himself when he was younger, but I couldn't tell him anything. He looked so sad at that, and I can't think of a worse thing for not knowing your parents or family. Tamari thought back to her mother and brothers, but when she got to her father there was no love for that image. She had nothing but a cold attachment to him, as he was a father in blood only to her. So cold to everyone, even his own family, plus he had been the one to force the demon into Gaara. It was that she guessed that led to the death of her mother as well, so to her she could have lived without knowing that part of her family. So how come his grade have been so bad? Tamari asked him, who looked a little surprised by the question. I've heard Sasuke call him an idiot and dead last many times, and I found out he was at the bottom of the class, but it makes no sense. He's shown a lot more skill than most genin his age and even has some skills above a chunin. Iruka was surprised at that. Sure, he knew Naruto was special and had gotten stronger since his time at the academy, but this girl's claims were more than he thought that Naruto had done. Then again, lately he had heard people talking about Naruto in a more positive light. Sure, some people were still against him, mainly the civilian branch of the village, but a lot of the ninjas had been impressed by him lately. The rumor of how he had defeated Gaara was also going around. Many thought that was in some way linked to Tamari being here as well. Really? How so? Iruka asked, interested. Well, he can summon toads. I'm teaching him wind manipulation and he can use something called a Rasengan. Iruka was struck with surprise at the last part. He knew what the Rasengan was, as did most of the ninja in the village. His surprise was later turned into a very proud smile as Naruto was starting to shape up into a great ninja. There's something else I've been hoping to ask. Tamari had figured with the small talk out of the way she could get into the real heart of the matter. I was hoping that if you knew his family then you could explain something to me, but I guess that's out of the question now. You see, I've been noticing cold looks at Naruto. At first I thought it was me, as I know there are many that still don't like Sunna. But the cold looks that Naruto gets seems to also be when I'm not close to him. I thought maybe the Uzumaki family had done something in the past and it fell onto Naruto's shoulders. Iruka suddenly didn't like where this was going. The girl was digging into Naruto's past and that wasn't good. The secret of the Nine Tails was an S-class secret and so far the girl had noticed how some of the older generation still had a cold hatred for Naruto or at least what was inside of him. Well, he has pulled many pranks in his life and some people never can forget or forgive, he said to her hoping to evade the truth. Tamari didn't look convinced by that. I thought about it but it wouldn't add up with the amount of looks he gets. There's something more and I had been hoping that to find out what the source of it was. Iruka could see that Tamari was a smart girl who could see more than what was on the surface that was both good and bad. Good for her out in the field as that had saved lives of many ninja from failing to fall into traps and ambushes. But the bad thing was she was putting that into looking into Naruto's past. Tamari was going to say something else but she was interrupted when a very loud voice was heard. Iruka-sensei. Tamari turned to see three kids running into the room and they seemed familiar for some reason to Tamari, especially the loud one with the long scarf. Konohamaru, what is going on? Why aren't you three outside with the others? Iruka asked them. We accidentally kicked the ball we were using onto the roof and hoped you could let us go up and get it, Konohamaru said and then noticed the tall blonde girl there. It took a moment for him to realize that he knew this girl. The last time he had seen her she had been wearing a white battle dress and not the purple one she had on now. Ah, I know you. Konohamaru pointed accusingly at her. You were with that jerk with the makeup on his face. Then it clicked where Tamari had met him. He had been the little brat that ran into her younger brother Kankuro. Konohamaru, be nice. This is Tamari-san who will be marrying Naruto, Iruka told the young boy. All three kids looked shocked at the news. Naruto had told them that he was stuck into this but they didn't know who the girl was. Although this was something that he never would have thought that the mean blonde girl from before was marrying Naruto. Why does Naruto-nichan have to marry this girl? Konohamaru pouted angrily. Tamari narrowed her eyes at that. Was the kid implying that she wasn't good enough for Naruto? She was the daughter of the late Kage, top of her class and one of the best damn kunoichi in her age group and even in a few other age groups. She had given up a lot for this alliance marriage as well and she would be damned if this little brat said she wasn't good enough. With hands on her hips she leaned down to glare at the little kid. He had the good sense to take a slight step back from her. Look brat, it's not like either of us had a choice in the matter but we're both making the best of it. Yeah well you better be nice to him or else. The little kid threatened although everyone in the room knew it was an empty threat, he was just trying to stick up for Naruto and look tough in front of everyone. Tamari looked at the kid and for a split second, she thought him almost a mini clone of Naruto at that moment. In fact he acted a lot like the blonde boy and she started to see the influence Naruto seemed to have on him. The boy seemed to really look up to Naruto, almost with a kind of hero worship. She was wondering what he did to get the boy's total respect like this. Tamari gave a small smile. You really look up to him, huh? Konohamaru was puzzled by that for a moment. Yeah. Why is that? The boy wasn't sure if he should say and looked to his two best friends who nodded. Well, before him everyone called me honorable grandson, just because my grandpa is a Euro was a Euro. He looked a bit saddened at that. It still hurt that his grandfather was gone now. He had gotten over that fact that Tsunade was now Hokage but still it was a missing piece of his life that he would never get back. Was the Hokage. He finished. Tamari hadn't known that. In fact it was Orochimaru that had tricked her village into attacking and killed this boy's grandfather as well as was responsible for so much death. Everyone called me by that title and no one outside of my family called me Konohamaru, the boy continued. Everyone treated me differently and I didn't like it. It was like no one saw the real me and only this, honorable grandson, they kept calling me. I wanted to be seen as Konohamaru, as myself. But then Naruto was the first one to notice me, the real me. Konohamaru's face seemed to light up at this point. He takes time to play with us and teaches us all kinds of things. He's the first real friend I had before I met Moegi and Udon. Yeah, Naruto-nichan is the best, Moegi said as Udon nodded his head. Tamari should have known that Naruto would have this effect on people after all it was him that seemed to have changed Gaara for the better. Wherever he went, the boy seemed to bring new life into the lives of others. So what has he been teaching you kids anyway? Iruka suddenly got a very bad feeling at this point when he saw the familiar glint in Konohamaru's eyes. It was the same look Naruto gave before he pulled off that technique. He taught me this great move that he made up for dealing with perverts. He then ran through the hand signs before Iruka could yell at him to stop. Sexy jutsu. Tamari saw the smoke, and the shock on her face would have been priceless to her brother. There before her was now a very attractive brunette girl in a seductive pose who was totally naked with a few pieces of smoke here and there. There was a thud as her head wiped around to see Iruka on the floor with blood from his nose. She then turned her attention back to the naked woman with a glare. Konohamaru turned back into his normal form with his eyes closed in a huge smile. What do you think? It's one of his most famous creations. Tamari didn't say a word until she got close enough to the boy and gripped his ear very painfully. The boy yelled out as he tried to break away, but she gripped it tighter, letting him know that he wasn't getting away and shouldn't try. Are you telling me that Naruto, my Naruto, made that a Euro jutsu, and taught it to a kid? Tamari said in an angry tone. Why, yeah. The boy winced as his ear was starting to hurt. I'm going to kill him, Tamari said as she let go of his ear. I never want to see you pull something like that in front of me again. Are we clear? The three kids nodded as one as they took a few paces back in fear of the blonde woman. They watched as she stalked out of the room in search of her fiancé. Copyright and teach him the proper things that you do and do not teach children. The Konohamaru Corps watched her leave and were starting to pray that Naruto could either outrun her or hoped she didn't actually kill him. Iruka had managed to recover, and although he didn't like that jutsu, at least he wouldn't admit to liking it. He had to be thankful that it got Tamari's mind off Naruto's past. This could end up bad, Iruka thought as he cleaned off the blood on his jacket. She's getting a little too close. I'll have to talk to Naruto about this, as only he can be the one to tell her, or at last he should tell her. She'll have to know eventually, but I just hope he can trust her enough to open up about this. Later that day, Naruto and Sakura were walking out of the hospital. Both of them were happy that Lee was in high spirits for his operation and had already challenged Naruto to a spar when he got all better. Naruto, being Naruto, agreed to it all too happily. Sakura was amazed that Tsunade could be able to heal the kind of damage done to Lee. She was truly an amazing person. I'm so glad that Lee will get better, Sakura said as they walked on together. Yeah, I'm sure that Tsunade-bachan will heal him up in no time, Naruto said with that ever-present fox-like grin on his face. Sakura gave a small smile and nodded. Sometimes I wish I could be as strong as her, Sakura wished out loud. She's one of the strongest ninja in the world and can heal so many things that most people would think impossible. Hey, you're getting stronger every day, Sakura-chan, Naruto said to his friend. Tamari is helping you out and Kakashi-sensei isn't being as lazy as usual, well, except on those stupid D-rank missions. But you shouldn't sell yourself short. We've all have come a long way and we can all still get stronger together. Sakura was grateful for Naruto's outlook. He always made things better for some reason. Still, she had been wondering just what kind of ninja she wanted to be lately. She was learning her water jutsus and nearly got them down perfectly. Her hand-to-hand was getting a lot better. Her genjutsu was just above average, mostly dealing with spotting and disrupting them. Tamari was a long-range wind user with tactical thinking. Sasuke was a mid-to-close-range fighter with his Sharingan to copy the moves of the enemies made him a great fighter. Naruto, she had to admit, was just as good lately. His skills were growing so fast she couldn't keep up with him. But what could she say of herself? She thought of other teams and how they blended well into each other. Each person's special talents complemented each other. Tenten was a weapons mistress in the making. Neji was a great fighter and scout. Lee's specialty in taijutsu. Ino with her mind abilities could gain information like no one else. Shino with his bugs. Kiba with Akamaru were great trackers, and the list went on. So what could she say about herself that made her stand out? Overall, she was very average, so what was her strengths? She had great chakra control, but what could that be used for? So far the only two main options would be genjutsu, but that wasn't Kakashi's specialty. If she had been put with Kurenai, she was sure that she would have gone that route, but the only other thing was medical jutsu, and who could train in her in that? Hey Sakura-chan, what are you thinking so hard about? Naruto asked, seeing how quiet she had been. Her face had taken on a serious thinking expression. Huh. Oh, nothing, just thinking about the future is all, she said, smiling at him. She didn't want to worry him after all, this was her problem and she wanted to be the one to figure it out. Naruto just shrugged and let it rest as they walked on. Eventually they had to go their separate ways and said goodbye to each other. Naruto was walking on his way to his home and wondered if Tamari would be home yet. He smiled at that. It felt really nice to go home and someone could actually be there for once. Hey, Naruto. Naruto looked over and saw Iruka waving to him. The boy got a huge smile on his face, he hadn't seen him in a while. Iruka-sensei. Naruto yelled and ran over to him. How have you been, Naruto? The man asked him. Naruto put on that foxy grin of his again. It's going great. I'm learning all kinds of new things and I've gotten tons stronger. So I've heard. Iruka smiled and then he got a more serious look on his face. Naruto, I have something important to talk to you about. But not here, it's something we can't really talk about in the open. Naruto blinked in confusion for a bit until he figured out what he was talking about and he felt his stomach sink. It had to be about the fox as there was nothing else that Iruka could mean. Naruto nodded and they quickly left for Iruka's apartment. Naruto sat down on the couch as Iruka sat down with him, and Naruto was a little worried about just what he wanted to talk about exactly. Naruto, you should know that Tamari came by the school today, Iruka said to him. She was looking into your past, it would seem. Naruto got a very bad feeling at the moment. He had seen how smart she had been. Hell, that shogi game she had brought with her, he had never even came close to beating her and she knew a lot of things as well. He would have to say she was one of the smartest people he knew. If she put together that his birthday was the same day that the Kyuubi was defeated, she might start to put things together. He looked down at his feet. Things were finally starting to go well, and now if she found out about the demon she might hate him. It wasn't fair how this stupid fox inside of him kept screwing with his life. No one had wanted to adopt him. No one would recognize him and he had been alone for most of his life because of it. Sure, things had gotten a bit better lately, but he was still afraid. It was the fear of being rejected and going back to that loneliness again that prevented him from telling his friends the truth. He just didn't want to lose more to the damn fox again. He had too much taken from him by that demon as it was. Naruto, maybe you should tell her before she finds out, Iruka said gently to him. But what if she hates me? Naruto asked him desperately. I mean, maybe she won't find out. Iruka gave him a look of pity as the boy had to deal with so much in his life. Naruto, I think she might figure things out sooner or later. Plus she'll be your wife soon, so doesn't she have a right to know? Naruto felt a little guilty at that. He still remembered how on that trip to get Tsunade, he had ran into Itachi Uchiha and that strange fish guy. They had been after him because of what was inside of him. They had even gotten into the village and put Kakashi in the hospital as well. If they came again, would they use Tamari against him? He could see them doing it as well, and it didn't seem right to put her in danger and not tell her. It will be better if it came from you than some stranger, or if she figured it out. Those words hit him just as hard. Naruto knew he had to tell her, but in all honesty he wished he didn't have to. How would he even begin to tell her this? Would she call off the whole wedding thing because of it, or would she end up being cold to him for the rest of their lives together? Naruto felt like a pit of blackness in his core at the thought of that kind of life. He wanted her to at least like him, but who would want to be with someone who had a demon in them? Ever since he had found out what was inside of him, he had been scared to tell anyone, but now he didn't have a choice. He thanked Iruka for telling him and he walked out of the apartment with his hands in his pockets and a downcast look. Iruka felt bad for Naruto, but he had to tell him what was going on and he had to make the choice of what to tell Tamari. Iruka just prayed that things would work out for the boy. Chapter 12. Truth Comes Out. Sound Base 5, T Country. Orochimaru was still in his bed as he tried to blot out the pain in his arms. It had been too long since that old man had taken his arms from him with that jutsu. If the old man wasn't dead, he would have killed him in the most slow and painful of ways. He grunted in pain as his arms were slowly decaying. Having the flesh of your body slowly falling apart on you gave you pain unlike anything a person could imagine. Of course he knew it wasn't really his body. His original body was long since gone. All the research into immortality had left him only one option, to cast off an old body like a snake sheds its skin. The bodies of course would have to be injected and altered so that he would be able to use some of his more special abilities. It was time consuming, but thankfully he had refined the process by now. At first it took him nearly a year for the body to be altered enough, but now it only took a few months. But no matter what, he could never make the bodies last, they burned out too quickly for him. 3 years and he needed to find a new host, and he had to be careful because not just any body would do. Orochimaru had to make sure they were strong bodies, as weak ones wouldn't last as long and they couldn't be enhanced enough with all the drugs and forbidden techniques he needed to put into them. He had learned early on to not just have one person to be his next host, but to find those that were perfect for him was hard to find. Only the truly exceptional could be his body, like Kimimaro, the leader of the Sound 5. Well, Sound 4 now, his bloodline ability was truly one of a kind. But the boy was dying and wouldn't last even with the curse mark on him, and so the boy was on life support, kept alive for the last time. Orochimaru would need him. A few others could be used, but he wanted Sasuke Uchiha. The Sharingan with the ability to copy all jutsu would let him learn in 3 years what would take him 300 years to learn. After his failure with Itachi, Sasuke was the only option. While true the boy was a bit too young, Orochimaru had ways to alter the body to that of a more adult form. But he needed the boy for other reasons. With the boy's body he could use the DNA to help recreate the Uchiha clan. His previous experiments in Konoha before his exile, he had been trying to recreate the wood abilities of the first, and he felt he had been close. One had survived, and although he didn't know it, he had heard rumors of a masked Anbu with wood abilities. When he heard of that, Orochimaru had started up with his DNA project again, and when he got Sasuke he could find a way to make a whole new line of Sharingan users to use in the future. He could infuse a fetus with that and let it grow in a tank, or he could always do artificial insemination. He had plans for both at any point. The strongest female warriors were already picked out in advance, and Kabuto kept an eye out for any future prospects. Unlike his ex-teammate, he never was interested in the whole sexual side of relationships. To Orochimaru it seemed too vulgar a process. He never understood that part of humanity, and he never would. He just felt it was a good thing he was like this. It was only a distraction and he could focus more on his work. Pain flared up again in his arms and he cried out for Kabuto. He needed more medicine to help with the pain. Soon the flesh of his arms wouldn't be able to hold together, and then infections would start to spread through his body. Even with all the enhancements, if his body was too weak he could still get sick. Kabuto tried to numb the nerves, but for some reason it wasn't working. He yelled again when the boy hadn't shown up. The door flew open as Kabuto rushed into the room. Orochimaru yelled for more medicine and the boy ran to the side table where they all were. He injected several compounds into his body through the ruined arms, and then into the main body. The needles were less painful than his arms at the moment, but soon the pain started to lessen. It never left him, but it was now tolerable. Where the hell is Sasuke? Orochimaru demanded. The Sound 4 are still watching him as per your orders, Kabuto said as he put the medicine away. Apparently he's been training himself trying to learn how to use your little gift so far. But they haven't risked being seen yet, even though thanks to your knowledge on Konoha's security they could still be found out. I don't know how much longer I can wait, Orochimaru said angrily. If the old fool hadn't used that jutsu on me I could afford to wait, but I need a new body. With Tsunade's refusal to heal me I need a new body. He still was supposed to have at least 2 years more with this new body, but he had to change quickly. Normally changing so fast wasn't a good idea as it would weaken him to keep changing too fast, but he had no choice. He wanted the Uchiha body for so long and one was almost within his grasp. The boy's lust for power, for revenge would surely motivate the boy to seek him out. Plus the curse seal was also there. It would give him power while feeding on his negative emotions and even increasing them. That was one of his best pieces of work, something that would slowly twist the minds that used them. The darker the urges, the better the seal would work. It was unfortunate that his first success in Anko had been a disappointment. The girl would have made a fine apprentice and maybe even a good host body one day. But she lacked the need for power. She had been physically strong enough to survive, but she was too weak as a person. She was too soft, and so he left her to die in that place. He had been surprised to learn she had survived, but it had been fun to run into his old student again. She had grown but was still too soft. The curse mark worked against her because she fought against it, instead of embracing it. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto asked him. How much longer do I have? Orochimaru asked. At the rate of decay I would say 2 weeks at best. Orochimaru's face twisted in pain and anger, he couldn't afford to wait that long. Sasuke was taking too long to join him and he was quickly running out of options. Start the preparations for a new host, Orochimaru spat out. Uchiha District. Sasuke had been working hard on trying to understand the seal that Orochimaru put on him. After his team was let go for the day, he had gotten as many scrolls on sealing and seals that he could from the library of his clan. Although he only knew the simple ones for how to seal weapons, he had thought it wouldn't be that tough. Although called a genius, it turned out that seals required a different type of genius. The formulas were very complex and just getting a rudimentary grasp of it was difficult. There was also the fact that Orochimaru had created this seal himself and there were no official records, although he bet there were classified ones, but even he couldn't get those. Only high-ranking Jonins would be the only ones to get those kinds of records and would most likely need to have the Hokage's approval too. He knew he couldn't go to Kakashi to ask for them because he wouldn't approve of what he was doing. Sasuke needed more power and this seal seemed like the best way to go about it. He remembered when it first activated, he had never felt so powerful or so alive at that moment. He had been enjoying himself in ways he had thought lost to him. When he had been trying to tear that sound Genin's arms off, he had liked it. All battles after he had never felt like that again and he was wondering why. In battle he only thought about victory, but that point he had for the first time actually liked being in battle. He had thrived in the heat of the moment and from even the pain he had been inflicting at the time to the sound Genin. At any rate, so far the seal was too complicated for him to figure anything out, whatever it was he had to work it out on his own. Which led him to his practice sessions by the lake where he had mastered that fire jutsu. That had been when his father had finally taken notice of him, when his father had told him that he was going to train Sasuke personally. Sasuke had been overjoyed. He had been living in his older brother's shadow all his life and finally he was being recognized. He had gone to bed that night happier than he had been in a long time and couldn't wait until the next day. But that was the night when his world was destroyed. Itachi had but butchered his clan and family, had tortured him for 3 days and left him broken there among the blood and corpses of his mother and father. He was alone in the world, there was no brother to look up to, no father for advice and no mother who always made him feel safe and warm. All he felt was the numbing cold of the hole that was left in his life. Sasuke started up his warm-up routine as he started to practice his family fighting style. He remembered the times his brother would train him. Back then everything was good. He had loved his older brother and looked up to him, which what made his betrayal all the more hard on the younger Sasuke. The one person he thought he could trust, shattered that bond forever. Sasuke threw out a series of punches as the memories came flooding back to him. He remembered after he had been found, how he had been in the hospital for a few months. He was shaken by the experience, he hadn't been able to sleep at night at all. Every shadow he had looked to see if Itachi would come back to finish the job. Sasuke had waited all night long in case his older brother had changed his mind and came to kill him too. He could only sleep in the days when he felt safe, but at night he waited. Sasuke now started with the kicking combos, then into blocks and parries. His body moved on its own as his mind battled with the memories that were swarming him. The fact was that he didn't hate Itachi at first, no, that came later. At first he had been scared of Itachi, scared that he was going to wake up one night with Itachi over his bed. Those red eyes glaring at him as he plunged a sword into Sasuke's heart. After a few months when he knew Itachi wasn't coming back, he had gone home for the first time. He had seen the empty homes and streets and he could see the fresh paint to cover the blood that had been spilt there. He stood in the center of the Uchiha district for a long time that day. He felt the tears fall for the first time that day. He had fallen to his knees as he cried his heart out. All that pain and rage he had been bottling up came pouring out of him. He howled his anger into the empty area. He didn't know how long he had been there. The sun had been setting at that point, but by the end of it he felt empty. There were no more tears in him, and he hadn't cried again since that day. He had used up all the tears left in his life in a single moment. All that was left was the emptiness, that cold empty feeling like a hole in his chest. But soon he felt something else there, a cold burning sensation. It was the cold fury that was building up in him. He looked up with hard eyes around him. It was at that moment when he truly vowed to kill his brother, to seek revenge for his entire clan. Erg. Sasuke felt the pain where the mark was flaring up. It was an intense sensation and for a moment he could barely stand. The pain slowly faded as he tried to think what caused it to flare up like that. Kakashi had told him that the seal around it was only as strong as his will, but something else must have happened. He had been thinking long and hard about the cursed seal, why it worked at the start and why the other times it had activated it had only weakened him. That first time it activated, that was what he needed to try and focus on. When he had fought Gaara he had needed more power and it had activated, but not like the first time. His body wouldn't respond normally and he felt even weaker. So what was different about the Gaara fight and the fight with the Sound Genin? He came to realization it was the emotions involved. With Gaara he had felt fear and doubt, but not with the Sound Genin. There was more too. It had flared up just when he was thinking of that day he had made his vow to his clan. Something in that moment had triggered it as well. Well, I could try it, not like I got anything to lose. Sasuke thought to himself. He closed his eyes and tried to remember that day again. He tried to focus on the pain and rage that had been inside of him. He thought of Itachi and what he had done. He thought of their last fight and how he had gone after Naruto of all people. His brother had tossed him aside like he was nothing but had been focused only on Naruto. Naruto, why? Why are you so strong now? You're the dead last. You come from no clan, have no bloodline, there is nothing special about you and yet you keep getting stronger. You kept getting taught the things that I could use to complete my mission. Even Sunna sees something in you, most likely for beating Gaara. So why? What makes him so special? Sasuke yelled out as the curse seal activated. He cried out in pain, but this time he didn't try to fight it. He embraced what he was feeling and soon the pain was passing. The black marks, if he could see, were crawling over his body, now covering half of it. He started to feel the power flowing into him and it felt great, better than great even. He threw his head back and laughed as the feeling of the raw power rushing through his body. This is it. This is the power that I need. Now I just need to tame it. Sasuke thought to himself as he grinned. He started his physical workout trying to see how long he could keep the curse seal's power flowing through his body. He was faster and stronger like this. When he met Itachi again he would use the power of this seal as a surprise and finally kill his brother. Uzumaki home. Tamari had been looking all over for Naruto. She tried the ramen stand and then the fourth's head, but so far no luck. Even the Hokage hadn't seen him and none of his friends either. After she had left the school she was on a mission to find Naruto and to let him know that teaching kids those kinds of things were not okay. She was still pissed after all this time. In fact, not only pissed but her feet were killing her, which only made her more mad. There was only one place left to check and that was at home. She stopped in her tracks at that thought. When the hell did I ever start to think of this place as home? Tamari asked herself. While she still considered Sunna her home and always will, she was surprised by how she was starting to think of her two-story house as home. She sure didn't count the village as home, at least not yet. But for some reason the house was starting to feel like home to her. Sure, she had all her stuff there, but it was more than that, more than just having a place to live. She was actually starting to enjoy her life with Naruto. It was odd, but she was starting to actually like the guy. He made you feel at ease with yourself. He was always warm and his happiness was infectious at times. She shook her head, remembering that she was supposed to be mad at him. As the house came into view she noticed something on the roof. As she came closer she could see that someone was sitting on it. Tamari had an idea of who it was as well. All that walking around and he was there the entire time. Tamari wasn't sure to be pissed or just happy that she had finally found him. She quickly managed to get on to the roof and there he was, sitting there with his knees pulled up and his arms resting on them. He was looking far off but his eyes weren't focused as he was in deep thought about something. Tamari was about to get out her battle fan when she stopped and took notice of his face. While living with him she had seen the various faces he had, but this was one she had never seen before. She couldn't help but notice just how different it was and she was wondering if she was seeing a hidden side of him. Well, I'll ask what's going on. Then I'll give him hell for teaching children that perverted jutsu. Alright, so what the hell is wrong? Tamari asked, the irritation in her voice she couldn't hide. Naruto jumped at her voice. He had been so deep in thought that he hadn't even noticed her arriving. He put on that smiling face of his as he scratched the back of his head nervously. For the past hour or so he had been about what to say and how to go about this. He knew that she deserved to know the full truth of the matter, but he couldn't help but worry how she would see him. Oh, well, I guess nothing much. He chuckled but soon stopped, seeing the serious look on her face. Naruto, she said simply, more like a hidden command than her asking him anything. He flinched a bit before he sighed and looked back out over the village as he got more serious again. Hey Tamari, what if you knew something about me, something that might change how you see me? Now Tamari was losing her previous anger as she was getting more interested. Was this that something that she had been looking into? Was this that secret that seemed to surround the blonde ninja? She sat down next to him, looking at him. She could see the look in his eyes. They held a pain in them that she hadn't seen in a very long time. She remembered how Gaara's eyes had looked like that, all that pain and loss. Then one night Gaara had changed and his eyes took on that awful look in them. The look of a madman that would kill anyone, even her. For years she had been terrified of Gaara, but then Naruto had changed him. Looking at those blue expressive eyes of his, she was reminded of those old times. Naruto, you can tell me, whatever it is. She told him, her voice gaining a bit more of a gentle tone. She wasn't sure why, but seeing those eyes he had one now reached her. She felt a part of her wanting to comfort him. She wanted to see that usual happy look in them. Naruto was silent a moment, trying to get his courage. It's just that. Have you noticed how some of the villagers don't like me? Tamari nodded her head. There's a reason for it. It's not as bad as it used to be lately, but I guess I can see why many of the older generation didn't like me. Naruto said. Do you know of the Kyuubi attack over 13 years ago? Tamari nodded. Yeah, I read about it. The great nine-tailed fox, the most powerful of all the Biju. It attacked here and it was your fourth Hokage that killed it. Well, it turns out that it wasn't really killed, Naruto said. Tamari was confused as everyone knew the story, even those outside the village. It was said even Iwagakure no Sato celebrated the death of the fourth every year on October 10th. There was something about that date that was nagging her for some reason. It took her a moment to realize that it was Naruto's birthday. She had memorized as much on him that Sunna had, and it was listed his birthday as October 10th. In fact, doing the math, he had been born on the day the demon had attacked. Then she remembered his fight with Gaara, when he had turned himself and that huge toad into a replica of the Nine Tails. The sudden realization came crashing down on her. And why shouldn't it? After all, if she was right, then Naruto was exactly like Gaara. You're a Jinchuriki, she said, surprised by the revelation. Naruto was taken aback by that. He didn't figure that she would figure it out. She was a lot smarter than he had originally thought. So, you're like Gaara then, she said to him. Yeah. Naruto nodded his head, a little afraid to look her in the eyes. He didn't want to see any fear in them. He was actually starting to like her, and it would be just like his luck for her to not like him because of the stupid fox in his body. A lot of the older generation didn't like me because they saw me as the demon and not the jailer, Naruto said sadly. They never did anything physical. But no one would look at me, and the few that did, they only gave me those cold eyes. Some would say things like, demon brat, and monster, to me. Tamari couldn't help but feel bad. She had seen what that kind of life had done to Gaara. It was amazing that Naruto hadn't turned out the same. So everyone knows. Naruto shook his head. The third placed a law that no one was to talk about it or tell anyone else. The old man hoped that everyone in the younger generation would see me normally, but it didn't work out so good. Tamari could guess. The parents would most likely encourage their children to have the same behavior towards Naruto that they had. Children, being children, wouldn't really question their parents after all. In a way it made her sick, but then again, how was she any different? Maybe if she had tried harder to be a better sister to Gaara, he wouldn't have turned out the same way. Her father had told her and Kankuro to avoid Gaara, and like the good daughter she had done that. It was just another reason she felt nothing for her father. He had torn their family apart. I was alone for a very long time, Naruto said to her, but then a small smile got on his lips. But I had the old man, he could visit me often, and then I found Iruka-sensei. And now I have a lot of friends and people that care for me, and people who I will protect. Tamari was amazed that he could think that way. Was what got through to Gaara? Was this the reason that he had liked the idea of her marrying Naruto, because her baby brother could relate to the other boy? To go through that kind of life and not end up like Gaara spoke to Tamari of the kind of inner strength the boy had. She smiled a little, remembering how she had seen that strength in the Chunin exams and against Gaara himself. Naruto's smile faded a bit. Anyways, I just figured you deserved to know the truth before the wedding. That you should know what you're getting into, and, well, I guess I can understand if you wouldn't want to be with me. There was a sudden silence, and then Naruto felt a fist hitting the back of his head. Baka! Tamari shouted angrily at him. You really think that would mean much to me? Naruto, holding the back of his head, looked at her surprised. My brother went through all of that too, he's like you, remember? Well, yeah, but you were really scared of Gaara, weren't you? He asked her, confused. He would remember the terror that had been on her face when Gaara first showed up in that tree. He had been afraid to see that look of terror in her eyes when she was looking at him. But she wasn't afraid of him. Angry, sure, but he could live with that. Tamari's anger fell away, knowing what he was getting at. I was afraid of Gaara. For so long he would have killed anyone if he felt like it. It was always dangerous being around him, but after you two fought, something in him had changed. Before I came here we were actually repairing our relationship. I don't know if I ever thanked you for that, but I do. She looked him in the eyes and gave him a small smile. Thank you for giving me my brother back. Naruto blinked a few times and smiled. He remembered how Gaara had seemed different, but he hadn't known about how Tamari wasn't terrified of him anymore. Tamari sighed as she recomposed herself. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It does explain a few things about you though. You're the first person I told this secret to, Naruto said, a bit happy how she took it. I mean, I was afraid if others found out they would treat me like the older generation. Well, they're idiots, she said to him. And you're an idiot for thinking that of me. You should learn to trust me more. After all, we're going to be married soon, so we might as well start to trust each other more. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, you're right. I promise, no more secrets between us. Tamari nodded her head in agreement. So, how come the demon hasn't overcome you? Tamari asked out of curiosity. I mean, Gaara can't sleep because of that demon, and he's got the weakest in him. Naruto blinked, not sure exactly. I guess the seal on me is different. I've only talked to the damn fox once, after I got pushed off a cliff, stupid arrow Sennin. He pushed you off a cliff. Tamari wondered what the hell was wrong with that old pervert. It was to get me to draw on the fox's chakra, and although I hate it, it did work. Tamari made a mental note to not take any kind of training with that old man. He seemed to take things to the extreme. Can I see your seal? Naruto blushed a bit as he pulled up his shirt. He closed his eyes and gathered the chakra. Tamari was curious as the kind of seal that was on Naruto. She wanted to see the difference between this one and the one on her brother. Basically, she wanted a comparison to see if there might be a reason why they had such a difference. She got her answer when she saw the seal on Naruto's stomach of all places. Tamari wasn't a seal master or even know all that much other than the basics, but just by looking at the seal she knew it wasn't a normal one. It was the most complex thing she had ever seen. She tried to figure out the bits and pieces she could guess at, but overall it was way beyond her. It was also a lot more complex and strong than what Gaara had on him. This explained why Naruto wasn't tormented by his demon. It was held back by the power of this seal. You're lucky you know that. Naruto was confused by her statement when he pulled down his shirt. That kind of seal would let you have a lot more control. Gaara isn't so lucky. Tamari sighed. Even with your help, he's constantly at war with the demon. He has been all his life. If he had a seal like this on him, he might have had a lot more control and even able to sleep normally. Naruto hadn't thought about it that way. He always cursed the fact he had this sealed in him when he found out. But after meeting Gaara, he could see where he could have easily been like that. If the fox ever got more control over him, he knew the fox would make him harm anyone and everything around him. Then he thought that maybe there was a way to help him. He only just learned how to seal stuff into scroll. But Naruto did remember how Jiraiya had helped him with that thing Orochimaru did to his seal. A smile grew on his face as he planned to ask him the next time he saw him, if he could help Gaara with this seal like he had done with Naruto's. Now though he was feeling a lot better, he had been so worried that Tamari would reject him, but he guessed he should have known better. She was the first person that he had admitted his greatest secret to, and she had accepted him, and it felt great. But in the end things had worked out, and he was hoping that maybe his friends would one day accept this truth as well, when he was ready, that is to tell them. Naruto. Tamari said to him. Yeah, he asked, and just as he turned he was hit on the head with her battle fan. Now he may have a hard head, but that thing was heavy and it hurt like hell. He fell onto his back covering his head. What was that for? Naruto managed to say after a moment. That was for something called sexy jutsu, she said angrily, and Naruto froze up. He looked up at the very angry girl towering over him. Yuro, how did you know about that? Naruto asked carefully, the pain in his head forgotten for the moment. He was too scared to feel pain. I met that little brat, Konohamaru. She grinned evilly at him. Naruto groaned in his head. For the first time he really wished he hadn't taught him that move. He yelped out when she grabbed him by his collar and glared daggers at him right into his face. He was nervously sweating by now. He had forgotten how scary she could be when she was pissed. Now you look here, Tamari said dangerously. We can't get out of his marriage, but there will be some ground rules. First off, you are never to use that thing in public. I may be a leaf genin now, but I am still the daughter of a cage, and we both have to put on a good face in the public because of the alliance our marriage represents. Furthermore, you will not teach that to any of our children. It's bad enough that you taught a child such a thing, but you will not do the same for ours. You got that? She told him, and he flat out nodded his head as fast as he could. Good, she said calmly and dropped him. But make no mistake, Naruto, you'll have a lot of foot rubs to make up for that. She walked off, leaving a sore and confused Naruto behind her. He rubbed his head as he squinted his eyes as he thought, one moment she was understanding, then she was violent and scary. Plus, what was that about kids? Arg, I'm never going to understand women. Naruto moaned out, holding his head. Chapter 13. The Incident. It had been a couple of days since Naruto had told Tamari his secret, and things had gone well, after she had calmed down. He found out that his soon-to-be wife could hold a grudge. It was still odd to think they were going to be married soon. Tsunade was already saying that she was putting Shizune in charge of organizing it, although Naruto felt that his big sister had enough to deal with under Tsunade at times. He already had to read up on this scroll about wedding ceremonies. He needed someone to stand by him as his best man. He planned to ask Sasuke, but given his attitude lately he was thinking of a backup just in case. He had been talking with Tamari, and she agreed to have Moegi for her flower girl, and he would ask the young girl the next time he saw her with Konohamaru. He was going to ask the boy to be the ring bearer for it, knowing full well the boy would be excited for the job. The only thing that he wasn't looking forward to was the traditional sake used in it. He wasn't sure even if he was old enough to drink. Turns out that once someone became a genin, they were a legal adult in the eyes of the village. After all, you couldn't send children into battle and to kill or be killed. So long ago it was agreed by all 5 cages that regardless of age, a genin was an adult and would be treated like one. Although this only was seen in ninja villages, of course, apparently there were plenty of civilian villages that didn't always know about that law. At any rate, Naruto had a lot on his mind. He had just finished his shower and had changed in the bathroom to save time. He placed his dirty clothing in the hamper that Tamari told him to use from now on. Okay, so his room was cleaner now without the clothing all over the place, and he could find things, but it took getting used to the habit. Tamari was in her room looking over some scrolls for the marriage when he passed by. He reminded her that they had training soon, and she said she would meet him there. After all, it wasn't like they could be late, as Kakashi was hardly ever on time, although their sensei did seem to be more preoccupied lately. Naruto also needed to quickly get certain things he needed for the wedding as well. Mainly he needed formal wear and some kind of dagger. He hoped that Iruka would be able to help him out on that as well. Man, who knew that there was so much to do for a wedding? Naruto thought as he exited the home. And I still need to get to Ba-chan to go over other things for it as well. At first he thought it would be just a simple affair, then again he had never been to a wedding before. Plus since this was a political marriage it meant the council will be there, heads of all the clans, important people of the village and those from Sunna that would be arriving as well. The thought of being in the center of all that actually made him feel a little nervous. Naruto was currently on his way to track down Konohamaru before training when he suddenly realized something. Damn it! I forgot my headband. Naruto had never forgotten that before, it was just proof of how much was on his mind to actually forget it. He quickly created a shadow clone and told him to go and get it and meet him at training with it. Naruto ran off as he only had a little time to track down the young boy and ask him to be his ring bearer. The shadow clone ran off toward the bathroom knowing exactly where it was, since those clones were perfect copies of the original. What neither Naruto nor his clone knew was that Tamari had just finished her morning shower. She was just drying her hair when she noticed a leaf headband near the sink. She picked it up and sighed. It wasn't hers, which meant it was Naruto's. Honestly, that guy would lose his head with the way he gets so excited, Tamari sighed. She would give it to him later when they met up for training. Apparently he told her yesterday that he was going to see that scarf brat about something. She reached for the doorway and it was at this moment that the clone had come running. She pulled the door open just as the clone slammed into her. If the clone had hit her any harder then the clone would have dispersed. But thanks to Tamari softening the blow it wasn't. The bad news was that the way they landed, Tamari totally naked on her back with what she assumed was Naruto. She had thought he left, hence why she hadn't put the towel around her chest before opening the door. She lay there totally frozen in shock. The clone had no idea what happened. He saw a flash of something like skin before hitting something. His face was against something soft, warm and slightly wet, and not just his face. He was sure he was laying on something, but his face was pressed into something soft. He reached up with one hand to push himself up, but the hand gripped the thing next to his face. It was round all right, firm too, and there seemed to be some kind of a nub on it. The clone had no idea what he was feeling, but he pushed up and he froze in horror. There beneath him was Tamari, a very naked Tamari, a very red and naked Tamari. He noticed his hand was gripped on one of her breasts. The clone suddenly got a nosebleed as this was the first real naked girl he had seen and he was groping her too. That was when Tamari, in a very unlike Tamari manner, did what any woman would do. She shrieked. The clone, covering his bloody nose, leapt back onto his butt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tamari pulled up her legs and covered her breasts with one arm, now looking embarrassed and pissed off. Pervert. Wait. I'm ACL. The clone didn't finish before her free hand punched the clone in the face, and this time it did disperse. She stared in confusion at first, but then her anger started to grow. Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, the real Naruto had been leaping from building to building when a sudden image and sensations hit him. Normally he had never noticed that he got all the memories and experiences of his clones. This was for several reasons. In a fight things got hectic and he never paid attention to anyone other than who he had been fighting. Another was that he just never thought about it. The main was that he was as dense as a brick at times. But the image of a naked Tamari and the feel of her breast was one image that he couldn't ignore. He first got a huge nosebleed as he covered it with his hands. Unfortunately, this caused him to trip and fall onto the rooftop. He landed. He lay there in total shock and confusion. What the hell was that? Naruto yelled out. Did that really happen, or was I just imagining things? For the first time he really thought about the memory he just got, and he was surprised to learn that he remembered seeing himself, then going through the home and then the bathroom. I got to find Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled as he went in search of his teacher to hopefully explain things. Maybe it was just all in his head. He hoped so, because Tamari would be so angry with him if that had actually happened. Training field. Kakashi was making his way to the training field. He was a bit late, but that wasn't unusual. Although, lately Kakashi had been too busy to pay his normal respects to Obito and Rin. Even though her body was never found, she was presumed dead. So far he had managed to get Jiraiya to look at Anko's mark, and Kakashi had gone over a few seal improvements. Although it was still guesswork, since the only person that truly understood the curse marks was Orochimaru, progress was being made up. He could see how Anko was getting a little impatient, but she was keeping it bottled up. He couldn't blame her. If he found a way to help seal off the mark, Anko would love it. Then maybe he could see about Sasuke, and not a moment too soon. Lately the last Uchiha had been more distant and brooding lately. But at least the other members seemed to be doing fine. Sakura was training hard for once and was improving. Tamari was starting to fit in and Naruto was improving the most. He was glad that Tamari was a wind user, as she was the perfect teacher for Naruto, and it would make them closer. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up to see a familiar orange blur running towards him. Naruto, what are you doing here instead of your team? Kakashi asked and then noticed something. Where's your headband? Naruto blushed for some reason that made Kakashi raise a single eyebrow a bit. Obviously something had happened. Ooh, a euro forgot it in the bathroom. A euro. Naruto looked about. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, I'm surprised at you for forgetting it. No matter, but don't make a habit of it. Since this is a first time you've done this, I'll overlook it. Forgetting the leaf headband while on duty was actually an offense in most ninja villages. Even though ninja dress codes were extremely relaxed, the headband was to always been worn with the exception of black op missions when you can't be identified. For a genin to forget it, well, it wasn't too big a deal. Usually a small fine or punishment by the sensei would be enough. It got worse the higher in rank you went. Anyways, there's something important I need to ask you. Naruto shouted out as usual. Well, what is it? Kakashi asked him. It was obviously important for the boy. Ooh, a euro, you use shadow clones too, right? Naruto asked, remembering the battle on the bridge in Wave. Well, do you ever remember anything they do? Kakashi just looked at him for a long moment, blinking a few times. He honestly didn't think that Naruto hadn't noticed until now. With the ways he used shadow clones, one would think he would notice that the clones sent all their experience back to the original. Naruto, are you telling me you haven't noticed until just now that the experiences of your shadow clones go to you after they dispel? Kakashi asked him. Naruto got a surprised look on his face. Huh, you mean that's supposed to happen? Kakashi nearly face-faulted at that point. Naruto, of course it's supposed to happen. I know how you learned the technique from the Forbidden Scroll, didn't you read the explanation of it? Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Not really. I wasn't really paying that much attention. Kakashi hung his head for a moment. He should have seen that coming. Anyway, that's the point of shadow clones, Naruto. You see, they're used mainly for information gathering. You send one into a dangerous area and anything they see you get at a safe distance. They are perfect copies, hence why they can go on their own unlike the simple clones. Naruto blinked a few times. Okay, say you need to read 3 scrolls. You can use a shadow clone to read the other 2 and you can learn in a fraction of the time. Kakashi explained simply to him. Oh, I get it. Naruto suddenly fully understood. Hey, if I can learn in a fraction of the time, does that mean I can train faster too? Kakashi thought about it. Normally that wouldn't be possible. Shadow clones could be very hard on a person with long use, but for some reason, Naruto was perfect for it. Actually, while thinking on that, there could be something to it after all. Well, you would still have to work on your physical body. Shadow clones can't help you in that area. Why not? Naruto asked. Because if physical change could be transferred, any damage they got would be transferred to you. And given the number of lethal blows your clones have to Kina Euro, Kakashi trailed off. Naruto gulped and nodded. He knew exactly what his sensei was talking about, and now he was glad that physical stuff wasn't transferred. Kakashi continued on with his explanation. Anyways, things like practicing fighting moves, meditation to increase focus, chakra use. Those kinds of things could be done. If you use one shadow clone for training and focus on its knowledge, then you'll train twice as fast. If you have 3, then you'll train 3 times as fast. Naruto's eye lit up at the possibilities now. With the number of clones he could make, he could train 50 times faster than anyone else. He got a huge grin on his face as he couldn't wait to try this out. Thanks a lot, Kakashi-sensei. Just be careful, Naruto. No one has ever trained like that before. So please, don't overdo it for once, Kakashi told him. Who do you think I am? He grinned up at the man. Kakashi sighed. Someone who always rushes in head first and always overdoes things, that's who. They made their way back to the training field and he noticed that Naruto suddenly tensed up. Kakashi cast a glance at the genin and tried to find what was making him nervous. He saw Tamari there with a deep blush as she looked away, not even paying attention to Naruto. Trouble in paradise, huh? Kakashi mentally sighed. It was expected something would happen. No couple was perfect and they were forced into this after all. He just hoped whatever was wrong they would be able to work it out. Tamari, when she saw Naruto, couldn't even look at him. She felt her face heat up as she quickly turned away from him. She couldn't even speak to him, especially since she couldn't yell at him for what happened. The last thing she wanted to know was for what happened to get out. Naruto knew that it hadn't actually been him that had, well, groped her. But he still remembered it, and how she looked and felt. He quickly tried not to think about it. He could feel the nosebleed coming on. Although it had felt so good, he didn't know a girl could feel that nice. Damn it, I'm hanging around Ero Sennin too much. Naruto yelled in his mind. Tamari. Naruto nervously asked. He was making sure he was out of her range if she decided to hit him, which he felt he had coming anyway. Although what he wasn't expecting was the silent treatment, she wasn't even looking at him and for a moment he thought she hadn't heard him. Tamari. He said a bit louder. Oh come on, I'm sorry, it was a total accident. Still nothing, and now he was getting worried. Sure, he got her mad before. But before, she would always yell at him. This silent treatment was a lot worse. Naruto also knew that he really screwed up this time as well. He was about to say something when she threw an object at him. He flinched and prepared to guard just in case, but he saw the item on the ground in front of him. It was his headband. He grinned as he picked it up and put it on. Hey, thanks, Tamari. He smiled at her, thinking everything was okay. But she just walked past him and his smile dropped. Yeah, she's still mad, Naruto thought. How the hell am I going to make up for this? Tamari. Tamari was still a little fuming over this morning. After all, how else could you react to? Well, what had happened? She crossed her arms co-consciously, remembering his hand on her breast. She had never let a boy touch her in that kind of way before, let alone seeing her naked. Her face burned up at that. Sure, it had been a shadow clone, but still she felt mortified. Plus she wasn't too sure, but Naruto kept blushing when he looked at her. She wasn't sure how shadow clones worked, but she was wondering if he knew what had happened. The fact he tried to apologize to her even more so meant he knew. At the moment she just wanted to keep her distance, to cool off at any rate. In a normal case, the offending boy, she would have had killed him for such a thing. But Naruto was going to be her husband and she was supposed to have at least one child, so of course being naked in front of him would have to happen. But not by surprising her in the shower like that. Plus she couldn't kill him, which would be bad for political reasons. That, and maybe, because lately she had grown to like him a bit. He had been the nicest person to her that she could remember, and she did enjoy spending time with him now and then too. He opened up with his big secret and she couldn't help but feel for him now. Every time she looked at him now, he reminded her of her brother in some ways. Plus he really was a sweet guy, and she could have done a lot worse for herself. She could have ended up in some loveless marriage or maybe even have been killed before she ever got this far. Sure, she wasn't in love with him, but for the first time she was considering opening her heart to another. Naruto wouldn't be someone that would hurt her, at least on purpose, and despite his obvious flaws, she saw the potential in him. But that didn't mean she had to just forgive him right off the bat. Hell no, she was pissed and he would have to work his ass off to make this better. She stopped when she noticed that there was someone coming up to her. She narrowed her eyes slightly in study. He looked like he was an older man, but it was kind of hard to tell. His body, when not covered in that cloak, was covered in many bandages. He limped pretty badly and got around with a cane as well. But despite this, the way he walked, she could see the purpose and the years of shinobi training behind it. Obviously he was someone who had once been a ninja, but those days were long over. The man stopped in front of her almost as if he was gauging her. Greetings, Tamari. I am Danzo, he told her. What can I do for you? Tamari asked him neutrally. She had heard mention of this man, although not part of the council officially. He was supposed to have some major influence. Although beyond that, there wasn't much information they had found on him. I'm just seeing how things are going, Danzo said. The council just wants some assurances that there are no issues between you and Naruto. After all, this is a major event coming up for both our villages. Tamari wasn't sure, but she thought she didn't like this man already. It wasn't that he was mean or nasty, in fact he was trying to come off as pretty neutral in all of this. But there was one thing that she first noticed: he reminded her of her father. The way he stood there and how he talked, it was like seeing a ghost of her dead father in this man. Just because of that, she felt her guard go up. Men like this she knew she had to be careful of. They would come off as harmless, but hidden was a threat you didn't want unleashed on you. Now she was quickly trying to see just how much of those injuries were real, and what could be just an act. Even if they weren't an act to put others at ease, that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. Things are going well, she told him. Thank you for asking. Danzo gave her a long look, his face totally expressionless, but she could tell he wasn't pleased with her response. Well, just remember what this marriage means. As a ninja you know what duty is, and I would hate to think that Sunna sent us a ninja that couldn't or even wouldn't live up to the agreement. Are you saying I'm not? Tamari said with a hint of anger. I would never say such a thing, he told her. I am just an old man making conversation. Besides, you seem like a ninja that knows what duty is. You also seem to be the kind that knows what happens to those that fail their duty. Tamari knew a veiled threat when she heard it. This man was definitely like her father, cold and manipulative and extremely dangerous. She could see how such a man held power. He didn't come at you up front. No, he came at you sideways or from behind. She would have to remember to be on her guard at all times with this man. She also felt that being on his bad side could be unpleasant as well. I know my duty, and the price of failure is do all Sunna ninja, she told him, standing up straight. She could tell that any sign of weakness would be bad in this case. He was the type that could smell weakness and use it to his advantage. Ah, but you're not a Sunna ninja anymore, are you? Danzo pointed out. But at any rate, your loyalty is to this village now, and I hope you remember that. Many eyes are on you, as you know how Sunna already betrayed us once before. There are those that feel you can't be trusted. Tamari knew that was coming, although she could hardly blame Konoha for any mistrust. They had broken the peace between them. There was no telling how many people had lost the lives of loved ones in that battle. I know the consequences if this alliance fails, Tamari told him. I have no intention of putting Sunna through a war with Konoha. Danzo seemed to consider her words. She wasn't saying that she was totally loyal to either village, but yet implying she wouldn't put her home at risk. Very well then, I can try and put the minds of the others at ease then. Danzo told her. He could help to smooth things over. Besides having her in his debt, even just a small one was worth having. I do hope that you are not disappointed in the match with Naruto. There was some debate on if you should actually be wed to him. Personally, I think he is perfect for this. Oh, this caught her off guard. She didn't expect him to approve of Naruto, not given his generation's attitude towards him. Oh yes, he's a very special case. In fact, I once petitioned the old Hokage to have the boy to be raised and trained, Danzo told her honestly. I could see the potential, but so much time was wasted. He could have been so much more than he is now, but I hear his progress has improved, thanks to some of your effort. He's surprising. Danzo nodded. Yes, and you are a very strong young woman too. I look forward to seeing the kind of children you two will have. Somehow I think it would be very interesting to see how they develop. Plus I can assure you that they will receive only the very best here, that is if you chose it. With that, Danzo turned and walked off, leaving Tamari behind to think. She wasn't sure why, but she felt a cold pit in her stomach at the moment. This Danzo person had both flattered and threatened her both at the same time. She wasn't sure what he was after, but why did he mention children? Did he have plans for any future children she had, and he had mentioned wanting to train Naruto when he was younger. She suddenly got the impression he wanted to train her future children, and even though she had no plans at the moment to have children. But the thought of that man anywhere near her future kids made her feel afraid. She sighed. She should have known this was going to be a bad day for her since the shower incident. Chapter 14. Making up is hard to do. Naruto was not in a good mood, not even eating at his favorite place in the world was helping. It had been a couple of days, and even though Tamari wasn't totally ignoring him, she was still angry with him. He had no idea of how to fix something like this. He hadn't been in a relationship before, but he tried. First, he tried to make breakfast for her in bed. It was going well. That is until he opened the door while she had been changing. He hadn't seen anything, but she obviously thought he was a pervert now. He really just seemed to be having bad luck. He thought of flowers, so he got Ino's help in picking something nice with a meaning behind them that said how sorry he was. Turns out Tamari was allergic to those types of flowers. She had been sneezing for hours with red puffy eyes and very annoyed with him for it. No matter what, it just seemed he kept messing up and he was seriously coming to the end of his rope. Another realization came to him in the past few days as well. He missed the things he did with Tamari, the training they did together, how she would show him how to cook a few new dishes, how they would talk over meals and hang out. He even missed the dates too. Sure, they hadn't been together for that long. For someone like Naruto, it was different though. He had lived alone and been alone for most of his life. To have someone in his life like this was better than he had thought. Now it was almost like how it was before and he hated it. The other thing he started to realize was that he was actually starting to like her. She didn't see him as the dead last, like most did. She actually saw something in him and tried to help him get stronger. Hell, he was stronger thanks to her, and he knew with her help he could get a lot stronger too. He also missed her smile. It happened only a few times, but it was a nice smile. He missed her laugh and how when they were alone she let her guard down a bit and was more relaxed. She was also the first person he had told his greatest secret to, and she accepted him for it. It felt so good to be accepted totally without hold that back. He wasn't sure when it had happened, but he knew now that he actually liked Tamari. Sure, maybe not loved her, but she was one of his precious people and she was important to him now. He could definitely see himself eventually loving her, but at this rate not anytime soon, at least not until he could fix this. Which led to him sitting depressed at the Ichiraku ramen stand. Instead of wolfing down the ramen like a starving man condemned to a death sentence, he was just slowly eating his food. Both Ayame and Tyuki knew something was seriously wrong with the boy. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Ayame asked the boy that was like a little brother to her. Naruto gave a depressed sigh. "I keep trying to make up for something with Tamari and I keep screwing things up." "Like what?" Tyuki asked, and when Naruto explained his attempts so far, both ramen stand workers flinched. "Ouch, yeah, I can see why I haven't seen you two together here then. Dad, that's not nice." Ayame scolded her father for his bluntness. "Anyway, maybe you should try something new." "I'm afraid to try," Naruto said honestly. What if he tried and it blew up in his face again? Before Ayame could say a response, the familiar voices of two girls were heard. "I'm telling you, something is going on with Tamari and Naruto." Forehead. Ino's voice could be heard. "Look, Ino pig, I know there is something off, but is it really that bad?" Sakura's voice was heard too. "Well, let's see if he's here and we can ask him," Ino said as both girls entered the stand. "Ah, there you are, Naruto. Oh man, you look like crap." "Ino." Sakura shouted at her and then looked at Naruto. He looked even more depressed than the last time she had seen him. She sat down next to her teammate and friend. "Naruto, is everything okay?" Naruto sighed and his head hit the counter as a depressed groan came from him. "He's having trouble making up with Tamari," Ayame told the girls as it looked like Naruto was in no shape to tell them himself. By the end, both girls could see why Naruto was so depressed lately. The ideas had been good ones, but things just didn't go too well. Ino felt a bit bad with her choices of flowers. She hadn't known that Tamari would be allergic to those types and felt bad in her part of it. Well, what got her so mad to begin with? Sakura asked, wondering how this all started. Naruto was about to say the reason until his survival instincts kicked in. She stiffened at the thought of what those two girls would do to him if they found out. Sakura hit pretty hard when mad, and he was sure Ino wasn't too far behind her either. He really didn't want both girls to think he had tried to take advantage of Tamari or something. Also, if Tamari found out he told anyone what had happened, if the girls didn't kill him, Tamari would finish off what was left. It's kind of personal and embarrassing, Naruto blushed. It didn't help that ever since that incident sometimes he could catch himself staring at Tamari when she wasn't looking. He could still remember what she looked like naked and the feel of her skin. Naruto, Sakura said in a slightly angry voice. She could sense something. She wasn't sure what, but something was making her pervert sense going off. Ino's eyes narrowed as well as she felt something behind that as well. Naruto quickly sat up straight as he began to panic. Look, it really is personal, and Tamari wouldn't want me talking about it. Can't you help me out of this at least? Sakura and Ino shared a look. They decided they would drop this at least for now. Besides, for Ino, she had been helping Naruto with his bride-to-be. The hopeless romantic in her wanted to see the two blondes fall in love and have the happy ending that she always dreamed of having when she married. And it was no small wonder which dark-haired boy was the star in those fantasies either. Plus, how could she get Sasuke to be hers, if she couldn't help Naruto get the woman he was going to marry? Sakura just wanted to help her friend. Lately she and Naruto had gotten a lot closer. Maybe it was because he had stopped trying to gain her heart and had settled for just her friendship. She was actually glad to have Naruto as a friend lately, and she didn't like to see him like this. Plus, she was sure that Tamari wasn't happy, and the older girl was someone she was starting to consider a friend as well. Well, there are a few things that you can do. Sakura started off as both she and Ino told him all the things a girl liked to get for gifts. They went into jewelry, clothing, chocolates as well. Then they went into things like taking her out to dinner or some kind of major date to make up for whatever he had done. The girls told him anything they could think of, and Naruto tried to keep it all straight. Okay, thanks, Naruto said after the lessons on what girls might like. I think I'll go and see what I can find. Later, Naruto, Sakura called out to him. I hope he finds something. Yeah, Ino said, nodding. Hey, how about we invite Tamari out with the other girls? I mean, we hardly know her other than you, and I bet she must be a bit lonely in a village full of strangers. That sounds like a good idea, Sakura smiled at the thought. I'll ask her tomorrow. Later, Naruto wasn't sure what to do. Sure, Sakura and Ino had given him some ideas, but honestly, what was he to get Tamari? So far, everything else had blown up in his face, and he didn't know anything like dress size or ring size for jewelry. Plus, he wasn't sure Tamari even liked that stuff. She didn't really wear or have much of that stuff like jewelry. The only thing she carried around was her huge battle fan. He thought that maybe a new weapon would help him out. He paused at that thought. She didn't have anything for close combat other than the standard kunai and shuriken, but what if he could find something really cool for her to use? Naruto got a huge grin as he went looking for a weapons store. Ever since the Chunin exams, a few more stores had actually been kinder to him, so lately he had been experimenting with looking into new stores. Sure, the ones that had always accepted him were good, but he had been too afraid to shop around in fear of being kicked out. He soon found a weapons store that he had seen but never gone into before, mainly cause the weapons looked kind of expensive. But with all the new money he might be able to afford some new gear. In fact, he made a mental note to buy better quality equipment when he could. He walked in seeing a store filled with weapons. There were everything from swords to daggers, axes, which he thought was weird for ninja, and a few weapons he couldn't even name. Naruto looked through it all and was amazed at the things he saw. Sorry to keep you waiting, a female voice called out. I was in the back helping out, how can I? Naruto. Naruto looked at the counter to see a surprised Tenten there. Hey, do you work here? Yeah, Tenten smiled at seeing him. Well, I sometimes work here. When my team isn't on missions, I help out, and since Lee is still recovering, I have more time to spend here. How is he doing? Naruto wondered about Lee. He's doing great, Tenten beamed. Tsunade-sama healed him up and he'll continue being a ninja again. She's just the greatest there is. Yeah, Ba-chan is pretty great. Naruto. Tenten shouted suddenly. Don't call the Hokage that. Why not? Naruto asked her as if it was perfectly natural to call her that. I mean, she's 50 and hides behind that genjutsu of hers. Still, you should show some respect to her, Tenten muttered. She idolized Tsunade. She wanted to be a lot like her, and she just didn't know how Naruto managed to get away with that kind of stuff. She sighed and went to why he was here. So are you here for new weapons? Yeah, I was hoping you could help me out. Naruto then told her who he was looking a weapon for. He didn't go into major detail, just that he was looking for a present for Tamari and a close-range weapon would be perfect for her. Tenten had to admit that to her. That was a very nice gift, but then again she thought any good weapon was a good gift. She thought about what type of weapons she had for someone like Tamari, having first-hand knowledge of how the girl fought. Although she still felt embarrassed to how badly she had lost, she still was looking for ways to improve since then. So Tenten showed Naruto all the types of weapons that Tamari might like and could use. At first Naruto wasn't sure what Tamari would like and went with what Tenten showed him. Then he found something that caught his eye and asked Tenten to show him. She went into detail about the weapon and already Naruto could tell that Tamari would love it. The only downside was the cost. It was going to put a cramp in his savings and his wallet would take a major hit, but it would be worth it if this would work. In fact, if this didn't get him out of trouble, then he wasn't sure what was. Hokage Tower. Anko wasn't sure why she had been called into the tower, only that she was to report to room 218. This was odd because as far as she knew that was part of the research part of the tower. A slim hope took hold that maybe Kakashi had come up with something for her seal. Ever since she had started to help Kakashi with this, she had been hoping for something to keep the curse seal in check. She hated when the seal acted up, like when she had certain nightmares or like in the Forest of Death. She had been so weak and helpless, she should be dead now, but only because Orochimaru, in some sick pleasure he got, left her alive. She started to think a bit more about Kakashi as well. She didn't really know him all that well. In fact, most of what she knew came from other sources like Guy, Kurenai and Asuma. Even then, they didn't know much, which left Anko a puzzle, and she hated puzzles. Mainly because she hated missing pieces, like her memories and blank pieces of information only pissed her off, plus he was hard to figure out as well. You couldn't tell what he was thinking or feeling since he not only wore a mask, but also seemed to mask his emotions too. It was a little irritating at times because she wasn't sure what was an act and what was real with the guy. But she did know one thing: he had earned his reputation. She once snuck a peek at his files that she was cleared to see, and she was surprised by what she saw. The list of moves and jutsus he knew was staggering, and then there was his mission success rate. It was better than her own success rate, and she hated not being on top in anything. Although as they talked about her seal, eventually they moved to other things as they spent some time together. She learned how he had actually stood up to Orochimaru while he had put that counter seal on Sasuke. That in her books either mean that Kakashi was very brave or really stupid. Maybe a bit of both, but then again she couldn't say any different about herself. She got to the room, and when she entered she found not only Kakashi leaning over a table, but she saw Jiraiya himself there as well. She had only seen him a few times and never really met the man, but she knew his reputation, or more like reputations if you counted his non-ninja exploits. Kakashi noticed her first and gave her that strange eye smile of his. "Hey there Anko, there is something we want you to see." "Also, this is the young thing you've been hiding away with." Jiraiya gave a perverted grin at Anko. "You have good tastes, Kakashi. How would you like to a model for a new character I've been working on for a new book?" Jiraiya asked. Anko gave him a sultry look as she swayed her hips to Jiraiya. She moved like a snake towards the man whose face was masked with surprise but quickly turned to his most perverted grin. Kakashi blinked in surprise as well as he couldn't take his eye off her movements. He didn't know that Anko could move like that. "Well, I would have to say," Anko said in a husky voice, and then pulled out a kunai to the man's throat. "That if you don't keep your little brain out of this, I'll cut it off and give it to Tsunade-sama as a trophy." Point taken, point taken. Jiraiya moved slightly away and glared at Kakashi, who was chuckling. "So, what's all this?" Anko asked, looking at the table. On it were many different pieces of paper with many different designs on them. It took her a moment to see that they were all different seal designs. "We think we may have found a new stronger seal to use," Kakashi told her, pulling one sheet forward. Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, using Kakashi's previous method as a template, I've put my own knowledge into it. Now it should work a bit better, although this won't completely seal it, and if you ever did try to use the curse mark, this seal would be totally useless." "Hey, I'll take what I can get." Anko grinned at the image on the paper. She tried making sense of it, but it was way beyond her. She knew seals, but nothing this advanced, although something odd was about it. "Hey, how does this thing work exactly?" "A person sits in the center of the seal," Kakashi told her, pointing it out on the paper. "It's pretty much the same, only the design is more complex." "So I just sit in the center or what?" she asked, and noticed Kakashi got a little nervous for some reason. Not exactly. You need to be naked as the seals are drawn onto your body. Jiraiya giggled. What? Anko turned to the old pervert and then Kakashi. You don't have to be naked, Kakashi quickly said. At least, not totally. I had to draw on the seal on Sasuke's upper body. Anko gave the masked man a hard look, not sure what to think about this. Sure, she was willing to put some kind of damn leash on this seal on her neck, but being topless as someone draws on her wasn't what she had in mind. Okay, so maybe that sounded fun in another context but not in this. Well, I would be more than happy to help out. Jiraiya grinned at her only to be met by a fist to the face. He fell onto his back holding his hands to his face. Not likely, Anko said coldly. Then she looked at Kakashi and sighed. If this what it was going to take, she would have to do it, but she was going to get compensated for it. Alright Kakashi, just name the time and place, but if you're going to see me topless then you'll have to do something for me to make it fair. Like what? Kakashi asked, wondering what she had in mind. Now where is the fun in that? Anko grinned at him and walked out the door, leaving both men to stare at the closed door. My boy, Jiraiya said, slowly getting up. I don't know if I envy you or not now. Although Jiraiya did know was that he seemed to have stumbled upon a new side story for his new book. If the things he caught Naruto and Tamari doing helped out, then this little thing with Kakashi and Anko would be a nice companion piece to it. He was already thinking of all the things he could do with them, maybe the mysterious masked man and the snake charmer woman as characters. He quickly pulled out his notes and started to write these ideas down. Uzumaki home. Tamari was not having a good day, actually make that a good week. First there was the shower incident, then that meeting with Danzo had put her on edge. Then there were Naruto's attempts to apologize, which ended up blowing up in her face. She was just thankful that she didn't get a rash from those flowers on top of everything else she got from them. She was currently thinking just forgiving him, since his making things up to her were turning out to be disasters. A part of her was actually afraid of what he would do next. She sighed as she went up to her room. So far it looked like Naruto wasn't home yet. That would give her time to unwind, and then she could think about just saying that things were fine between them and moving on. Besides, it had been a few days since the incident and she had cooled down since then. It was still embarrassing to just think about, but the rational part of her mind knew that sooner or later he would see her naked. That meeting with Danzo had started her thinking on things. She was expected to produce at least one child at some point, which meant that she and Naruto needed to get closer. At least things had been going well and he was a nice guy, at least he had never forced the issue of sex. She knew that a lesser man, if they had found her naked in that position, might not have pulled away. She crossed her arms across her chest at that thought. Being a ninja was a dangerous job, but a female ninja held other things to worry about. A captured kunoichi didn't just have torture to worry about, for starters. At least with Naruto she knew that he would never force her into anything. She sat on her bed thinking about things. The wedding was coming up soon, and although she was comfortable around him, what did she feel for him? She started to list the things about him, both the good and the bad, and in the end the good points seemed to have won out. Logically she knew that he was a good match, and most likely would be a good husband and father one day. He liked kids, provided she made sure he didn't teach them anything perverted, and he was loyal and very honorable. But although her mind was made up, what did her heart say? It was then that she noticed a box on her dresser and she groaned. She really was worried what was inside of it. Might as well get it over with, Tamari thought as she went up to open the box. It was a bit heavier than she thought for something that size. When she opened it up and was actually surprised by what she found. She pulled out a twin pair of fans. They were a good length, black with a yellow floral pattern on them. Tamari was interested and opened one of the fans up. It was then she found out why they were so heavier than normal, as the fan was all metal. The edges looked razor sharp and the metal very durable. The metal glistened and she examined it closely. It was a very good quality. She noticed something else in the box, a small note that only read the word, "sorry," on it. She couldn't help but smirk. That was just like Naruto to write something so simple. She also noticed that there was something odd about the metal. It wasn't a normal metal. Having a similar fan for years, she knew metal that was made to conduct chakra by feel at this point. She took the two fans and quickly went down to the small training area in the backyard. Tamari flicked her wrists and opened up the fans, testing the weight. They were excellently balanced, but it would take time to get used to them. She went into a few fluid movements with her fans and body. There were a few things she could do with these that she couldn't pull off with her larger fan. Her mind was already going through all the different types of things she could train in with these fans. She was a long-distance fighter, but her biggest weakness had been someone getting in closer to her. Now with these she had that covered. Tamari never really got giddy, but she was as close as she could come with these. They were perfect for her. Now it was time to test the chakra, and with one fan she infused her wind chakra into it. She concentrated, feeling how the weapon took and molded it. It would take time to get used to that, but it felt right. Then when it felt right, she slashed out with her fan and released the chakra. A wave of condensed wind flew out to the target and left a scratch against the surface. Normally that kind of attack would cut it in half, but with time and training she could definitely use these. Okay. Apology accepted, Tamari said, placing the fans in her belt as she turned around to see Naruto there. Why, you knew I was here? Naruto asked, a little nervous. At least for a few minutes, she smirked as she walked over to him. Were these your idea? Yeah, I was thinking what you would like, and when I saw them I figured you might. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Plus you told me that your fan wasn't good for close combat and these looked perfect for you. Tamari smiled honestly as she looked at him, thinking back on her earlier thoughts. Okay, he wasn't drop-dead handsome, but he was cute and the whiskers looked nice on him. Naruto, can we go inside to talk about something? She asked him. He blinked in sudden confusion but nodded. They ended up on the couch sitting next to each other, and she noticed how he seemed a little nervous. In fact, during the dates they had, he had been nervous around her when they were close at times. She should have known. He had been alone most of his life, so he wasn't used to close contact. Thinking about that made her feel sad about that. He didn't deserve that kind of loneliness. Naruto, as you know, there are a few expectations for our marriage. You mean that we're basically closing the deal on the new piece? Naruto asked her. Well, there is that, Tamari said as a small blush started to form to where she was going. But in these kinds of marriages, to prove our commitment, a few things have to happen. One of them is that I have to have at least one child. Naruto swallowed nervously at that. I remember you saying something about kids a couple of times. Tamari nodded. Yeah, that's because I knew we would have at least one, and remember, no perverted jutsus. She gave him a small glare for measure and he quickly nodded his head so fast, it looked like it would fall off. Satisfied, she decided to go on with her explanation. She told him about her run-in with Danzo. Naruto had no idea who that was, as he had never seen anyone like that before. He was confused to hear that this guy had wanted to take him in and train him at an early age. At first he would have liked that idea, but then Tamari told him the other side of things, how the man reminded her of her father and the subtle threats he had given her. She could see the anger there, and she was a bit pleased that he would want to protect her. Bastard isn't getting any kids from us, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. He made a mental note to ask Tsunade about him the next time he saw her. So, we have to have a kid. Not yet, Tamari told him. I don't plan on getting pregnant, at least until after I'm a chunin, and besides I think we're both a bit young. But there is a timetable for this, and eventually they'll push us into it. Naruto looked down at that. He didn't like the idea of Tamari being forced to be with him, and the fact that she would be forced to have a kid with him made him feel even worse. He always had hoped he would find love and a normal marriage and family. I don't want you to do anything you don't want to, Naruto said a bit sadly. Tamari looked at him and her expression softened as she gently took his hand. Naruto was surprised as he looked up at the other blonde. I know, you're a nice guy, and well, lately I've been thinking about us. I know that I could have done a lot worse than you, in fact you're a good catch. Really? Tamari nodded and Naruto blushed a bit at this. He looked down a bit and maybe for the first time he had some hope for a real marriage. Well, I wasn't sure at first, but I'm kind of glad you're going to be my wife too. Now it was Tamari's turn to start blushing as well. Thanks, Tamari told him. Although since we're going to be married, I've been thinking that we should try and get closer. I don't want us to be this awkward all the time, and then there is another thing that we are required to do. Oh, what? Naruto gave her that look when he closed his eyes, making him look more fox-like. Well, we will have to, you know. The wedding night. She told him, blushing a lot more now. What happens on a wedding night? Naruto asked her, and Tamari nearly fell over from that. You mean you don't know? Tamari asked, and he shook his head. Tamari sighed at this. She should have known that without parents he would be missing a few things, but this was not what she expected. Naruto. On the wedding night the couple consummate the marriage. Consummate what? Naruto asked. We have sex, Tamari said, looking away to hide her huge blush, and Naruto had an equal one on his face at that. Naruto was starting to sweat at the thought of that night, but then again his mind went back to her naked form. The thought of him on top of her equally naked in bed made him feel all funny inside. He also noticed he was starting to get an erection and quickly tried to think of something else. He didn't want her to see that and think him some kind of pervert. So that's why you want us to try and be closer? Naruto asked nervously. Tamari cleared her throat and nodded. Yes, I don't want us to be too embarrassed to do anything on that night. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. Naruto was glad the wedding was still 2 months away. Things were moving fast enough as they were. The last thing he needed to do was screw up a night like that. It was supposed to be important, but he had no idea what to do for that night. He started to wonder who he could ask for advice. He was too embarrassed to go to someone like Tsunade, plus she might punch him for being a pervert. There was no way he could ask one of the other girls for the same reason. Maybe he could ask Iruka. He might know, plus he wasn't a pervert like Jiraiya. I'm not saying we should just jump into things, but I think we should at least start off with something simple. She felt a little nervous with what she had thought of to try. Simple. Like this, Tamari said as she moved slowly towards him. She didn't want to scare him off knowing how he was, so she planned to do this slowly. She felt herself being nervous and her heart was speeding up as her face slowly moved closer to Naruto's. She kept telling herself that this was nothing special, but for some reason she was still feeling nervous. After all, she had never done this before. Naruto felt himself blush as her face slowly got closer. He swallowed nervously as he looked to her lips. He licked his own as he slowly moved a bit forward. Both of them had never kissed before, at least not on the lips. Naruto didn't count Sasuke, but then their lips met. Naruto was surprised how soft her lips were and he closed his eyes. Tamari did the same as they gently felt out the kiss. She wasn't sure what to do, but then instinct started to kick in and both started to kiss. Tamari meant it just a slight one, but strangely found herself drawn into it, the kiss. She could taste ramen and something else in Naruto's kiss, and she should have known he would taste like it. Naruto found that her lips tasted of strawberries and he didn't know that kissing a girl felt his good. Both of them lost track of time, but a few seconds later they both pulled back, blushing. That was good, Naruto stammered out. Tamari nodded her head, feeling her heart racing at the moment. Both of them had started on this path to marriage as stranger, but over the short time together they had become friends and now had started to move into something more. Neither of them were sure of where things would lead, but for the first time, both of them were thinking that this marriage could be something that neither of them would regret. Chapter 15. Wedding Plans. Sound base. Orochimaru was resting. He had been forced to change into a new body since Sasuke wasn't able to leave the village until that wedding for his teammate was done with. The new body would have to do. Although it was strong, it wasn't as strong as he had hoped. He was also starting on the enhancements to this new body as well, altering it to fit his needs. The bandages were to cover the surgeries that the body had been put through. They were standard by now, and every time he thought of new ways to improve the procedures. But there was another problem. He would need Sasuke at some point, and from the reports of the Sound 4 he seemed to be training with the curse mark. He had plenty of time to think now. While his new body recovered, it would be a few years before he needed to change hosts. Without the constant pain in his body, he finally could start thinking more clearly. In a few years Sasuke would be older and stronger. He had only gotten after him because he had gotten too excited. After all, with only 2 true Sharingan users left in the world, and his failure with Itachi, there had only been one person left. After he tested the boy out and seen his potential, he had marked him. He literally just couldn't wait. That had been a mistake, but the Sharingan had been so close after all these years. But he needed to be patient and smart now. Now he needed to be crafty and manipulative. He thought about the boy. It was obvious that he wanted power to kill his older brother. That was something he could use, but the boy would need to be pushed a bit more into his direction. There was also another problem, and that was the Sound 4. They couldn't wait forever in Konoha. Orochimaru knew all the secret ways in and out of the village and knew all about how Konoha trained their Anbu units. But they couldn't hide forever. Sooner or later they would be caught, and he couldn't have them caught. He would have to recall them for now, but he would have his people on the watch for Sasuke. Besides, he had a few plans on how to make sure that Sasuke joined him, but he needed more information first. Maybe when the boy started to leave the village on missions again, he could get him then. But at any rate he would watch and wait. Tamari. It had been a few days since she had that talk with Naruto about their relationship, and they were making progress on it. They could hold hands and kiss every now and then. They were slowly getting used to being physical with each other. It was a little odd with him being shorter than her, and of course both weren't too sure what to even do in a relationship, but they were slowly making progress. Plus, despite everything, she found herself actually enjoying it. He was a quick learner and he could give really good kisses apparently. Sometimes she would catch herself just looking at him, watching him with his antics with Sasuke or someone. How hard he trained and the fierce determination he showed, he could be very passionate at those times. Although she did wish he would put a bit of that passion into their relationship. That was another thing. She had stopped thinking of this as the arrangement into a relationship. Why not? After all, they went on dates, lived and worked together. She saw him all the time and she liked being with him. She felt at ease with him around, and yet also she felt other things. Frustration when he was stubborn, she sighed when he was being stupid, smiled when he was acting all goofy, although she tried to hide it at times, and many other things. But she too it all, the bad with the good, and it just felt right with her. Although at the moment she wouldn't mind being with him at the moment, but she couldn't. This was mainly due to the fact that Sakura had asked her to hang out with her friends today. Tamari knew she could have just said no, but in all honesty she was feeling a little isolated. Sure, she felt the same back home, but Konoha was still not totally her home yet. Plus, Sakura wasn't all bad. She had potential, she just needed to get her fixation off the Uchiha and train seriously, and the girl could go far. The current extra training she did with the pink-haired girl was evidence of that, plus the girl was nice enough to her and it was hard to get people being nice to her. She didn't have many female friends if any back home because of her standing in Gaara. So she agreed to it. Plus Naruto had been telling her she needed to make friends with all of his friends anyway, so this would get him off her back about it. He could be very annoying at times when he really wanted something to happen. So that was how she ended up sitting at a table with nothing but the other girls that Naruto knew. Tamari already knew Sakura, and she knew Tenten, although not in the really friendly manner. After all, getting your ass handed to you in the Chunin exams wasn't the best way to leave an impression. But the girl seemed to be over it, so that was good. There was also the Ino girl that Sakura talked about. Tamari wasn't sure, but the other blonde girl seemed just as bad as Sakura when it came to a certain Uchiha. Then finally there was the quiet mouse of a girl, Hinata Hyuga. She remembered her as well in the exams, fighting that older boy that she later learned was her own cousin. It was odd. Back then he had nearly killed the girl, but now it would seem that was just water under the bridge. From what Naruto had said once, after he beat Neji he must have pounded some sense into the boy. He acted a lot nicer than he had before, although Tamari had met him only a few times. If that was nicer, she wondered how bad had he been before. Apparently Naruto had another gift, to literally pound the sense into people. It worked with Neji and her brother at least. But at any rate she was starting to feel a bit more comfortable with the girls as they talked. They were at a nice little tea shop drinking at a table outside in the nice sunny weather. I can't believe that Naruto of all people is getting married, Ino sighed as they were in the middle of drinking their teas. I mean, I never thought he would be the first to get married. Oh, Tamari said, not sure how to take that remark. Ino realized the tone of voice the older girl was using. I didn't mean anything by it, it's just that he was never that popular with girls, plus his crush with Sakura as well. That earned her a slight kick under the table from said pink-haired ninja. What? You know it's true, Ino said to Sakura. Well, I'm not going to be left out. As soon as Sasuke-kun is all mine, then I'll marry him as soon as I can. Fat chance of that happening. Sakura glared at her friend, rival who mirrored her back. Tamari rolled her eyes and looked as the other two girls. Honestly, what the hell does everyone see in that Uchiha boy anyway? No idea, Tenten said with a shrug. She never really thought much of the Sasuke. Yes, he was a strong genin, but he just wasn't her type. It was like he looked down on everyone just because of what clan he came from. Plus, the boy always seemed have too much ego. Then again, she had only met him a few times. Sure, he was a pretty face, but she just didn't like his personality. Hinata just shrugged herself. She always felt intimidated by the last Uchiha clan member, to be honest. Well, he's handsome, Ino said, counting off with her fingers. He's from an established clan. He's got such a dark past with what happened. He's rich, powerful, he's cool, he's the strongest genin in the village too. I can debate that, Tamari told her. What? You think you're better? Ino challenged. Not sure, but I know there is someone stronger, and that's Naruto, Tamari said plainly. The entire table looked at her, shocked with surprise at this. Then Ino burst out laughing. Naruto had been the dead last at the academy. The thought of him being stronger than Sasuke, who was a prodigy and top genin of their class, was just too funny. Tamari, however, didn't like the way the girl laughed at Naruto like that. Naruto. Ino finally managed to get out. Okay, I'll admit that he's gotten stronger. After all, I saw that mock with Neji and he really pulled out an upset win with that one. But come on, there's no way he's stronger than Sasuke-kun. Please, Tamari said. I watched that fight he had with my brother after all hell broke loose. Everyone knows that it was Naruto that beat him. Hell, it's public record, I bet by now, as it's well known in my village. I saw your precious Uchiha fight my little brother and couldn't even scratch him. But Naruto, well, he never gave up. Tamari relaxed a bit as she started to think back to that day. I've been in many battles and I've seen the kinds of terrible things my little brother can do. But that is a day I'll never forget. The things I saw in that fight I know I'll never see again. The kind of fight they had was something that you only hear in stories or legends. I remember my heart racing just watching them slug it out, and I'll admit. Back then I never thought much of him, but when I saw him fighting with everything he had, I saw that there was a lot more than meets the eye with him. Trust me, if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't say those things about Naruto. Tamari said, giving the girl a steeled look. Ino blinked a few times, not sure what to think about that. Tamari looked very serious, but in her mind she just couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Naruto of all people was supposed to be stronger than Sasuke. And Naruto-kun has always been brave and strong, Hinata finally spoke up. She was glad that someone else saw what she saw in Naruto. Although she was still envious of Tamari to be marrying Naruto. It still hurt how she now never had a chance with the boy that had captured her heart, but it was more manageable now. I haven't known him that long, but even I thought he didn't stand a chance against Neji, Tenten said, adding in her 2 cents. I mean, I've seen Neji in action and he had to go all out on Naruto, even resorting to rotation, which he was saving up for later. Then when I thought he had lost, he comes out of nowhere and Neji is down for the count. Yeah, Tamari chuckled at that. Never saw that coming, but it seems that's his specialty. You can never know what he's going to do next. She fingered one of her new smaller fans that were tucked at her waist. She smiled a bit as her finger glided over the gift. I don't know who is actually stronger, Sakura said softly. I wasn't awake during that fight a euro, but Naruto has gotten a lot stronger, even more than I thought. It was something that Sakura had come to admit in recent weeks. Naruto had far surpassed her and was showing no signs of slowing down either. She felt like she was being left behind and had to work so hard to just keep them in sight. Sakura. Ino asked, shocked that her friend would admit to something like that. What makes you say something like that? You always hated him and said he was weak. Sakura actually flinched at that. She had started to feel bad about the way she had treated Naruto in the past. He was a good friend and she felt horrible about all the times she had been mean to him. I was wrong, she said, looking down at her teacup. And I never really hated him. He was just annoying at the time and I never let myself get the chance to get to know him. But after the Chunin exams a euro, I guess I started to grow up and I don't think of him like that anymore. He's a really good friend who will always be there for you no matter what, and he is strong. Tamari smiled at that. She wasn't sure how to feel about the girl hearing how she used to be. But people can change for the better. Her brother was proof of that. It seems that Naruto changes everyone for the better. Tamari thought to herself. He changed Neji apparently, he changed Gaara, and he changed Sakura. Maybe he's even doing the same to Mayuro. Well, how much stronger could he be? Tenten asked, getting a bit more curious now. Well, let's see. Tamari leaned back thinking about it. He's already learned a powerful jutsu from Jiraiya the Toad Sage. The Rasengan, which was created by your fourth Hokage himself, and only like 3 people even know it in the world. He's also working on his wind nature manipulation, and he's starting to make some progress. This progress, of course, was Naruto using clones to try and cut rocks up with his chakra. She had caught him using 10 clones with the rocks, and when she asked what he was doing, she was surprised by the answer. She had never heard of anyone training with shadow clones before. Although she didn't know the jutsu herself, there had to be a reason she had never heard of people training this way before. Ino, Tenten and Hinata sat there, surprise written on their faces. They hadn't known anything like that, but Hinata soon smiled, knowing that Naruto had hidden strength and now it was showing through. She only hoped to one day match that. I've seen some of that too, Sakura said to the others just in case. Although I wish he had a different summons. He can summon too. Tenten hadn't known that. Frogs, Sakura groaned, remembering how Naruto had called up a strange little red one in a blue vest. Actually, they're toads, Tamari corrected. She had said the same thing, and apparently the toad had took offense to it. At any rate, he's a lot stronger than you think. Well, sounds like it. Tenten had to admit that was an impressive list and a bit diverse. She was a weapons specialist, but she was starting to think maybe a little practice in another area wouldn't hurt as a backup. At any rate, what's he like? I mean, how are things going between you two? Tamari blushed a bit and tried to keep a smile off her face, but a bit showed through. He's actually a really sweet guy. I could have done a hell of a lot worse than him. Sure, he needs a little work, but no man is perfect. Hopefully you can get him out of that orange suit, Ino sighed. God, how has he not been killed in that ugly thing? I have no idea. Tamari rolled her eyes. Trust me, I've been trying, but he can be very stubborn at times. Hopefully I can slowly get him off so much orange, but I get the feeling he'll fight me on this one. Never did understand his fixation on that color, Sakura sighed. Hopefully you can. Or at least get him something better. Maybe mix it in with a darker color at least. Well, how about the good stuff? Ino asked. Come on, girl. We need details. Have you two kissed yet, and is he a good kisser or a bad one? Tamari flushed at that, seeing all pairs of eyes now glued to her. She could tell them it was none of their business, but for some reason she felt that maybe they should know exactly what Naruto was like. After all, they should know just what they missed out on. Alright, fine. He's a really good kisser and he's only getting better. Plus he gives the best foot and shoulder rubs. He rubs your shoulders and feet. Hinata blushed at the thought of such intimate contact with Naruto. She would have fainted if he tried to do something like that. At the same time too, Tamari grinned at the memory. In fact, she kind of looked forward to those moments. She could just really relax at those times with Naruto. I'll admit he really uses shadow clones in inventive ways. The other girls were surprised by this, and maybe a slight bit jealous of the happy look on Tamari's face. After all, she was the only one of them that actually had someone like that in her life. So then, how is the wedding plans going? Ino asked, trying to move the subject along. She hated long silences and needed something to break the moment. It's going, although a few details need working out, Tamari said. Need to get a few things, like flowers for the damn thing. Well, my family owns a flower store, we could help with that, Ino said, glad to help out. After all, this wedding had been the talk of the town for a while now. Well, that's one thing out of the way. Tamari mentally ticked that one off. Then she remembered something else she needed. Sakura, I need a maid of honor, would you like it? Me. Well, I don't have many female friends, she told her, but in truth she really didn't have any female friends. Sakura was the closest she had to a good enough friend for this. Plus she wasn't sure who else to ask for this. I would love to. Sakura's eyes nearly had stars in them at this. She would love to be a part of this. Already her mind was thinking of what dress to get and how to get her hair for the day. Ah, no fair, Ino said. Sorry, Ino pig, but she picked me. Sakura grinned at her friend. So you need any other things to help out? Tenten asked the older girl. I mean, we might as well help you out with planning this thing if you need it. We can't do everything, but we can at least do this since Naruto is our friend. Tamari smiled, happy to have the help. Although the place was already picked out to be on top of the Hokage Tower, she and all of that was being planned out. She still needed to think on a few things, like guests. So far the only people she was inviting was her family and her old sensei. Of course the Sunna council would be there, as would all the important people in Konoha. But so far the ceremony wouldn't be totally traditional. Which was a good point, and there would be a few changes. Such as her making an oath of always obeying the husband. Like in some ceremonies, she liked Naruto, but in no way could she give up her pride for something like that. It would be a true partnership for their marriage and not one of submissive servitude. She snapped back as someone asked her a question on if she knew a place to get a good kimono. Underground area, Konoha. Anko had been told that the new ceiling preparations were complete and she couldn't wait. Although she was moving in the more secure areas, the older underground areas where she has stayed when they had found her and they had interrogated her. She was glad they didn't go through the physical torture part for missing nins, but still they had used all the tricks to break her down. She did break, of course, but she couldn't tell them what she didn't know. After a couple of weeks she was reinstated but given 2 weeks recovery leave. That had been a rough time for her, but she didn't blame them. Hell, a part of her had hoped they could have unlocked her mind with what she went through. All in all, she had gotten stronger from it, and now she was heading back into this place. The cold stone echoed with her footsteps and she found the room that Kakashi had told her to find. She opened up and looked inside. The place was dark with candles as the only light source, but she was interested in the designs that were all over the place. There was a complex one on the floor and many others that led from it going all over the place. Damn, Anko muttered at the level of detail that had to go into this. This had to take forever. Actually more like 5 hours, Kakashi said, stepping out from behind a pillar with some ink. He looked a little tired to her, and if he had been at this for 5 hours it was no wonder. So you think this will work? Anko asked, looking around. Well, it's a lot more advanced and complicated than the one I used on Sasuke, that's for sure, Kakashi said, looking around himself. But we won't know until we try. Anko sighed. Alright, let's get this over with. She removed her coat and laid it out off to the side. She was about to start with her mesh shirt but looked at Kakashi. Aren't you forgetting something? If I have to do this topless, then so are you. Kakashi rolled his visible eye and took off his jacket and then his long-sleeve shirt. He placed them off to the side only to see Anko watching her with a smirk on her face. Happy? Not yet. You forgot the mask. I'm not letting you see me nearly naked unless I get to see that face of yours. Kakashi paused for a moment and pulled off his mask. Honestly, what was it with people trying to see his face? Anko had been watching Kakashi take his shirt off and she had to admit he had a really nice body under all that clothing. You couldn't tell because it wasn't skin tight, but his body was slim but athletic, kind of like a swimmer's body. All lean and powerful like a cat. She noticed the Anbu tattoo on his shoulder, and the little scars from the trade as well. Then he removed his mask and her brain shut down for a moment. She was amazed by what she saw. He was without a doubt one of the most handsome men she had ever seen. His face was perfect, strong jawline, the perfect mouth and features. Even the scar on her face that she could see seemed to fit with his face. She couldn't understand why he chose to hide a face like that from the world. Then again, if all the women in the village could see that face, he wouldn't get a moment's peace. She wasn't even aware of her cheeks burning slightly from her staring at him. Anko? Kakashi asked, snapping her out of it. She felt embarrassed that he had caught her gawking like some stupid teenager. She turned around to hide her face and to compose herself. She berated herself for acting like that and for being caught. She was a professional and here she was acting like this. Kakashi watched her reaction with interest. He never did see why women acted like that when they saw his face. One of the reasons he kept his mask up all the time. He watched her remove her mesh shirt, leaving her in a bra. He couldn't help but look at her back. He noticed a couple of little scars, but otherwise her skin was flawless. Then she slowly took off her bra and Kakashi suddenly felt his heart rate increase a bit. He suddenly started to become painfully aware of just how long it had been since he had been with a woman. He had a few flings but nothing major. He didn't try to form bonds for the longest time. After his teammates and best friends died and then his sensei, he had lost everyone and retreated into himself. It was a long time before he had opened up again, but still he kept any sexual relationships to a minimum. Usually when he was out of the village after a mission was completed, so there would be no attachments, but that had been a very long time ago. Being with his genin team didn't really leave lots of free time like it used to. Then Anko turned around and he couldn't help but look. Her stomach was flat and slim, her breasts were very nice as well. Not overly large like Tsunade, but they were a handful. They looked a bit firm and supple, but he couldn't tell unless he could feel them. He quickly recovered and led Anko to the center of the circle where he started to apply the last of the special ink. Anko shivered a bit. It was cold down here and the ink was cold as well. She tried to focus on something else, but it was boring and she hated being bored. So, seen any interesting movies lately? It sounded even more lame coming out of her mouth than in her head. Kakashi chuckled knowing what she was doing. He didn't mind the conversation. Not lately. Been very busy with my new team, plus the Ika Ika movie is still being made. They haven't picked a main star yet either. You really do like those books, huh? Of course. They're full of action, drama, suspense. Porn. She supplied. Well, there are certain adult scenes, yes. Any 3 ways? Kakashi blinked. A couple, why? Then it's porn and not adult scenes, as you put it. Besides, how many times does that actually happen in real life? She asked him, smirking. I'll admit that it's unlikely, but then again it is fiction, Kakashi told her as he started on the symbols going down her spine. You know, we've worked together a few times, but we haven't really ever talked before this, have we? Anko thought about it. Before he came to her about the new seal idea of his, they hardly ever interacted. No, not really. Why is that? Kakashi shrugged even though she couldn't see it. Not sure myself. I think this is the most we've spoken outside of a mission. You know, I don't even know what you like other than dango and scaring little genins. She looked over her shoulder and grinned at him. Was a certain little blonde genin talking about me? Kakashi chuckled. Oh yes, he ranted about a crazy proctor lady once. You certainly left an impression on him. Anko laughed at that. Well, then maybe I should crash his wedding and surprise him. Although I doubt that would go over well with everyone there. I could invite you if you want. Really? She was surprised at that. Of course, I am his sensei and I could ask to bring a few friends, he told her, smiling, and she could see how he smiled without the mask for once. He did close his eye, but the smile he had was a very nice one. She quickly turned her face forward before she blushed again. So, we're friends now? She asked. Kakashi paused. We are if you'd like. Besides, I don't have any female friends that would let me draw on them naked. Anko wanted to smack his arm for that one, but she knew she couldn't move. Oh, I'll get you for that one, Hataki, but her voice held no malice in it. And for the record, I don't just let any friend do this. Then I'm honored. You better be. Anko smiled. He chuckled as he continued on drawing on her. They continued to talk and they were surprised how easy it was to talk to one another. Kakashi was surprised when he found out that her hobby was tea ceremonies. He never thought of her to be into something like that, but she apparently knew a lot about it. She learned that he had a few hobbies other than his books, and laughed when she heard that one of them was getting under Guy's skin. They both tried to continue on when Kakashi moved to her front, but it wasn't that easy. Anko had to admit that it was all kind of erotic and was glad that the cold was why her nipples were hard. The last thing she needed was for Kakashi to think she was turned on by all of this. Although she couldn't help but stare at his body and face now and then. He was a very good specimen of the male species, and it had been a long time since she got herself laid. You can only go so long without sex, and only a certain amount of things you could do to take your mind off it. It certainly didn't help to have a hot man doing what he was doing on her skin. She just tried to focus her mind off things. Little did she know that Kakashi was having the same problem as her. Drawing the symbols on her front was very distracting, especially when he got to her breasts. He just hoped that he could get through this. He already was trying to think of other things so he wouldn't get an erection. Guy in a swimsuit usually worked to ruin the mood, but it was torture at any rate. By the time he was done, both of them were glad for it. Okay, here comes the hard part. Kakashi said, getting behind her. It's going to hurt, isn't it? Anko said, as more of a statement than a question, as she steeled herself. Well, Sasuke did pass out, he warned her. Please, like I'm some rookie genin. Anko felt a bit insulted by the comparison. True, but this is a more complex one, so I have no idea what the effect will be on both of us, he told her, going through the hand seals. There was no more talking as Anko got ready for it. Then she felt his hand on her curse mark, and suddenly it was like every nerve in her body was on fire. She gritted her teeth, not wanting to cry out from the pain, but it was almost as bad as when she first got the mark. She didn't feel her nails digging into the palms of her hands or notice anything else. All there was the burning pain. She heard a scream, not knowing it was her own voice, and then the world went black. Naruto. It was mid-afternoon and Naruto was making his way to the academy again to see Iruka. He had been thinking about a few things lately and he was hoping he could catch Iruka before he left for the day. He wasn't sure how long the talk would be, so he figured after classes would work. Besides, he knew that Iruka stayed behind a bit to do some work after classes, so it was a good chance he was there. By the time he got inside the school, it was all quiet, everyone seemed to be gone for the day. He looked inside his old classroom and smiled, seeing Iruka there at his desk grading some papers by the looks of it. Hey Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, walking into the room. Naruto, how are things? Iruka asked, glad to see his favorite student. He could use the break anyway, plus he didn't get much time to see Naruto anymore. Things are going great, Naruto said, sitting across from him in an empty chair. But there are a few things that I've been wanting to ask you. Oh, you know you can come to me about anything, Iruka said to the boy. Naruto smiled a bit as he heard that. It was one of the few constancies in life that he could always turn to Iruka. Well, I was told I need a best man and I was hoping you would do it for me. He asked him, a little embarrassed to bring this up. Iruka blinked and then smiled at the boy. Naruto, it would be my honor. I'm surprised you didn't ask anyone else though. Sasuke said. No, Naruto muttered. He had asked him earlier in the week, but the boy was being a pain lately. Plus, if you couldn't do it, I was going to ask Fuzzy Brows next. Bushy brows? Iruka asked, confused. Lee. Naruto clarified. Next to Sasuke, it was Lee he felt he could relate to the most. Sure, the guy was a little weird, but he liked him. He worked hard in life and Naruto could respect that. Well then, I'm glad you asked me. Iruka told him. So what's the second part? Can you help me with understanding something? I mean, I could use some advice, Naruto said, blushing at this point. After he learned what consummate meant, he knew he would need to learn a bit more about sex. After all, he knew the basics, but honestly, what were you supposed to do with a girl beyond that? Was there anything important he should do or not do? There were so many things he didn't know about it. Well, what's the subject? Iruka knew that Naruto had problems with paying attention in class. It had been a struggle to keep him seated and paying attention all those years. But the boy had turned out really well since he left, but if there was anything he could do to help, then he would. After all, that's why he became a teacher to begin with. What can you tell me about sex? Naruto finally asked. Iruka paled, as that was a question he never thought he would have to get into. Of all the things he had to ask, why did he have to ask him that? Iruka felt that this was going to be a very long and awkward talk. Chapter 16. Intimacies. Iruka had been trying to tell Naruto about sex, but it was just hard. This was why he had someone else teach the kids about sex, he just couldn't do it. It was embarrassing for him to try and explain things to Naruto, who had no real idea to begin with. He had tried to explain the differences in men and women, although Naruto already knew the basics of that, thankfully. He didn't want to know how Naruto knew. He had seen that sexy jutsu enough to know that Naruto knew enough on the outside of a woman. Now Naruto, Iruka asked as he tried to explain a bit more. During sex, it's important to get the woman, warmed up. You mean they're cold? Naruto asked, which didn't make sense, as when he touched Tamari she was very warm. But then maybe that was because she had just had a hot shower. No, not like that, the teacher sighed. I mean, they need to be ready first before you put into her. I need to get her ready. Naruto just wasn't sure what Iruka was getting at. You need to touch her breasts and stuff. Women had certain places where they feel pleasure and if you do it enough they get. Wet. Wet. Naruto blinked. You mean like they sweat? No. Well yes, that can happen to when both of you get worked up. I mean they get wet down there. He pointed downwards. When he saw Naruto blinked in confusion, Iruka just sighed. Why did Naruto have to come to him about this? He was just too nervous for this, but he would try his best. An hour later Naruto came walking out of the academy even more confused going in. Iruka always seemed to know a lot about everything, but apparently with women he didn't know as much as Naruto had hoped. So now he was totally lost on the subject. He was trying to think of who else to go to, but honestly the only real option seemed to be Tsunade, but that just seemed weird. She was like a grandmother, sister to him, or at least the closet he had to it. But it would seem that fate, not that he believed in it, had something else in store for him. As luck would have it, Jiraiya had been in the area. He had just finished up some research at the hot springs and was already making notes on the next installment of his book when he saw his favorite genin in the world. Well, wonder where Naruto is going, Jiraiya thought to himself, and then noticed something else. Huh, kid looks a little down about something. Wonder if he pissed off his girl again. Well, might as well see what is going on. Jiraiya managed to catch up with the boy easily enough. Hey Naruto. Oh hey Ero Sennin. Naruto said to the older man. I wish you'd stop it with that already, the older man grumbled. Anyways, what's going on? You look a little down. Everything going well with Tamari? Yeah, the boy told him. I just went to ask Iruka-sensei about something, but he didn't seem to know much about it. Oh, well then maybe I can help. I know he's a good teacher, but honestly I've been around a lot longer and picked up on a lot of things. Oh no way, Naruto said suddenly. I don't need your perverted advice. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Jiraiya was a bit lost on that. Why would the kid think he would give perverted advice? What kind of advice were you looking for anyway? I told you already I don't want any perverted advice. Naruto crossed his arms. The old man thought about it for a moment and then it clicked as he got on a wicked grin. Oh, is this advice on women? Naruto blushed as he didn't answer. Kid, do you have any idea how that makes no sense to come to me for advice on women? Jiraiya told him. Besides, I know more about women than most any man. There are hundreds of things I could tell you that you need to know. Besides, in this case the perverted answers are the best ones. Naruto thought about it for a moment. It was really more on instinct that he avoided Jiraiya's advice on this subject. If I give this a shot, will you keep it from being too perverted? Sure kid, I'll do my best. So what's the first thing you want to know? The Toad Sage asked his apprentice. Well, Iruka said something about getting a woman ready and that they get wet. What does that mean? Naruto asked, wondering if the old man would really answer him or not. Oh, that's easy. The old man grinned. See, before you put your penis into her you need to make sure she's lubricated, or else it will hurt her. Now they get wet, as it's called, by making them feel pleasure. You can do this through kissing, stroking, caressing and a few other things we'll get into later. The main point is to try and find her erogenous zones. Her, what? Naruto asked, confused about the word. Sensitive areas, he explained. Places like breasts, nipples, her vagina are the good areas. Some women like to be touched or kissed on the neck too, and don't forget her clit. What's a clit? Naruto never heard of some of this before. Apparently the man really did know more about a woman than Iruka. Jiraiya stared at the boy almost in shock. The boy had never heard of the clit. He sighed as he suddenly realized that Naruto had a huge hole in his knowledge about women. Well, as his apprentice it was up to him to train Naruto in the ways of pleasuring a woman. After all, he had many years of practice and experience to give the boy, and he would need it for his wedding night. He held back a perverted giggle. If all went well, that girl wouldn't know what hit her that night. He wondered if he could listen in or find a nice open window. After all, they were the stars of his new book. Well, looks like we'll have a lot to talk about, Naruto. Now here's the thing you should know first. Elsewhere. When Anko woke up, she was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. She blinked a few times, and although her body ached, it wasn't too bad. She looked around to see that she was no longer in the underground facility but in what looked like an apartment bedroom. It was pretty neat and orderly and didn't seem to have much in the way of personal items. It kind of reminded her, Of her own room actually. But the place was different, so it wasn't her place. She looked to see that she was dressed again and laying in a bed. So she pulled back the covers and swung her feet to the side. Her boats and shin guards were gone. Anko looked around and saw them and her coat neatly placed on a chair. She was starting to wonder where she was when she noticed a couple of pictures. She moved to the bookcase and looked at them. There was one with a boy in goggles, a girl with marks on her cheeks, apparently the fourth Hokage, which was a surprise as there weren't many pictures of him, and a masked kid with familiar silver hair. The next picture was of Team 7 before Tamari joined up, and she was now certain she was in Kakashi's place. She heard a sound from the other room and went to take a look. It was a modest apartment much like her own, and there in the kitchen, dining room area was Kakashi making tea. He was without his jacket, but the mask was back on. She was surprised how disappointed that made her, but quickly coughed to get his attention. "Oh good, you're awake." Kakashi smiled at her. "Yep. So why am I here anyway?" Anko asked him more out of curiosity. "You passed out," Kakashi said simply, and Anko winced at that. She really wished she hadn't passed out. It just made her look weak, and she hated to look weak. "I got Tsunade to check on you after the sealing, and she said that you just needed rest. So I put you into bed since I doubt the cold stone floor would have been good." Anko thought about that for a moment and she realized something. "She didn't ask why I was nearly naked and passed out." Anko asked. "Oh that," Kakashi said, and she actually thought he was blushing. She thought it was kind of cute. And how knew that the man that read Jiraiya's books in public could get embarrassed? "Well, I had to dress you after I recovered. I didn't want you to look vulnerable." Anko thought about it for a moment and decided to forgive anything he had to have touched on her body to get her dressed. He took the time to make sure she was presentable, even unconscious to the Hokage of all people, so she was grateful for that. "Wait, what do you mean recovered?" "Apparently it took a bit out of me as well," Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head. "I had to put in a large amount of chakra for that thing. I couldn't really move for the first minute after it." "Oh, well thanks," Anko said to him. She hadn't thought about if it would affect him as well, but apparently the new ceiling took a lot of chakra from him. "So why did you take me to your place?" Anko asked him. He scratched the back of his head. "Well, I didn't think you needed to go to the hospital, and also to avoid filling out the paperwork for that. Also, I didn't know where you lived, and it was hard enough trying to sneak you here without anyone seeing me haul an unconscious woman into my place. That kind of image could give me a very bad reputation." Anko couldn't help but laugh at that. If anyone saw him, they would think he was drugging women and taking them to his home for perverted reasons. Kakashi offered to make some tea, which she could use at the moment. After sitting down as she waited for the tea to get ready, she took the time to really look around the place. It didn't have any pictures, but she did notice a few landscape paintings, a TV, the usual furniture, and she saw a few personal items. It was all pretty neat and organized as well. When the tea came, she was glad for it. She was thirsty and she loved tea. This, however, wasn't good tea, as she made a face drinking it. "What is this supposed to be?" Kakashi blinked in surprise. The package said green tea. Anko blinked. "You're not using actual leaves, but that store-bought crap, aren't you?" She sighed, shaking her head. "Honestly, I should get you to drink a few of the stuff I have. Nothing beats actual tea leaves." After she forced the stuff down and making a mental note to get Kakashi turned to real tea, they got to working on her seal. The main test was to see how the seal held up with emotional strain. Anko was in the middle of his apartment as he was ready to help in any way if he was needed. Anko closed her eyes and brought up the memories of what usually triggered the mark. She thought of Orochimaru and all the things he had done to her, her missing memories, the pain and suffering she had endured because of him. She brought out all her hatred for him and drawing on anything she could. Then she felt a slight pain in her shoulder as she grunted in surprise and touched the mark. "Are you okay?" Kakashi asked, moving towards her, afraid it hadn't worked. Anko blinked a bit as she thought about it. It had hurt, but instead of the blinking pain that caused her body to freeze up, it was more like a pulled muscle. It was just this dull aching now as she slowly looked at her mark. She could see the ring of tiny seals around the mark, but it was holding. She tried it again and she felt the dull aching pain, but it was nowhere near the pain she usually felt. It had worked. The pain was manageable now. If it ever flared up again, she could easily deal with it. Anko felt happier than she could ever remember. she felt like a weight had been lifted from her after all these years. She just felt like celebrating. She wanted to go out and run happily all over the place shouting her joy to the world. She did the next best thing as she jumped onto Kakashi, looping her arms around his neck. He was surprised as he managed to grab her thighs to prevent her from falling. "Oh Kami, you have no idea how happy this makes me, thank you." Anko smiled at him. Kakashi couldn't help but smile back. She really did look happy, and despite everything he was glad how things went. Anko knew she owed Kakashi for this. From now on she didn't have to worry when or if her mark would flare up. Every time she went on a mission she could do it without the worry of it getting in the way. She might even start to train a little harder now, maybe without it interfering. At times she could finally get to full Jonin rank even. Maybe she could even get into Anbu. After all, that damn mark had a way of slowing down her training. She always had to be careful because if she pushed too hard, it flared whenever she was weak and then tried to push for more. It was hard to push yourself to your limits when that happened. Now maybe she could finally see what she was truly capable of. She also suddenly realized the position she was in. She knew that this wasn't exactly the most modest position, but then modesty wasn't an issue with her. She could feel his nice hard peaks rubbing up against her chest and his strong hands on her body. She couldn't help but remember that face he hid in the body under all that clothing. Maybe she was just running on endorphins or the fact that she hadn't had sex in months, but at the moment she decided to throw all caution to the wind. She wanted to celebrate, and so she made a choice. Before Kakashi knew it, she pulled down his mask, and before he could ask her what she was doing, her mouth was on his. At first he wasn't sure what was going on, but he was starting to become painfully aware of how good her body was pressed up against him like this. He could smell her scent, with his enhanced sense of smell, and she smelled so alluring at the moment. His hands gripped her thighs a little as his body decided to move on its own, and he kissed her back. He hadn't had a woman in a long time and he never thought of it before today, but she was a very sexy woman. The kiss was passionate and he felt her tongue tracing his lips asking for entry. He opened his mouth as her tongue went in as his own met hers. He felt her moan into his mouth as his legs locked around his waist. Before he knew it, he had her pressed up against a wall, her hands roaming his body, digging into his hair as he tasted her. It was like liquid fire kissing her. His blood was hot and he felt alive in a way he hadn't felt since his first time. What are we doing?" he managed to get out while kissing her. "I thought, oh, that feels good there. Anyone who reads those books would know," Anko then moaned as he kissed her neck in a certain spot. "You know what I mean," he told her. A part of him wanted to stop, but honestly it just felt too good. Images of her naked torso ran in his mind and he found that he wanted to rip that shirt off her. He wanted to touch them, kiss them, and do all kinds of things to her and her body. "I'm not sure. I just felt like doing it, so I did it," Anko told him honestly. That's what she did. She did things when she felt like doing them, not really bothering to think them through all the time. She liked to enjoy life, and she was certainly enjoying herself now. She grinded her hips against his and she could feel something hardening in his pants that was pressing against her. She smirked as she felt that he was starting to enjoy it as well. "Don't you think it's a little fast?" he groaned into her neck, feeling her hips grind against his crotch. "Don't care. I need this and I think you do too," she then kissed him deeply. She had never felt anything like this before. He was a really good kisser. Then she felt his hand on her ass as he gently massaged it, making her groan. She needed him now and then. "Fuck, just give me a second." He let her down, panting heavily as he watched her. Her face was all flushed as she hiked up her skirt and pulled down the mesh shorts she wore. Many thought it was just a fully body suit, but that made no sense. How was she to go to the bathroom in a full body suit? It made her laugh at times, the things people thought about. She kicked them away as she jumped back up to him, capturing him in a deep kiss again. "Take me now," she breathed into his ear. He took her against the wall as they rutted with each other in an animal lust. It had been a long time for either of them, and their bodies yearned for the touch of another. It was like they were getting drunk off each other as they continued on, filling the place with the sounds of sex until the end. "Well, that was a good first round," she told him, panting for breath. "First round?" Kakashi asked, surprised. "I haven't gotten any in a long time and I'm going to make this worth it. You go get more comfortable on the bed, I'll be right back," she said sultry to him. Going where? He asked. She looked over her shoulder and smiled. First I need to get my clothing off and to freshen up. Plus I need to prepare for the next round. Kakashi stood there transfixed as she walked away and noticed the sway of her hips, and a very nice figure too. Without that coat on she really had a nice body. He wasn't sure what was going on, but hell, he needed this just as much as her. Then he went to the bedroom taking off his clothing. Kakashi was laying on his bed wondering if he should stop things or not. After the blood was going back to his big brain he could start to think again. He was trying to weigh the pros and cons to going on with this, but the damn thing was that although it had been fast it had been pretty good. "Oh Kakashi," a sultry voice said as a bare leg came into view from the bathroom door. It slowly went up and down on the side of the opening and Kakashi's thoughts were blanked out again. Anko slowly came out in her naked glory and Kakashi drank in the sight. He had seen her topless, but seeing her entire body was even better. She had her hair down and it was the first time he had seen this. It looked really nice on her. He watched as Anko crawled onto the bed from his feet and worked herself up. Sometime later, Anko fell onto Kakashi's chest to catch her breath. Both of them needed a break and were covered in sweat. Her body felt a bit sensitive and it felt nice to rub up against his muscled body at the moment. Kakashi wrapped his strong arms around her and Anko sighed. It felt nice to just be held. Usually it was just sex and then she or the other guy was gone. She never really tried to cuddle before and was surprised that it felt nice. After a few moments of enjoying the silence, Kakashi decided to break it. "So, what was that all about, do you think?" "Not sure myself," Anko said, trailing her fingers over his muscles. "I just felt like doing it." "So, what does that make us?" he asked, trying to think what this meant for them. Were they a couple now, or was this just a one-time thing? I don't know honestly. Anko wasn't sure if she wanted something more. A relationship could just complicate things, plus she had never had a stable one to begin with. She thought about this. She did like hanging out with Kakashi as he was easygoing. Plus she had to admit the sex was very good and she wouldn't mind access to that, but were they ready for a relationship? Kakashi was thinking along the same lines. He wasn't sure of what he felt for her. Maybe he did like her, but was it enough? That was the question. It was Anko that spoke up. "Maybe we're just overcomplicating things. Maybe we can still be friends but still get what we both obviously need now and then." Kakashi blinked as what she said started to register in his mind. "You mean friends with benefits? Why not?" she asked him, totally serious. "Look, we're human and we both need certain releases now and then. You're a good guy and I trust you with this. Besides, I'm not sure I'm ready for a relationship, to be honest, at least not yet." I have to say the same," Kakashi sighed as a hand caressed her back. Thinking on it, it did make sense and it would make things so much easier. They could still be friends and still have sex without complicating things. "I think we could try it out. I mean, what's the harm?" Anko looked up at him and smiled. "Can't see any harm, unless you're into that type of thing," she said in a husky voice. "So, you ready for round 3? He answered by flipping her onto her back and attacking her neck with his mouth, making her squeal in delight. Uzumaki home. Tamari had one hell of a day so far. After the girls got together, she had to do more work on the wedding. Finding a good komodo for her wedding wasn't easy. She wanted something decent and yet something she loved. After all, this was still her wedding day and she still wanted to look her best for it. It wasn't easy, but she found one. It needed to be refitted for her so she would pick it up when it was ready. But it had been a very long day and she was looking forward to a nice hot water soak. That small inside onsen was a godsend to her life. Maybe they could increase its size later on. In fact, she was starting to think of many things they could do over the years to improve their home. It was then that she stopped as she suddenly realized that it was the first time she started to think of his place as home. She smirked as she shook her head. It had only been a matter of time, but still it was a nice place to live. She noticed Naruto was home with his shoes and coat hung up. She was glad he finally remembered to do that without her telling him nearly every day. "Naruto," she called out as she heard someone upstairs. "Tamari," Naruto said, coming down the stairs. "Hey, how was the day with the girls?" Tamari shrugged. "Wasn't bad. It is nice to finally get to have some female friends for once. But I need to relax. all this planning for the wedding is starting to stress me out a bit. Oh. Naruto hadn't really thought about it all that much, but then again he didn't have much to do. He felt a bit bad about that, but he had no clue what to do with a wedding. Then he thought about some of the things Jiraiya told him. All of it wasn't perverted like he thought. He had some advice on a few things to do and not to do, as well as the more intimate stuff. He fought off the blush at how in-depth the old pervert was. He had no idea there was so much things to know about the female body. At least now he knew what those pad things and white sticks he found in the bathroom were and why she seemed so embarrassed he found them. He pushed those thoughts aside as the thought of what they were used for made him feel a little ill. You want some company? He asked, a little nervous. Tamari paused as she thought about it. She sure could use one of his shoulder rubs, plus she was working on their physical intimacy. She told him to get ready as she went to her room to get her bathing suit for it. Naruto waited a little nervous in the water. When he heard the sliding door open, he looked and gulped. There was Tamari in that two-piece and throwing a towel down. He couldn't help but watch her walk as images of what she looked like naked came back into his mind. He pushed them away as she settled into the water. He saw her blush a bit as she slowly moved closer to him, her back facing him. He started to rub her soft skin, knowing what she liked and didn't like by now. He went in gentle and slow with his motions. Tamari had to bite back a moan as she felt his hands go to work. She closed her eyes as she lost herself in the hot water and the pleasure her body was getting. Eventually she moved to be sitting between his legs as her back was nearly against him. Naruto was starting to enjoy this and decided to try something new. He leaned down and started to kiss her neck. Tamari gasped when she felt his lips on her skin. She had to admit the boy was getting more bolder, it would seem. She leaned back, feeling his body pressed against hers as he kept on kissing her. She blushed at feeling so much of her skin against the skin of a boy, kind of thrilling in a way actually. She felt his hands trailing her arms and she was tempted to ask where he was learning this stuff. Naruto was enjoying himself a lot. He was beginning to see what Jiraiya meant by how fun it was with a woman. He was starting to wonder just how far he could push things. His perverted teacher did say that sometimes you had to push the limits. So with one hand he placed it on her thigh. She tensed up but didn't say anything. She quickly relaxed and Naruto slowly started to caress her thigh. Now Tamari did moan. At first she was going to ask him what he was doing, but she changed her mind. She wanted to explore a bit herself. She accidentally made her ass grind up against his crotch and heard him moan for once. She smirked as it was about time she managed to get him to moan out. There was no way that she would let him be the only one to get away with making her moan out. So she decided to return the favor as she turned around and straddled the boy. He then blushed bright red at this and she had to admit he looked very cute like that. She gently ran a couple of fingers over the whisker marks on his cheeks. They stared at each other's eyes for a moment before she moved closer and kissed him deeply. It was a very heated kiss and she found that she liked the passion in it. His tongue would trail over her lips asking permission to enter her mouth. So she opened her mouth a bit and his tongue went in, her own tongue went to meet his. It was then that she noticed that she was now grinding herself against something very hard. Naruto groaned against as his hands ran over her smooth back. Every time she moved her hips that way it sent pleasure coursing through him. He thought that Jiraiya had mentioned something like this, when a girl would grind her sex against yours. He forgot the name for it as it was kind of hard to think. He liked how her hands were caressing his body too. Then she started to kiss his neck and then she did something surprising. She nibbled on his ear lobe and it sent a shiver through him. The two teens were getting hotter as they continued on, but Tamari suddenly pulled away gasping for breath. "Oh Kami," she breathed out. "Damn. Naruto, I think we need to stop. I don't know how much more I can take and I don't think I'm ready to move on, at least not yet." She hoped that he would understand, but damn, she was tempted to go on. She never felt so worked up like this before. It was amazing how one day Naruto seemed to have picked up some new tricks. Naruto nodded his head thinking about it. Although there was a nasty pressure in his groin that he might have to take care later, he wasn't sure he was ready for that too. So they just sat there with her head resting on his shoulder as they lightly caressed each other. Despite everything, it would seem that he did get some good advice from the old pervert. He wasn't sure when, but suddenly he looked forward to marrying Tamari and spending his life with her. Maybe it wasn't what he thought would happen, but maybe dreams can change. After a bit of time, both were feeling a bit too hot, so Tamari with some regret pulled away. We better get out before we're boiled. Okay, Tamari-chan, he said, smiling, not even noticing when he added in the honorific. Tamari blushed a bit at being called that, but she had on a small pleased smile. Come on, we'll go out and have ramen tonight. Naruto-kun. She smiled a bit more at calling him that. It somehow seemed right to call him that now. Naruto blinked in surprise at it, but soon he had a matching happy smile of his own on his face. Chapter 17. Countdown to the big day. Sakura was with her team waiting for Kakashi to show up as usual, although there was something different going on. She had noticed that Naruto and Tamari were off to the side talking. This wasn't unusual, but she did notice they seemed closer than before. Plus she noticed the additions to the end of their names they were using lately. She couldn't help but smile at them and was happy for the two of them. When this first started she had been a little worried, Naruto looked so depressed. Now however things were different and it was good that both found some happiness in each other. It was also nice to have another girl on the team. She couldn't count the number of times she wished Ino or some other girl was around to talk to. There were just some things you couldn't talk about with boys. Over the time she had been on her team, Sakura had formed a friendship with the older girl and a respect for her as well. She was an amazing ninja for her age and it only showed just how much farther she needed to go. She took her training a lot more seriously now and with Tamari's help had improved. In the past week she and Tamari started to hang out a bit and with the other girls. It was nice that Tamari was starting to fit in with them all. Sakura was also excited at being the maid of honor for the wedding. She was all giddy and excited about it. She already had to plan out her dress and hair for it all and she was looking forward to it. It was another 30 minutes before Kakashi finally showed up, but something seemed off with him and it was Sakura that noticed it first. Kakashi-sensei, are you limping? Sakura asked him as everyone took notice of it now. Kakashi's sweat dropped at the question. He had hoped that no one would notice. He and Anko had spent a lot of time yesterday getting rid of apparently a lot of tension out of their systems. The last thing he needed was for them to try and find out why he had pulled that muscle. He never knew that Anko was so flexible, but that one position had nearly killed them. He knew that he had to quickly think of an excuse. Now believe it or not he could lie like the best of them when he needed to. It was just that he hadn't really cared to cover up why he was late at times. It was more fun to make up blatant lies. Plus it made people think that he was a very bad lying, so when he actually made good lies people would believe them. Well, yesterday I was getting in some training and I think I went a bit overboard, Kakashi told them with a straight face. Training? Naruto asked him. Of course, he said to the boy. Even a Jonin needs to keep training Naruto, or else we run the risk of our skills degrading. Where do you think I go after our team is done for the day? Naruto thought about that. I guess that makes sense. Kakashi mentally sighed. He really didn't want them to know the real reason he pulled that muscle. He was also glad that the bulk of his body was covered up. Anko had put a few scratches and love bites as well. Then again she didn't exactly leave his place unmarked as well. When she left she said something about finding something to wear around her neck for the next day. Training went on as usual. Kakashi would have them do certain exercises and drill, then comment and show how to improve them. They worked on team movements and how to coordinate attacks in battle. Then where was the personal training session? He helped out with their fighting skills, showing what they were doing wrong and offering advice here and there. It was a light training day today since he couldn't really move all that much. By the end of it he dismissed them all, but he had to pull Sasuke aside for a moment. Sasuke, I would like to talk to you for a moment, Kakashi said to the last Uchiha in the village. All right, the young boy said as the two moved off to the side. I've been working on a new seal that should help to nullify the curse mark on your neck. The first seal I put on there was the best I could come up with, but I'm not a seal's master. The new one I made with the help of two others I believe will ensure that it won't interfere with you at all. Kakashi told him. He knew that the curse mark could hinder someone's progress as a ninja if they weren't with Orochimaru, that is. Anko herself had to learn how to get where she was by stepping around the effects of her curse mark. He also wanted to make sure that Sasuke didn't take the offer of power that the mark offered, because of the price for that power. The new seal would ensure that a person couldn't really use the mark unless they actually wanted to, instead of just acting out during strong emotional times. Sasuke, however, didn't like this idea. He had been experimenting with the curse mark on his own, and so far he was making some slow progress. He wasn't sure what it did, but it seemed to make his chakra more powerful and potent. He would need this power one day and he didn't want to give it up. Thanks, but I don't need it, Sasuke told him. Kakashi blinked a few times. Sasuke, that curse mark can act up at any time. But only if I want it. You said so yourself that the current seal that's on it. Well, yes, I did say that. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head. But it still could act up in moments of great emotional strain. I'm willing to take that risk, Sasuke told him. Kakashi got a bit more serious now. Sasuke, that mark is dangerous. Are you willing to put your team in danger because of it? Sasuke knew he had to think of something fast to convince him to drop this. Are you trying to force this seal on me, like how Orochimaru forced this mark on me? Kakashi paused for a moment at that. He wanted to come up with a counter-argument, but the boy was right. He couldn't just force him to go through with it. The first seal had been voluntary, but he wasn't going to stoop to Orochimaru's level. He had seen the kind of thing thinking did to others, even if it was for good, but that was a slippery slope. He had hoped that he would have gone through with it. But it would seem that the boy was determined against this for some strange reason. It was a bit suspicious, to tell the truth. He might have to keep a closer watch on the boy though because of this. Fine, then I won't force this, but it better not become an issue, because I can still go to the Hokage about this and she can force this kind of action if it becomes a problem. It won't, Sasuke said as he walked off. Kakashi sighed, all that work and the boy just brushes it off. If it wasn't for what led to this new thing between him and Anko, he would have said all that time and effort had been put to waste. Well, at least he had that coming out of all of that work, and that was something he found he was glad for. Sunna. Gaara was overlooking the new recruits for Sunna. With their diminished manpower, they needed more ninja than ever. As one of the larger ninja villages, they needed to keep their strength up or risk other countries invading and taking power. Although things had been different since the failed invasion, some things still stayed the same. People were still afraid of him, although now it seemed a bit lesser than normal, but still he knew it would take time for them to see he had changed. But still, as one of the more experienced ninja, he was to help train the new recruits to pass their genin testing. With so many ninja lost, they had to promote more students to genin faster to make up for the losses. As he watched the weapons training, he couldn't help but think of the new person they had to replace Tamari. Matsuri, a young girl who had just passed her genin exam, was now on his team. He knew that the only reason she was on the team was that because no one else wanted to work with him. It seemed a bit odd how the girl didn't show any fear towards him. Thinking back on it, the first time they had met was when he was teaching a weapons class. The girl had been afraid to use any bladed weapons. Gaara was the only one to go up to her and explain how the weapons she chose were not for her, how someone thought that picking up a war hammer that was twice your weight was a good idea. He couldn't fathom. But then something had happened. A group in Sunna that was opposed to his existence had tried to assassinate him. Gaara thought that with his father's death those would have stopped. Apparently it had been some group that his father left orders that if he had died, then they were to kill Gaara at any cost. One of them had seen him talking to Matsuri and had actually kidnapped her in an effort to lure him into a trap. The old Gaara wouldn't have done a thing, but Matsuri was the first person to reach out to him without fear. At the time she had only been a student, but as he spent time with her and training her, he found that she became important. He didn't have many friends and he considered her a friend. The group had set up a sealing trap for him in the desert. He had to admit that he hadn't been prepared for it. It had been a simple trap that froze sand in its place by using several seals hidden in the sand. Apparently it had been made with him in mind. Without his sand he had found himself defenseless for the first time in his life. But Matsuri had managed to slip out of her bonds and started to fight with the rogue ninja. She managed to destroy one of the seals before being injured, but it was enough to get his sand back. That day only Gaara and Matsuri made it back to the village, and he was sure that no one would find the bodies of those men. The desert had a way of keeping things buried in its sands for all time. But soon after that she had passed her testing and had been assigned to his team. Gaara was unused to feeling happy, but he was happy to have her with them now. She was a bit shy, but as his brother said, she makes things interesting. Although she did help to fill the void in their team, she didn't fill the void of his sister. Gaara found that he missed Tamari more than he thought he would. Ever since he started to care about others, he found more new feelings would show up and apparently new types of pain. She wrote to them, of course, and they wrote back. Well, Kankuro wrote back, he just said a few things for him to write down in the letters. So how are the newbies? Kankuro asked as he walked up to his brother. Adequate. Don't hold back, let me know how you really feel with that kind of praise. The puppet user smirked. In the time Tamari left, he had started to get closer to his kid brother. Sure, he could be downright scary as hell at times, but he wasn't that old murder anyone on sight like he used to be. He was downright friendly. Well, friendly was as good a term as he could use with Gaara. Gaara fixed him with a stare and he backed off a bit, knowing the warning look of his little brother. Well, I got a letter from Tamari today, he said to him. Things seem to be going well, in fact I think she's starting to like that kid. Gaara gave a slight movement of his head at that, although on the outside he didn't seem to care, on the inside he was smiling. He knew that Naruto was like himself, and if he could find happiness then there was hope for him as well. Plus the fact that his older sister was beginning to be happy was also good. At any rate, we were told the date of the wedding and when to show up, his brother went on. She also said to bring Baki-sensei along, and if she wants the new girl can come as well. She has a name, Gaara told him. Yeah, I know, but she's got a long way to go to get to Temari's level. Can't believe I'm admitting to this, but our sister was pretty good. Now that she's gone, the team is a bit off. Matsuri will fill the void, just give her time, and I think she should come with us. Kankuro couldn't help but smirk. If he didn't know any better, he swore his little brother was growing a little sweet on the girl. Then again, she was the first and only girl not to flinch when Gaara looked at them. Hell, the girl actually admired his little brother, and by the way she blushed a few times, maybe more than just admired. He had to stop himself from snickering. He had told Tamari about this and his thoughts that there was something more going on. Tamari was interested in this for the same reasons, plus she wanted to meet the girl. That was why he brought up bringing Matsuri along. If he invited her, then Gaara might think he was up to something, which he was, of course. Now it seemed that Gaara would want her to come, so he could sit back and watch. Gaara-san, Kankuro-san. Speaking of said girl, Kankuro thought as he saw the young girl run up to them. She had on more traditional Sunna gear since she made genin. Mostly light clothing and light chest armor, with gauntlets and shin protectors all in dark gray type of colors. Her short brown hair framed her face nicely, and he thought that you could say she was cute. But she was a little too young and too shy for his tastes. Hey, what's up? The puppet user asked. Baki-sensei said that we have a mission tomorrow in country of Fang, so we're supposed to get the right supplies for it. Matsuri said to them. Fang. Man, I hope it's not another recon mission against Beast, that's getting old already. Kankuro knew of the tensions between the two smaller nations. Sure, it gave other ninja villages some nice income and their village did need the money, but they were also boring. Unless they came upon a team hired by the other country, it was the only thing to look forward to. Thank you for telling us, Gaara said to her, failing to notice the slight blush on her cheeks when he talked to her. It wasn't a problem, Gaara-san, Matsuri stammered a little. She couldn't help it. Whenever she was in his presence, she felt her stomach had butterflies in it. Ever since that day he first came up to her, she had strange feelings, and they only seemed to get worse as the more time she spent with him. She heard all the stories about him, but she couldn't see him as a monster. In fact, he looked lonely to her. He always stood alone, like he was apart from the world. It made her a little sad to think that and how he must feel at times. Kankuro noticed how the girl was staring at Gaara and resisted giving off a small laugh. The girl had something for him that he was sure of. Then he thought of the perfect opportunity to test something out. So Gaara, don't you have something to tell her as well? Kankuro said. Gaara looked at him before looking at the confused girl. You're invited to my sister's wedding, you'll be coming with us when we leave. You want me to come with you to your sister's wedding? She asked, shocked by it. Gaara just nodded, and the girl wasn't sure what to think at first, as this was very surprising to the young girl. She did feel touched that he would want her to go with them for such a big moment. She had never met Tamari personally, so she was looking forward to it. Oh no, I don't have anything to wear for a wedding. The young girl knew this was a big affair and looking like some low-class civilian wouldn't do at all. Don't worry, it's still a bit off, Konkuro told her. We can help you out when we get back, we all need to get proper things to wear to this anyway. Besides, he knew that Tamari would kill them if they showed up in just their regular ninja clothing for this. He knew that she secretly wanted a grand wedding since she was a kid, thanks to reading her diary once, so they had better get some decent clothing for it. He mentally grinned as he thought that when they did get back from their new mission, he would plan on disappearing and letting Gaara and Matsuri along when she was trying on a dress. Girls like a second opinion on these things, and he was sure he could set this up. Besides, it was just too much fun messing with the two of them, how she got all embarrassed and how Gaara looked confused because of it. One of these days he might have to pull Gaara aside and explain why she blushed and stammered at times, but not any time soon. When he had run out of fun, then he might do that, but for now he was going to sit back and enjoy the show. It was a shame Tamari was missing all the fun. Konoha. Time passed quickly for everyone. The village was coming along nicely with the repairs, but still a while off completion. But now there was another matter that people were talking about. That was the upcoming wedding of Naruto and the former Sunna nin Tamari. Already the wedding would be taken on the top of the Hokage Tower along with the reception. Mainly due to the fact it was so large, it also had good security, but it was also because most of the good places to hold it were still under repairs. Still, Tsunade was actually starting to have some fun. Since Naruto and Tamari were getting along very well, she hoped that things would work out great for them. Plus, there was something about weddings that she liked, maybe due to the fact she knew she was too old for one, but still it would be nice to see Naruto happy for once. Already the guest list had been made out. Sunna would send their representatives and Tamari's team would be there. The heads of all the clans would show up with some guests. Naruto's friends and teammates were also there, as were the elders of the council. All in all, it was going to be a major event for the village. There hadn't been a marriage of this nature in the village before, even though the tradition did go back before the rise of the ninja villages. But still, there were a few more things that they needed to get done. She looked at the clock on the wall, and Tamari and Naruto should be arriving in her office soon. She gave them instructions to show up for today to make the final preparations. So she had a little time to relax for a bit. When she agreed to do this job, she had an idea of what to expect. But the reality of it all was something more than what she thought. There was the mountain of paperwork, then dealing with council members, planning out missions, and there was this whole wedding thing. At first she had been worried this wouldn't work out too well. After all, she knew that Naruto used to have that crush on another teammate, but it would seem that things were going well enough, thankfully. I wonder if Hokages get to take vacations, she muttered. Well, I know a nice little spot with a hot springs if you're interested. Tsunade's peaceful moment was ruined by a certain white-haired pervert that was currently sitting on her window. She glared at him, hating it when he did that. You would try to take me to one of her perverted spots to try and see me naked again. Didn't you learn your lesson that last time you tried that? Jiraiya paled a bit, remembering that day. He had been peeking through a hole and she had just rose out of the water. Her backside was just as good as the front. That is until he made a noise against the wall and she noticed the hole. The resulting punch that she threw went right through the hull and into his face. That had stunned him enough for her to march over and given him one of the worst beatings of his life. But oddly enough, he'd do it again if he could get enough distance between them. One had only to just look at Tsunade to understand those reasons. Well, I was just trying to be nice. You looked a little stressed. He said, trying to get the conversation off him. You try this job for a while, she muttered as she sighed. Why do you think I turned it down? He grinned at her. Besides that fact, I'm busy with my spy network. I knew the kind of job this was, and I also knew I wasn't the right person for it. I really should have thought it through, she sighed as she rubbed her temples. You need to learn how to relax. I would think a medic like yourself would know better than that. He stated. Trying to find the time to relax is hard enough, so when I do, I keep thinking about work. You need something to do to take your mind off your work. How do you think Sensei got through years of this? I'm not reading your perverted books or taking up peeping. She told him flatly. Not suggesting that. he said in a more serious tone. You know I know a few things that I could try to help out. Tsunade shot him an angry glare. Did the man not know when to stop? You'd think that putting him into a near coma once would have made her point. It just seemed that since the first day he hadn't let up with flirting with her or other things of that nature. Now hear me out, Heim, he said, holding his hands up in defense. What if I promise no perverted touching on my part? I mean, if I tried something I would be easy reach with your fist, and I promise this will work out. Tsunade continued to glare at him as she thought about it, but honestly at this point she could use anything and it would be very easy to pummel him if he tried anything truly perverted. Fine, but you try anything and I won't heal you after it. That's fair. Now stand up and cross your arms over your chest. No, really, this is how it works. He said, seeing the look he got. She did it and he got behind her. He wrapped his arms around her and just before she could yell he leaned back and the sound of cracking were heard. Tsunade moaned as she felt her entire spine loosen up as he gently placed her back on the ground. Okay, that feels a bit better. Now the next part is for you to sit down, he said. She did so and felt his hands on her shoulders. She was about to protest, but the back thing worked. She tried not to enjoy it, but it would seem that he was in fact very good at this. She could feel the stress in her shoulders and back easing up after a few minutes. Geez, you weren't kidding about the stress, Jiraiya said as he found knots of stress all over her. You really could use a vacation. Like to, but too much to do, she sighed. You really do need a hobby or something, maybe go and treat yourself now and then. Hell, go get a back massage since you could use it. But honestly, you'll put yourself into an early grave and you know no one wants that. Tsunade only groaned when he got rid of a bad knot that even she didn't know she had. Maybe she should try and find some kind of stress relief. After all, she wasn't young anymore. Despite her looks, she needed to take better care of herself. There was a sudden knock on the door and she quickly made him take her hands off her. She couldn't let anyone see she had been enjoying that. Well, I'll leave you to it, Jiraiya smiled. I got a few things to take care of, but if you really do need any more of that, I'll be willing to any time. I'm sure you would, she said in a neutral tone, making sure he was gone out the window before she called in whoever was at the door. She wasn't surprised to see Naruto and Tamari, but she did smile at how they were holding hands as they entered. Later, Tamari was resting against one of the larger trees in the backyard of her home. It had been a long day today. After training, both she and Naruto were called up to the Hokage's office to go over the final details of the wedding. They had to go over the vows which Tamari insisted to be their own, go over what they needed to do and what was ready. Naruto tried his best, but she took pity on him and let him run messages to various places for them. She knew that Naruto hated to sit still for long periods of time anyway, and this would put all that energy to good use. By the end of it all, both of them were tired. Tamari was more mentally tired than physical, but both of them were glad to get to their home. They ate lunch outside today since it was such a nice day under the tree they were both under. Naruto had fallen asleep and his head was resting on her lap. She didn't mind at all. In face, her hand hadn't stopped running through his golden hair. It amazed her by the intensity of the color of his hair. She was a blonde too, but Naruto's color was like the sun. She also found his hair soft, despite how it stuck out all over the place. She even lightly traced the lines on his cheeks, and she smiled when she saw him sigh and smile a bit in his sleep. Tamari had to admit that he looked very cute like this. It was strange how things had changed. The first day she met him, she didn't think much of him. Then she noticed him a bit when he defeated that Neji boy in a total upset victory. Fear was next when she saw how he fought her youngest brother and had been the first and only person in history to defeat Gaara. When she came back to this village, she was scared that she was going to marry him, but as she got to know him, her feelings changed. She wasn't sure when she started to like him, but she did. In fact, she did care for him a lot more than she ever thought she would when all this started. As she ran her hands through his hair, she could suddenly see herself doing this for years. Looking up at the home, she could almost see her future here. There was Naruto, although taller in her mind, both of them older, of course, with them watching two children playing. She wanted at least one boy and one girl in her life. If they ever had more, well, they would talk about that later. The ex-Sunna Nin found herself smiling at the thought of her future here for the first time. This was a nice place to raise children and they would have a better change for a decent childhood than either she or Naruto had. There would be no pressure to be the perfect Kage's kid, like she had been. When Naruto did become Hokage, and she came to think he could actually do it one day, she wouldn't force her children to behave like her father had forced her. And knowing Naruto, he would ensure their children would be happy. He had struggled for happiness as a child and she knew that he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he let his own kids feel that kind of sadness in life. In fact, she had a very good feeling that Naruto would be a great father. He would love their children like they were the most precious things in the world. That would be a lot better than her own father had been as she thought about it. There were a lot of things they would do differently, but she wasn't ready for children just yet. Maybe in a few years things would be different. At the moment she just wanted to enjoy this moment. It was nice just resting like this. After they were married she was thinking of them sharing a room. It was only fair and there was a small part of her that liked the idea of him next to her. Of course there were other reasons as well. She was still a young woman and lately she had been thinking about the more adult things they could get up to. Lately he had been very good at the physical stuff with their relationship. She wasn't sure how though. Maybe it was a natural talent as he did have the ability to suddenly get better at certain things or improve in leaps. Well, whatever the reason, she wasn't planning on stopping it, she was enjoying it too much. Although they never went too far, lately she had wanted to go a bit further but was unsure of herself. They were both technically young, but they were legal adults as soon as they became ninja. They went out on missions where they could be killed, tortured or a number of things. Hell, she had already killed in her life while on missions and had seen Gaara kill countless times. If someone was old enough for that, then sex shouldn't really be an issue. Maybe she was just nervous. After all, Naruto was the only boy that she had opened her heart up to and she wanted that time to be perfect. She smiled down at him again. Sure, he was a little rough around the edges, a bit of an idiot at times, loud, liked ramen and orange way too much. But he had the biggest heart in the world. He never gave up, he was never boring and she could trust him with anything. Maybe she was falling in love with the boy, with both the good and the bad that came with it. Soon they would be married and he would all be hers, and to be truthful, she was starting to like the idea of him being just for her. She also knew that she would be for him as well. Naruto finally stirred as he slowly woke up to see Tamari smiling down at him. He felt really nice where he was. It was comfortable as he looked up at the pretty girl smiling down at him. He couldn't help but smile back, and this was one of his true smiles, not the large goofy ones but a real one. Did I fall asleep? Yeah, don't worry, it's been a long day, Tamari told him, gently running her hands through his hair. He gave a soft moan. That feels nice, Tamari-chan. Euro. She was glad to hear it. After all, it was nice for her as well. She heard his stomach growl and she nearly laughed at the embarrassed look on his face. I guess that means it's time to eat then. Of course her own stomach chose to do the same and Naruto could only grin up at her blushing face. Guess that makes two of us, huh? Shut up, she said, still blushing in embarrassment. Come on, I'll make it up to you after dinner, he said. She gave him a sidelong glance. And how do you plan on doing that? Naruto only grinned at her and she felt her mouth twitch in a smile, getting the feeling she would know exactly what he was planning on doing. Chapter 18. Last Day of Freedom. Tamari was excited because her brothers and old teacher were coming today. They were supposed to have been here earlier, but a storm made them stop for a day. She had been worried they would have actually missed the wedding. It was hard for her to think that in a few short days she would be married and her name would be Tamari Uzumaki. Although she didn't mind taking his last name, plus after getting a few days used to it, it sounded nice to her. It rolled off the tongue, plus it seemed to make Naruto happy that she was going to take his name. Maybe because it would mean he wouldn't be the only Uzumaki in the village anymore, a sign that he wasn't alone, that he had family, or just all of those reasons. At any rate, she was waiting at the main gate with Naruto as they waited for her old team to arrive. She was looking forward to meeting this new girl that they had. From the letters it seemed that she not only wasn't afraid of her brother but she might actually like him. That was a strange notion to get over the first time she read that. At first she had assumed that her brother was just being an idiot, but with more letters she was beginning to think maybe there was hope for her baby brother. He seemed to have grown more as a person since she had left and she was looking forward to seeing it. Don't worry, it shouldn't be long. Naruto smiled up at her. What makes you think I'm anxious to see them? She asked him neutrally. His smile just got bigger. Because family is important and I know you miss them. I know I would if I was away from my family. Tamari noticed the slight sad look in his eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came. She felt a stab of sadness in her. After all this time she had seen the real Naruto, the one that was behind the mask of false smiles and laughter. He acted like things didn't bother him. Maybe it was just a defense mechanism he had grown into over time, but he couldn't hide it from her anymore. She took his hand and he looked up in surprise as her warm smile. Just remember that you are part of a family now, she said gently to him. She noticed a small smile on his face. This was the ones he used when he was truly happy. It didn't take long until figures in the distance appeared, and as they got closer she could see her brothers, her old sensei, and a younger girl that had to be Matsuri. When they got close enough, Kankuro smiled as he raised a hand in greeting. Hey sis, how have you been? Tamari smiled broadly and happily to see them again. She had missed them a lot and it just felt good to see them in the flesh after all this time. I'm doing good here. I hope you have been staying out of trouble without me around. Of course. Gaara gave him a look. Then what was that foolishness that you caused on the last mission? Gaara. Kankuro said in shock and surprise that the boy would bring that up. Then he noticed Tamari giving him the look. He hated the look. It was the look that a big sister gave to her younger siblings, and he knew that he would get an earful if she learned of the accident that happened. It wasn't his fault he got into that fight. The guy had said something about his puppet and he felt the need to defend him. So he quickly pulled the young girl to his left in front of him as she gave a slight surprised little squeal at being manhandled without warning. Hey, say hello to Matsuri here. She isn't much now but she's getting there. Nice to meet you, Tamari-san. The younger girl bowed to the oldest of the siblings. She had never met Tamari in person, and although she had heard stories, it didn't do the blonde girl justice. Just by looking at her, Matsuri could tell that Tamari wasn't your average kunoichi. She radiated confidence, strength and intelligence, all things that was a bit inspiring and intimidating to her. It was now Naruto's turn to say something, seeing the girl. Oh, is this the girl that you said had a ow? Tamari had given Naruto a slight whack to the back of the head, giving him a warning look. He knew about the letters and he had been about to say how the girl was supposed to have a crush on Gaara. Apparently Tamari would have to try and train Naruto intact later. Naruto got the message as he rubbed the back of his head. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Uzumaki-san. The girl said politely. She had heard of Naruto. In fact, much of her village knew of him already. When it was told who Tamari was to marry, it got people interested. Then when the information that he was the only one to defeat Gaara came out later, it only added to the mystery. Although he seemed very nice, she was a little confused. He didn't look that strong, or at least strong enough to defeat Gaara. Naruto blinked a bit at being addressed so formally. He felt a little embarrassed as he gave her a huge smile. Oh, you don't have to call me that. Just Naruto will do, you know. So Gaara, how have you been? Doing better. I don't kill as many people now. The boy said in his usual monotone voice. Everyone's sweat dropped at that, not sure if he was making a joke or being serious. Ah well, good to hear, Naruto said nervously. Have you been treating my sister well? The redhead asked. Huh, yeah, why? The blonde blinked. Good, I have no reason to harm you then, Gaara told him. Naruto suddenly had a vision of Tamari going off crying to Gaara about him being mean to her and Gaara burying him in a ton of sand. Naruto shivered as he broke out of the daydream and really hoped that he never did anything to Tamari. Anyways, let's get you all settled, Tamari told them. We don't have much room for everyone, so we set you all up at one of the hotels. That will be fine, Baki said as they walked on. I'm hoping that I can see what kind of progress you've made in the Leaf Village since you've come here. Kakashi Hatake is a legend already, and it will be interesting to see the man in person. Don't get your hopes up on your expectations of the man, Tamari thought sourly to herself. Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a man on a mission, and that mission was to make sure that this was a night that Naruto or anyone would never forget. The only thing was that he had to find that Iruka fellow, Naruto had told the old man who he picked for a best man, and although the old sage would have loved to have been asked, he knew that Naruto had a stronger bond with the young Chunin. Now, however, he wanted to ensure that his apprentice got the party of a lifetime. Getting married at such a young age before he got to know all the thrills life had, meaning women, was a sad thing. Although he was getting married to that blonde girl and she was a looker. He grinned perversely as he thought of the fun that boy was going to have on his wedding night. He had already scouted for possible peeping positions. It wasn't perverted, he was just ensuring his student put his teachings on how to pleasure a woman to good use. At least that's what he planned to say if he was caught and stuck with it. Besides, he needed a love scene with the two main characters of his new book, and what better time than a wedding night? Okay, sure, they were a little too young for his taste. He preferred older women, but he was an artist and he would do almost anything for his art. He also chuckled at how Tsunade lately had seemed to have got addicted to his little stress relief program. He added in teas and a few other things so she wouldn't think him a complete pervert, but those times he managed to work those knots out of her shoulders were times he cherished. Although many thought his feelings for Tsunade were just lust, and with a body like that who wouldn't feel that, but the truth was he had been in love with her at first sight. He still remembered how when he first met her he thought she was the most amazing girl he had ever met. Of course his usual lines didn't work on her, that only got him more interested in her. Why else hadn't he settled down after all this time? The fact was he had been in love with her. But it wasn't all good. When her brother had died he tried to be there for her, but then she went into the arms of another man. At first he hated Dan with a passion but never showed it, but he saw how happy he made her, so he left them alone. So broken-hearted he tried to bury his feelings and go into his works. Thankfully Minato came along at that point and he could focus on that boy. When Dan had died he hated to see how it broke her heart. He tried to comfort her but she had put up a wall around her and he couldn't get through. For decease he longed for her but she kept that wall up, that is until Naruto arrived and somehow broke that wall down. He hadn't seen Tsunade this happy in decades and he was thankful for the boy. Now it looked like he might have a chance to make up all the time, but he wouldn't push things. Despite how she was very fragile inside with certain things. He also didn't want to overstep things, but if they ever progressed then maybe after all this time she would open her heart up to him. But he was prepared for rejection. After all this time he knew things didn't always work out for the best. It was then that he found Iruka. He grinned as he walked over to the younger man. Hello there. You're Iruka, right? My apprentice's old teacher. Iruka looked over the white-haired man and instantly knew who he was. After all, he had a teacher and there was a whole chapter in Konoha history about the legendary 3. Jiraiya-sama. He smirked at the honorific, as this might be easier than he thought. I understand it that you're my apprentice's best man, so what have you got in store for his pre-wedding party? Iruka hadn't really thought about it. I thought that Naruto was too young for a bachelor party, if that is what you're getting at. Jiraiya made a disgruntled face. Well, that won't do at all. Besides, who said what kind of party? He should at least get together with his friends to celebrate, right? I know that Tsunade will be doing the same with Tamari. Iruka felt worried now. First, Jiraiya seemed to be disappointed in him, which Iruka felt at himself now as well. He hadn't really thought about this. He never been a best man before, so he didn't know what to do. How could he possibly get everything together in such a short time? Jiraiya saw the worried look and he had to fight himself from smirking. This was going to be too easy. Look, I already got a spot reserved. I came to see if you wanted to use it, but if you're in such a bind, all you got to do is gather up those male friends of Naruto. Then bring them to this address at the time on it. He handed him a piece of paper which the other man looked thankful to get. The kid should go out with a celebration with getting married, don't you think? Of course. I'm sorry about this, I had no idea about any of this. Iruka said a little down. He was glad that Jiraiya had set things up. If only he knew the man on a more personal level, he might have suspected that the old man was up to something. Well, he was going to find out later that night just how crafty the old ninja could be. That night, Tamari and Naruto were in their living room talking about how things would go at the wedding. Both were a little nervous, more so with Naruto. He was worried that he might mess things up. They already had a few rehearsals and he managed to get through it finally, but he was still nervous. Just then there was a knock at the door. Naruto looked on confused as he wasn't really expecting anyone, so he got up and went to the front door and opened it. Get him! A voice yelled and suddenly several people jumped Naruto. What the hell? Naruto yelled, feeling himself getting tied up. What is going on? Tamari shouted, standing up from her place on the couch, seeing her future husband being attacked. Jiraiya stood up from the pile as Kiba and Iruka were finishing tying up Naruto. Don't worry, we're just kidnapping him for his party tonight. I know that the women are coming over here for their own little party. I'll have him back by morning at least. Tamari looked to see an angry Naruto yelling at them to let them go. She wasn't sure if she should trust the old pervert, but a part of her knew that the boys would be looking forward to it. She grinned as she looked at him. Alright, just try not to damage him too much. Tamari-chan. Naruto whined. It's for your own good, Naruto-kun, Tamari said, giving him a wink. Naruto shouted as the men then started to carry him off. He kept on trying to get free, but Iruka still know how to make knots that even he had trouble with. After some time he finally started to settle down as he just let them carry him. They would have to let him go eventually, so he was going to wait. So what's all this about anyway? Naruto muttered. It's your bachelor party, kid, Jiraiya said to him. All men that are going to marry should have one. Everyone will be there and trust me, you'll enjoy it. So it's a party, for me? The boy asked, and when the old man nodded, Naruto changed his mind on this. He never really had a party for himself before. This might be fun after all. Little did he know just what a bachelor party was and what was in it. Plus, if he had known that Jiraiya had planned this out, then he really would have known what to expect, but he would soon find out. When they got inside, they let him loose and he could see everyone of his male friends were there. He even saw a few of the adults that he knew, like Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and even Tuki from the ramen stand. He even saw that guy from Sunna with half his face covered was here. Sasuke was even brooding in the back alone as usual. So man, how's it feel to be the first to get married? Kiba asked as he came up to Naruto. Weird, Naruto said to the taller boy. But also nice. I mean, I wasn't sure about Tamari-chan and I could be happy, but, well. Naruto blushed a bit as he smiled, thinking of Tamari. Kiba saw this and laughed as he slapped him on the back hard enough to nearly topple the shorter boy. Man, you got it bad, but she is kind of good looking. Are you making a reference to my sister? A cold neutral tone was heard and Kiba got very still. He slowly looked around to see Gaara looking at him. Kiba had heard from Naruto that Gaara had been changing, but it would take a long time to forget seeing that guy use his sand to turn a team into bloody mist. Hey, didn't see you there. Kiba said, obviously nervous. Gaara just stared at him for a moment. Was that a reference to my height? Kiba made a slight choking sound as he quickly made an excuse to go talk to Neji. Although he walked off as fast as he could. Naruto then caught a small twitch on Gaara's mouth. Where you playing with him? Naruto asked. I've been working on my sense of humor, as it were, although so far no one really gets it. Gaara said in all seriousness. Naruto just broke out laughing, leaving Gaara a little confused but happy that his friend seemed to get his sense of humor. Later on, when everyone was talking and drinking and having a good time, Jiraiya took Naruto and then placed him in a chair. Now then, my boy, there is one thing that all bachelor parties need, and especially for the man of the moment. Oh, what's that? Naruto asked. Jiraiya grinned as he raised a hand to the man at the bar. Soon there was hard rock music and the lights lowered. Jiraiya giggled as two ladies walked into the room suddenly, dressed in different colored kimonos and with their hair put up and held with Chinese-style pins. Both women appeared to be twins and had a very beautiful look in their early 20s. So we hear there is a lucky young man getting married, one of them said. Believe it or not, ladies, this is the lucky man, Jiraiya said, pointing to Naruto. One of them leaned down and pinched his cheek. My, aren't you a cute one? They sure are getting young these days. Naruto, these are Mai and Mew. I knew them from a while back. Jiraiya said to him. You mean you knew our mother, Jiraiya-sama? Mai giggled. She always said you were one of her favorite customers. Ah, it's so nice to see a family business, Jiraiya giggled. So what exactly do you two do? Naruto asked, blushing a little. Both smiled at him as they started to move in slow silky movements and undid their hair, making the dark hair fall down to their backs. Then they undid the sashes on their belts and pressed themselves against each other. The twins slowly started to open up each robe and undress the other. By this point everyone was too shocked by the sight of two hot-looking twins undressing each other. Slowly they were only dressed in long stockings, a thong and bras that were very skimpy. They got on each side of Naruto as they slowly caressed him and one of them leaned to his ear. We're professional adult entertainers, we do everything from geisha to stripping. Mew said softly. That's right, we learned everything from Mother Person Ali. Mai said next. It was at that point a few of the men fell back with nosebleeds while the others were able to keep calm. Guy looked like he was between shock and horror at such an unyouthful moment. Asuma blushed and tried to avoid staring too hard. Kakashi seemed to take it in stride, although he was wondering if he could hunt down Anko later on and see as she was up for something. He was getting a hard-on from this, although he did have a feeling Jiraiya had something planned, just not this good. Neji was trying to keep his Hyuga composure, but it wasn't easy. He had never seen anything like this before, while his teammate Lee was just frozen in place, unsure what to think of it. Kiba was grinning and was a bit envious of Naruto at the moment. Gaara and Kankuro, who had been asked to join along with their sensei, were there too. Gaara looked just neutral as always while Kankuro was enjoying the show. He only hoped that Tamari never found out about this or else she would kill Naruto. He noticed that Naruto's face was all red and he was sweating like crazy as the women teased him. Now this is a party, Kankuro said, grinning. Then he noticed Gaara and the slight difference in his stance. Unless you knew what to look for, you'd miss it. Don't worry, I get the feeling he'll not let things get too far. He better not, Gaara said back. Meanwhile Naruto was caught between heaven and hell. Heaven because of the two beautiful women and hell because if Tamari even found out she would kill him in the most painful way possible. Although they did smell really nice and their skin felt really soft. No damn it. Don't act like Ero Sennin. He thought no matter how hard it was not to notice. Mai reached up and undid the knot behind her neck as a piece of her top fell down a bit. Oops, looks like I had a bit of an accident. Naruto's heart couldn't take any more if this kept up. You know you are free to touch us in any way as long as it's not between our legs, little man, Mew said in a husky tone as she pressed her impressive breasts against him. Really? Naruto gulped and for a moment he thought about it. After all, this would be his only chance for something like this and they looked very nice to touch. But then he thought of Tamari and he frowned, he just couldn't do it. It would hurt her if she found out about this and honestly he didn't feel right about it. I can't do this. I really like Tamari-chan and this would betray her, so I'm sorry. Then he felt both tops laid out on his head as the cups covered his eyes. You sure? One of them said and he gave a very weak nod. They giggled as they each gave him a kiss on the cheek. Well, whoever this girl is, I hope she knows how lucky she is. But I think the rest of the party will appreciate us, the other twin said. Just remember you can look, that's not cheating. Naruto just sat there wondering if he should just leave the tops on his head, but eventually he pulled them down and when he saw both women topless he got a huge nosebleed as he shot back and fell onto his back in the chair. Kiba and Neji were trying not to stare. Well, Neji wasn't, he was brought up to respect women, but Kiba was stealing as many looks as he could. Oh man, I'm going to be dreaming about this for months. Kiba groaned. Neji grunted. I hope you don't act like that towards women when my cousin is around. Hey, I treat Hinata very well, Kiba said, offended by his insinuation about him. I should hope so, Neji said to him, but then nearly jumped when a bare pair of arms wrapped around him and two large fleshy mounds pressed up against his back. Now you boys shouldn't fight, Mai said in a sultry voice as she gently rubbed up against him. This is supposed to be a celebration. Neji gulped as he tried to remain in control, but having a beautiful and mostly naked woman pressed up against him like that put his Hyuga control on the breaking point. Kiba looked on from his seat jealous until someone slid onto his lap. He looked in surprised as the other twin was there. He also couldn't help but look down at her bare chest either. Now don't worry, there's two of us and we have all night. Mew whispered into his ear, making the boy's face all red. The party got a bit more interesting in the next hour with the twin girls there, and they made sure to go around and give every man there some of their time. Some enjoyed it more than others, and for the younger ones they got memories that they would never forget. Jiraiya-sama, Guy said, appalled at all the things that the women had been doing. How can you subject them to such unyouthful things? What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked, bored as he took a shot of sake. When I was a kid, I would have loved this. Hell, I still love it. Isn't the spirit of youth supposed to be about living life to the fullest and going out there with no worries or inhibitions? There is also decency. Guy countered. That's overrated. Jiraiya waved it off. Gee, Guy sensei, I am not sure what to think. A slightly shaken Lee said as he walked up to both adults. Although he knew he should be youthful, he wasn't sure about the things he thought and felt with the two older women in the room as they were. Although he had to admit both women were very beautiful and very attractive. Kid, when you became a ninja, you became an adult's a time to enjoy all the perks. Jiraiya handed the boy a drink. Here, try this and enjoy the youthfulness of being an adult. Well, if you say so. Lee guessed that a man like the legendary Jiraiya would know what he was talking about, so he quickly took a sip. Lee don't. Gate was too late. Lee took his sip and that's when all hell broke loose. Tamari's party. Tamari was having her own little party at her house. That is after what the boys did after kidnapping her future husband. She had to admit it had been a little funny seeing him shouting at them like that as they carried him off. Now she was in a room with all of the female girls, the new one that took her place on her old team, plus a few adults. Tsunade was there with Shizune in tow, the younger woman trying to make Tsunade ease up on the drinking. The Hokage had surprised Tamari by bringing in bottles of sake for tonight. Kurenai, who was Hinata's teacher, showed up. Apparently she was here to make chaperone Hinata for her father. Plus a woman named Anko came with the genjutsu user, a friend of the red-eyed woman who apparently didn't want to be left out of a party. Tamari remembered the woman from the Chunin exams. She reminded Tamari almost of a female Naruto in a way the older woman acted. She didn't mind. It wasn't like Tamari had many female friends anyway, and anyway the woman seemed amusing. She had also invited Ayame, the ramen girl, to show up. It was odd seeing the slightly older girl in something other than the work clothing at the ramen stand. She was in a blue dress skirt and matching top. So far the party was then talking, and of course the topic eventually turned to Naruto. Tamari was learning all kinds of stories about her husband that she had never heard of before. Sakura talked about the wave mission and a few things that had happened in the Chunin exam and other times. She even told of the first prank he pulled on Kakashi for being late to the classroom to pick them up. Anko seemed to laugh a little more at that one than most for some reason. Naruto has always been a very interesting person, Kurenai supplied, taking a small drink. Although I have not known him long, I have heard things. Most of them true, I bet. Tsunade snickered as she took yet another full drink down. She was already a little tipsy but not fully drunk, yet at least. Although I do admit that he's a good kid, so you better not do anything to harm the boy Tamari or I will take it personally. I don't plan on it, he is a good person. After all, he beat my brother and actually changed him for the better. I own him more than anyone else just for that alone. Tamari said honestly. Tsunade nodded. Yeah, the brat has a way of changing people for the better. Hell, he got me off my ass to come back here. Plus he's fun to mess with, Anko chuckled. His blood tasted nice though. I hope you're not planning to damage my husband like that again, Tamari warned her. She remembered that day when this woman cut Naruto's cheek with a kunai and licked the blood off his face. Don't worry, I got something better to keep me occupied lately, Anko said, holding up her hands. Then she got on a smirk on her face. So tell me, how is the boy? And I mean the really juicy stuff. He a good kisser, good with his hands, good in bed, or are you two waiting for the wedding night for that one? That got a round of blushes from most of the women present. Anko, you shouldn't say things like that, Shizune said at the slightly younger woman. Naruto was like a kid brother to her and she really didn't need to hear about that kind of thing. Well, from what Tamari said, he's a good kisser who can give killer foot and shoulder rubs, Ino grinned, remembering that conversation they had. Shoulder rubs? Tsunade asked as she thought of what Jiraiya could do with his hands. Had he been giving Naruto hints on what to do with Tamari? He looked at the girl who was trying hard not to blush. Damn, the boy must be good, seeing the smile that was trying to hide itself on Tamari's face. Anyways, how about we get to the gifts? Sakura said, her face looking a lot like her hair at the moment. Thinking of her teammates in their more intimate moments was a little much for her young mind at the moment. Now you're talking, Tamari said, thankful for the change in topic. So she started to open up gifts. One of a photo album for all future memories, she was looking forward to filling it. Matsuri got her some much needed things from Sunna, mainly a collection of ointments and other things that she couldn't get here. Already the young girl was moving up in her books. The other girls gave her the usual stuff, but it wasn't until she got to a box that Anko apparently got her that was when things got more interesting. Tamari pulled open the box and blinked, then she blushed as she pulled out a long black nightie that looked like it had no back and went to her thighs. A couple of girls chalked on their drinks at that. Hope you have a good use for it on your special night, Anko said with a smirk. I had to guess your size also, there is a little extra in there. Tamari pulled out a pair of handcuffs and blushed even more. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? I think rope is more her style, Tsunade slurred as the drinks were started to catch up to her. Although I think she can pull off the dominatrix look if she got some black leather and a whip. Yeah, but who owns a whip? Anko asked, as it wasn't exactly a normal weapon people sold. Then she noticed a slight blush on Tenten's face. Oh, is the little weapons girl into the kinky stuff? Didn't know you had it in you, kid. Everyone looked to a very embarrassed Tenten, and she felt very embarrassed because her idol was in the room. I only have one and it's a weapon, it's not €4 for that kind of stuff. Oh really? Ino smirked. Somehow I can see your teammate Lee being into that whole stuff with how insane he trains with your sensei. Then again there is Neji, he's no Sasuke-kun but he's nice eye candy. The blonde girl giggled. Eye candy. This came from both Tenten and Hinata. Ino. Hinata said, shocked that her friend would say such a thing about her cousin. She thought of him like an older brother. I'm just kidding, Ino said to the Hyuga heiress. Tamari, thankful for the spotlight being pulled off her, quickly put that present away. She really hoped that the guys weren't embarrassing Naruto this much. A bit later, Tamari was cleaning up, wishing she knew the shadow clone jutsu in order to get this done faster. She made a mental note to get Naruto to teach her it at some point. That's when her future husband came walking in. His clothing was ripped and ruffled and he had a bruise on his face. What the hell happened? Tamari asked, looking at him. Lee, Naruto said in a tired tone. At the wedding party, don't let him near anything alcoholic. Lee did this. Tamari blinked and then thought about it. That guy was like a hurricane when in battle, but why would he just go off like that? She asked and Naruto explained what Guy told them about Lee. He then went into the explanation of how long it took to get him knocked out and how much damage that Jiraiya had to pay for. Thankfully I should be healed up by morning, but I just want to go to bed, Naruto said as he slowly made for his room. He suddenly stopped as he felt his jacket was caught on something, then he looked to see Tamari giving him a level look as she held on. Naruto, she said slowly. Why do you smell like perfume? Naruto's eyes widened as he forgot how close the twins got to him. He sniffed his jacket and it was covered in it. He knew he was dead at this moment. He was sweating bullets now as he tried to think of something to explain it all. He couldn't say one of the girls met up with him, they wouldn't say that if she asked later. Plus, what if she thought that he was cheating on her? He felt her grip tighten and he knew that she was losing patience. So he did what anyone would do, he broke. It wasn't my fault. Ero Sennin brought these ladies to the party, then they started to take each other's clothing off. Then they were sitting on me and wanted me to touch them, but I couldn't and told them I didn't want to, so they left me alone, and soon after that's when Lee started to drink. So. You had two naked women on you. Tamari said in a neutral tone. Not really naked. Mostly naked. But I didn't do anything. I told them I couldn't because I was marrying you and I didn't want to betray you, and he was silenced when she placed a finger on his lips. Okay, I believe you. Naruto blinked. You do? Yes, because I trust you. Then she leaned down and gave him a scary look. And because I know that you know what I would do to you if I find out you're lying to me. Naruto nodded really quickly. Good. Tamari sighed and smiled at him as she went to get her fan. Now go on the bed, we have a big day. What are you doing? Oh, that's easy, she said in a happy tone. I'm going to hunt down a certain white-haired pervert and kill him. Chapter 19. The Big Day. Hokage Tower. Naruto was nervous, although he wasn't sure why. Technically things wouldn't really be any different, they would still be living together, he would just be Euro husband and wife now. Okay, so maybe that was what was making him feel so stressed. There was just this huge finality for it all. He had been getting used to the idea of being married with her, and in all honesty, he was enjoying his life with her lately. Being a husband was totally unknown territory for him. Was he supposed to act differently, or was there more to being a husband than what he was doing now? Plus came the thought of kids. He had no idea if he could be a father, and what if things went wrong with the marriage? He had seen couples on the street before that looked like they hated each other. Okay, so he and Tamari had their ups and downs, but nothing serious at least. But what if things changed? He actually liked Tamari now. She was really pretty, smart, talented as well. She helped him to be a better ninja too. He liked waking up in the morning to see her, eating with her, talking with her. His life had been pretty empty at home before now. He didn't want to go back to the emptiness again. Hey Naruto, are you okay? Iruka asked him as he helped Naruto into his wedding kimono. They were currently in one of the office rooms as they got ready. Everyone else was either in another room or already seated up on the roof. Iruka himself was in a basic black kimono as he helped put the final touches on Naruto's garb. Naruto was wearing a more traditional tuxedo kimono, although it had the standard black, the undershirt he picked out was orange. He had been pretty instant about that. A few people tried to talk him out of it, even Tamari had asked him, but this was something he wouldn't budge on. This was his big day too, and he would wear his favorite color no matter what. He also was given the traditional knife to be worn in the sash on his waist. That had been given to him by Kakashi on the bachelor party as a gift. Apparently he had it made special for him. Naruto had seen the Uzumaki swirl on the hilt, which was orange as well. It had been one of the coolest things he got last night. Thankfully he was fully healed by morning, the others not so much, he bet. Iruka-sensei, I'm a little well scared. Oh, that's natural Naruto, Iruka said to him with a kind smile. A knock was heard as Jiraiya put his head into the room. So how are things going in here? He's a little nervous, Iruka said to him, although he had lost a bit of the image he had in his head about the legendary old man. Apparently you should never meet your heroes. Jiraiya limped into the room a bit. Hey, what happened to your leg, Arrow Sennin? Ask that soon-to-be wife of yours, he muttered to himself. So what's there to be worried about, kid? You're getting yourself a fine woman there. Beautiful, intelligent, hell I bet there are a few envious males around. So what's to be nervous about? What if I screw things up? I mean, I know I'm not the smartest guy, and I tend to get into trouble. True, plus you're loud, messy, a little thick and rude. Gee, thanks, Naruto said deadpanned. But the thing is that I can tell that girl is crazy for you, Jiraiya told him, and he had the bruises to prove it. Now I'm not going to lie to you, a marriage won't be easy like any relationship. There will be ups and downs, but trust me, I get the feeling you two will work out fine. Just as long as you are there for each other. You think so? Naruto asked, a little hopeful. Hey, have I ever let you down before? Jiraiya smirked and then noticed the scowl on the younger boy. Oh come on, name one time. You threw me off a cliff, you took all my money and never paid me back, you show me something and instead of sticking around to help, you go off to peek at women while not giving me any tips or help with training. I said one thing. In another room, Tamari was getting the final touches on her own gown with Shizune and Sakura helping her out. Tamari was just as, if not more nervous as Naruto. She had on a white kimono that had a red obi belt. She had placed the 2 fans Naruto had given her in them. It felt right to use those fans for this day, plus her usual battle fan was a bit impractical at the moment. There were golden flowers on the lower part of her dress. The veil was off to the side as the girls placed the makeup on her face. Tamari stopped moving. Sakura told her, this isn't easy if you keep moving. Sorry, Tamari had a very hard time sitting still. She knew this day had been coming for a while now, but now that it was here, she couldn't remember being this nervous in her life, and she didn't know why. You know it's okay to be nervous, Shizune said to the younger woman. I'm not nervous. Shizune only gave a small knowing smile. It's only natural for you to be, although I don't see why. Naruto-kun likes you that much, everyone can see. Plus, you seem to like him. Tamari blushed a bit at having her feelings for Naruto pointed out in the open like that. It's not that. What if I screw this marriage up? I mean, it's not like my parents were good examples. You never talk about your parents, Sakura said, realizing this. There's a reason for it, Tamari sighed. There was no love in that marriage, or if there was, then it left long before I could remember. I just don't want this to turn into that. I mean, I know I have my faults. I can be bossy, stubborn, and short-tempered. Sounds a bit like Naruto already, Sakura said to her. Tamari gave her a dirty look, but Shizune only laughed a little. Naruto-kun is a little like that, Shizune told her. But I wouldn't worry too much. He adores you and he has a big heart. I can't really see him being mad for long with anyone, without good reason that is. But as long as you both try to work things through, it should be fine. I hope you're right, Tamari sighed. Hokage Tower, top level. Everyone was sitting themselves down waiting for the wedding to start off. Kurenai and Asuma were there as they watched over their teams. Everyone was in formal dress for this, and they could see many important faces. The major clans were here, the parents of the children too, council members of both Konoha and Sunna. It seemed that everyone who was anyone was here. Asuma also caught the Anbu guard among them as well, or at least a couple of the lesser skilled ones. He knew that there had to be a lot of security for this day. Also, Asuma wished he was in better form. Lee got in a lucky shot and his ribs still hurt like hell on the side. He really should talk to Guy about the kind of training he was putting that kid through to punch like that. Are you alright? Kurenai asked, seeing his discomfort. I'll be fine. Besides, I don't think anyone got out of that place without some kind of injury. That boy is scary when drunk. Kurenai chuckled as she couldn't believe a young boy like that had been so bad with just one drink in him. Then again, looking at Kiba with bruised lip and Shino limping a bit, she just might believe it. Then she saw two people entering and it got all her attention. It wasn't that it was just two people, it was because of who those two people were. In walked in both Anko and Kakashi, together it would seem. Are they together? Kurenai asked as she pointed it out to Asuma. He was just as surprised as she was. Kakashi had never said anything about seeing Anko of all people. I can't believe you nearly made us late, Anko said to Kakashi, a little annoyed with him. Actually, maybe I should have expected this, given how late you usually arrive. You don't usually say I'm late. I thought we usually arrive roughly at the same time. That earned him a light elbow to the ribs. Not that you perv, she smirked. Why can't you be like that all the time and not just in bed? Kakashi just shrugged. I can't read in bed usually. Can't believe you read the thing that one night, Anko muttered. You didn't seem to mind when I read it out loud, Kakashi chuckled. In fact, you seemed to get a little more frisky after I got to the good parts. Like how? Frisky? You were when you found me last night. What the hell happened last night anyway? You found me, and you were all ready to go at it, but you were also bruised up. She asked him. Kakashi sighed as he rubbed the back of his head as he told her exactly what happened. Anko ended up laughing her ass off suddenly a few minutes later. Naruto was waiting at the altar that had been set up. Iruka was with him, and Tsunade was at the altar in her white Hokage robes. Konohamaru was waiting next to Iruka with the wedding rings, grinning like mad to be a part of this. Naruto was a little nervous as everyone waiting for the ceremony to start off. He felt a little better about this, but this was a huge day for him. Today he would have a wife and be a part of something. He was scared, happy, nervous, and worried all in one. His stomach hadn't felt like this since the last time he drank spoiled milk. He grinned to himself as that had been a very long time ago. That was one of the many little things that Tamari did for him. She always made sure that the food they had was never spoiled. He also liked having someone that would cook for him, help him clean and share in the chores. It was nice to have someone share his life, he started to realize. Just when he was starting to think more on it, the music started. It was a wind flute and drum beat as everyone looked to the stairs. Up came Moegi first as she sprinkled flower petals. Then came Sakura walking up, and then a figure in white was seen. Naruto couldn't stop staring as Tamari made her way towards him. She was being walked to the altar by Baki as he was the closest thing to a father figure she had. He hadn't seen her in the wedding dress yet, but she looked amazing to him. He was captivated by how it could show off a hint of her figure, but Tamari had a grace about her. He wished he could see through the veil she had on. Soon both of them knelt by the altar. When everyone was in position, Tsunade was ready to start the ceremony. She started off with a prayer to the spirits to watch over, protect and to bless this union. After she got through the long and boring part, she got to her own part of the ceremony. We are gathered here today to witness not only the bonding between two souls, but between our villages. Tsunade said to the crowd. In front of all here, we are to witness this union. The couple have decided to make their own vows. Naruto felt a little nervous speaking in front of everyone, but he looked at Tamari. She looked beautiful from what he could make out, and suddenly nothing really mattered. He wasn't sure what to do for vows. He had written so many things, but they ended up as scraps of paper on the floor of the room. So he thought he would just say what he felt. Tamari-chan, Naruto said with a slight pause. I wasn't sure how things were going to work out between us when we first were put together. I didn't know you at all and I was worried we wouldn't work out very well. But then I got to know you. I saw the side of you that I know you try to hide from the world. I've seen your softer and caring side. I've seen how smart and talented you are too. You've been helping me become a better ninja and a better person. I know I have a lot to learn in life, but I'm glad that I won't do it alone. I'm glad that you'll be by my side and you can count on me being by your side as well. I want us to be happy together and to have the kind of family that we both wanted growing up. If there is anyone in the world that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, then I'm glad it's you. You're one of my most precious people and I promise to care for you, protect you for life. Tamari felt the sting of tears in her eyes threatening to show up. She did her best to not cry, but it was hard. She knew that Naruto meant every single word of it and it touched her. Naruto, you're always surprising. Tamari said softly to him. Always unpredictable and I'm glad for it. You've helped to bring joy and happiness into my life. You did so much for me and my family. Because of you I'm closer to my brothers than ever. I've seen that deep down you're a wonderful person. You're the most caring and warm man in the world. It's my honor to be your wife. Tsunade smirked as she watched the two youngsters. She poured the sake in a few small cups on the altar and gave them to the bride and groom. Naruto was a little hesitant, but he took a breath and gulped it down. He did his best to hold it down as well. He really didn't like alcohol all that much. Tamari fared better than that, although she wasn't used to it. The rings then. The Hokage said and Konohamaru came up with the rings. Naruto took it and slipped it onto Tamari's finger. He said a short vow to her and soon Tamari did the same. Let these rings symbolize the bond between the two of you. Tsunade sighed as it was finally over. Although it was Naruto's wedding, she just didn't like being all official like this. Now kiss the bridge and you two are married. Tamari lifted her veil and Naruto was surprised by how she looked. With the red lips and the eyeliner she looked ever more exotic to him. He felt his heart racing at the image before him. Slowly he leaned forward and she mirrored him as they kissed in front of everyone. There were celebrations as people applauded or shouted out. Naruto and Tamari pulled away as they could only smile at the other. They were now officially husband and wife. After the crowd died down, the reception was in full force. People brought up tables and moved the chairs around as food was brought up. As this was being set up, people came up to congratulate the new couple. So how's it feel to be married, man? Kiba asked Naruto. He grinned happily as he rubbed the back of his head, weird but in a good way. I just can't get over you're the first to be married, Ino sighed as she got a dreamy look on her face. I can't wait for my own wedding. I pity the poor man already, Shikamaru sighed. What was that? Ino said angrily to him, giving him a death glare. As the party went on, as people started to dance as the music was playing, others talked amongst themselves and all in all it was a pretty good celebration. There was a little tension between some of the guests, mainly due to the fact that scars of the invasion could still be seen in the village. Yet another reason why Tsunade had guards hidden all over the place, as an assassination on any Sunna member would have ruined everything. Hey, you want to dance, Tamari-chan? Naruto asked, seeing everyone starting to get on the dance floor. Sure. Tamari said, taking his hand. Wait, since when do you dance? Sakura asked in surprise. Tamari-chan has been teaching me, Naruto said, a little embarrassed. When he had heard there was dancing at this type of thing, he had been worried. He told Tamari about it and she took it upon herself to teach him. After all, if he was going to be Hokage, someone had to teach him all the things he would need to know. This I have to see. Sakura smiled as she stood right there to enjoy the show. Naruto was a little nervous. He remembered how he had stepped on her feet a lot at the start. He got better, but this was in public. He felt her put his hands into position and he looked up. She was smiling at him and gave him a small nod of confidence. He felt a bit better as he slowly started to lead. It was a little slow going and a bit awkward. She was taller than him, of course, but soon he started to get more confident. He may not have been the best, but he could at least go with the flow of the music. Many of his friends actually stopped to watch them, although he didn't notice. He was too busy looking at Tamari. She looked great this day and it was strange. Before he had been so against this, but now he felt like this was where he wanted to be in life. Hinata was sitting down at a table as she watched everyone. She wasn't really the type to mingle. Her father was doing plenty of that anyway. Although it had been some time since she first heard that Naruto would be married, it wasn't until this moment that she knew he would never be hers. It was something that she had been trying to come to terms with, and now it was truly sinking in. She looked to see Naruto and Tamari together, and despite everything, she just couldn't hate the girl. She made Naruto happy, and that was all she really wanted him to be. She had seen him struggle all his life, and it was good to see him finally getting what he deserved in life. But she wasn't the only person noticing things. Her own teammate Kiba had noticed her sitting all alone. She looked a little down and he was wondering why. Well, he was going over there to make her feel better. She was his teammate and good friend after all. Hey Hinata, Kiba said as he arrived next to her. She jumped in surprise at his arrival. Oh. Kiba-kun, I'm sorry I didn't notice you. That's okay. So why do you look so down? He asked her only to see her shifting a little nervously. He looked to see the dancing and he thought that she was feeling left out. He knew that she was shy, maybe hoping to be asked to dance. Well, he didn't like to see her down, so he might as well go and cheer her up. Hey, you want to dance? He asked her with a friendly smile. Hinata sat there shocked. Did she just hear him right? She did admit that a part of her wanted to join in, but was he asking her as a friend or something more? Isn't that what people who liked someone else did? They asked another person to dance. Maybe she was just reading too much into it. Hinata must have taken a little too long to answer as she found him grabbing one of her hands. He gently pulled her up to her feet and led her to the dance floor. She blushed as he gently pulled them into a slow dance. She was nervous at first but soon got in step with him. She was actually very surprised. Kiba was a good dancer. Kiba-kun, where did you learn to do this? Kiba blushed himself as he told her in a low voice, don't tell anyone, okay? My mom and sister thought that I should know and both taught me. Hinata giggled at the mental image as he scowled at her. Hey, it's not that funny. Sorry, I won't tell anyone. Thanks, he sighed. Tamari and Naruto were already on their third dance for the night when she noticed Gaara and Matsuri were standing close by each other, but nothing else. She mentally sighed. The girl kept stealing glances at him, but she was too nervous to act. Plus Gaara, she doubted, noticed or if he did, knew why she did it. She sighed seeing that. She knew that with Gaara's past, the odds of him finding any girl that could like him was pretty low. Too many of their generation were afraid of him. What's wrong? Naruto asked, seeing her worried look. Just watching something a bit painful, she motioned with her head towards the two. Naruto looked over a little and was confused, but he soon remembered that the girl was supposed to like Gaara. And given the way she kept stealing looks, he could see she did. Hell, he used to do that to Sakura in class all the time. A euro. Not that has got him anywhere, but still a plan was forming. Hey Tamari-chan, I think I have an idea, but make sure Gaara doesn't do anything to me, okay? Tamari looked at him confused until he explained his plan. It could be risky, but it could also be a bit of fun. Matsuri was nervous to say the least. She was in a foreign village for the first time in her life. Although it seemed like a nice place, she couldn't help but notice the damaged sections of the city. She felt sad that her people had done some of that. They were at times a hard people, but they were honorable. But that was one of the reasons for having this marriage in the first place, to heal the wounds of that day. She also couldn't stop glancing at Gaara. He was wearing more formal Sunna clothing. It was all brown and had a little red here and there. It was very nice looking and he looked handsome in it. Ever since that day he saved her, she felt more than just appreciation. But she was just a rookie, she wasn't that skilled yet, so how was she to ask him to dance? She watched all the people dancing and she wished she could do it too, it looked like fun. She sighed softly to herself, resigned to sit on the sidelines, casting little glances at her secret crush. Hey Matsuri. The girl jumped at being addressed and found herself facing Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, hello Naruto-san, and congratulations. Naruto smiled to her. Thanks, hey, you want to dance? Tamari-chan is taking a break and I still want to dance, but I need a partner. Me. Matsuri wasn't sure what to say. She would like Gaara to have asked her, but he didn't seem to want to dance. Plus Naruto did seem like a nice person, although before she could say anything he took her hand and led her to the dance area. She blushed a bit at the close contact, but he seemed to be a gentleman about placing his hands. Truth be told, she had never been this close to a boy before. This didn't go unnoticed as Gaara watched Naruto take Matsuri away to dance. He watched with that blank look on his face, but his eyes were strangely focused on the two of them. He watched as Naruto and Matsuri started out, he said something and she smiled and then laughed a bit. They seemed to be enjoying themselves and Gaara was feeling slightly annoyed because of it. He didn't see why he would be, after all they were both his friends, something he had little of in life. They were having a good time, so why wasn't he happy for that? Ever since he had started to open up, he found new feelings creeping up on him. Sometimes they were pleasant, other times they weren't, sometimes he was so confused by what he felt he got frustrated with them. Hey there little brother, Tamari said as she walked up to him, why don't we share a dance? Gaara looked at her for a moment before speaking, I'm not sure I can. Sure it is, it's easy. Hell, if I can teach Naruto so well, I think I can do the same for you. Please. I want to be able to dance with my brothers just once at my own wedding. She told him gently. Gaara knew how important this day was for his big sister, maybe he could at least try for her sake. What do I do? Tamari got him into position and gently started to lead him into the dance. It wasn't easy, but Gaara was a fast learner. She also couldn't help but notice that his eyes always strayed to Matsuri and she had to hold off on her grin. Maybe Gaara did feel something under all that sand of his. If you want to dance that bad with her, you can just ask, you know. Gaara cast his eyes to her, almost like he had no idea what she was talking about. Gaara, you've been staring at them for a while now. I don't know what's going on, but if you really would like to dance, just go over then and cut in. Besides, I think I'd like to get my husband back for the next dance. Gaara mulled things over, he couldn't be certain, but he felt something was going on here. But then there were these strange feelings he got. He never felt anything like it before. When he saw her laugh and smile, it felt like there was a glimmer of light. But when he saw that it was Naruto making her smile, he felt this hot feeling in his chest. It wasn't like anger or rage, but it felt similar to those. While he was thinking, Tamari was gently moving them over to the couple. She caught Naruto's eye and gave him a small nod. He gave a small smile as he moved himself and Matsuri towards them. It wasn't long until Naruto, accidentally, bumped into Tamari. Ah, Tamari-chan, there you are, Naruto said, smiling up at her. I thought you wanted to take a break, are you ready for another dance? Well, if Gaara doesn't mind. She looked at her little brother, how just shrugged. So she took Matsuri's place, with said girl looking a little uncomfortable. Although I hate to leave Matsuri without a partner. Gaara, do me a favor and at least keep her company until the dance ends, will you? The newlyweds were already on their way away from them, before either of them could say anything. Matsuri was blushing as she was left alone with Gaara. She didn't think he would want to dance with her, so she turned to tell him that she was fine. She never even got to open her mouth to say a word, she just was stunned when he saw the sight before her. There was Gaara simply holding out his hand to her. Her whole face went red as she shyly took his hand. When he moved closer, she was certain she was inventing new shades of red with her face. Are you all right? Gaara asked her. You seem too warm. I'm fine, she said as she tried to force her blush down, but it was hard. She was dancing with her crush in such a way that she could have only dreamt of. Meanwhile, Tamari and Naruto were watching the scene with matching grins. I hope this breaks the ice between them. Tamari said. Sure it will. This is my brilliant plan, remember. Tamari gave a soft smile. Well, you do come up with the most interesting plans. Naruto just grinned his fox-like grin at her as they danced on. Hey, you mind if I steal your husband for a dance? Sakura's voice said to the couple. Tamari smiled at the younger girl. Sure, but I want him back intact. Only if he behaves. Sakura smiled back to her. Hey, I'm standing right here, you know. Naruto pouted, making the two girls giggle as Sakura led her friend a few feet away. Naruto had to admit there had been times when he wished he could have gotten this close to her. But those were the thoughts of a deep crush, an unrequited crush. But things had been going well between them. They were closer, but more as friends than anything, which to Naruto was just fine. Sakura was surprised by how well Naruto was doing. You're not bad at this. Tamari-chan is a great teacher, although I thought you'd be with Sasuke-tem, or did Ino beat you to it? Sakura got a scowl on her face. I could have if Ino Pig had let me have a chance. Every time I went to ask, she just had to ask at that point as well. Then we argued, and then Sasuke-kun was already gone. She sighed then. I wanted at least one dance with him for the wedding. Well, it's his loss. Naruto smiled at her. Besides, I think Lee was looking forward to a dance. Sakura giggled. How can he dance with a broken foot? What happened for him to get a broken foot anyway? I think it was when he tried to kick the steel support beam, or when Ero Sennin summoned a toad onto him to calm him down. Naruto threw out loud. Then again, that whole fight had been kind of a blur to him. Things had happened too fast that he hadn't even noticed the start of the fight. What were you guys doing last night? Sakura wondered. She had seen all the males sporting some kind of injury. Naruto blushed a bit, remembering the twins, and thought better than to mention them. It was just the normal kind of party, but then Ero Sennin gave Lee some sake. Apparently Lee is a lightweight and he gets really weird and dangerous when he drinks. Seriously. Sakura's eyebrows shot up at that. Although Lee was already kind of weird, the fact he could even more weird and dangerous on top of it, was fairly surprising to her. As they danced, she had to admit that the moment was very nice. Hey Naruto, you're happy about how things turned out, right? She asked him. He looked at her confused for a moment. Yeah, I mean, we have our arguments now and then, but overall I'm really glad to have married her. I really am happy about all of this. I know I wasn't at first, but well, things changed. Why do you ask? No reason. I was just curious, she told him. Although on the inside she had hoped that things were good for him. She had been doing a lot of thinking with all the downtime and personal training she had with Tamari, as she talked with the older girl. She had slowly over time been seeing Naruto in a better light, not as the annoying prankster from school, but as a really good friend. She felt guilt for all the times she had been mean to him, so lately she had been slowly changing that. She had learned just how important her team was to her. She knew she had been pretty bad in the past. The Forest of Death had been a wake-up call for her, and she had started to grow both as a ninja and as a person. She just hoped that she could make it up to Naruto, by being a better friend to him for his life. At the moment she was glad that he finally got some happiness in his life. Hello there Naruto, said an unfamiliar voice. Naruto turned to face a man with bandages over his body. He hadn't met the man, but from the looks of him he knew that this was that Danzo guy he heard about. I was wondering if I could get a moment of your time. For some reason, Naruto doubted that was a request. Chapter 20. Sword of Damocles. Hey Sakura-chan, you mind leaving us alone for a bit? Naruto asked in a serious tone. Sure. I'll go see someone of the others, Sakura said as she walked away. She didn't like how Naruto was looking at the man. She had never seen him before, but she got a bad feeling about him. She went in search of Tamari or someone, just in case. So, what do you want? Naruto asked him, crossing his arms. I see you are as ill-mannered as people say, Danzo said in a neutral tone. He didn't really care how the boy spoke to him, although that defiant attitude of his was annoying at times. I came to just talk. Tamari-chan already told me what you talked to her about, Naruto said to the older man. Yes, I'm sure she did, he agreed. But at any rate, I just wanted to put an offer on the table. After all, I expect a great deal from the children you have. You are after all very unique, but you were never trained like most ninja. What do you mean like that? Naruto asked, confused now. I went to the academy like everyone else. Yes, and how many of your classmates do you think have had help from ninja in their family? Naruto paused at that. He hadn't really thought about it. With the exception of Sakura, she and he were the only ones that didn't have some kind of family member as a ninja to go to. Sakura being the first in her family to try, and he, being an orphan, didn't have anyone. How often do you think they got special training from their families? To train injustice used by their family or clans use, fighting styles or even simple help after school in their training. Naruto thought back to his own days, of training by himself after school. He tried so hard, but he had to train without anyone helping him. No one was there to correct his mistakes or give him hints on how to improve. That was one of the things that his training with Tamari at home showed him, that he could have used that kind of help when he was younger. Danzo saw the boy was thinking about his words, as he should. The boy had so much potential wasted because that old fool hadn't wanted to turn the boy into a weapon. All ninja were tools to the used, even he knew that he himself was like that when he was younger. But he had now become that hand that used the tool, as everyone who survives and gets into a position of power like he had done. You see, I wanted to take you in and train you among my elite forces. I've trained some of the best ninja this village has seen and you would have been perfect. But the third wanted you to live a normal life. That didn't work out so well, did it? He could see that he hit a nerve, just like he intended. Naruto felt a sting remembering how lonely he had been most of his life. Would have it been better if he had been taken in by Danzo? Would he have still been alone all his life? But then he wouldn't have met Iruka or all the others in his class. Even if he would have been trained better, he still wouldn't have given up all the times he had been taken out for meals by Iruka. The times he would skip class with Kiba, Shikamaru and Choji, sure there were bad times but there were still good ones. Well then, Tamari-chan and myself will train our kids then, Naruto said with a determined look. In fact, now that he thought about it, he liked the idea. He could see a blonde boy and girl with them training them for school. It gave him a nice warm feeling inside. He would give his kids the kind of attention he never had. I thought as much, Danzo simply said. I merely wanted to open an option to you both. Since you both could be busy in the future. Who knows how much time you have for those types of things. But at any rate, I felt that if you ever wanted to give them something like advanced training, then I could offer my services. That is all I ask, is that you only consider the option. Oh, why would I? Naruto demanded. He really was getting a creepy vibe off the guy. He made his skin crawl for some reason. Perhaps, because I was able to convince the elders of both villages to give you and Tamari time to adapt. He told him honestly. There were even those that wanted you two to produce a child as soon as possible. I thought it would be best to give you both the time for it, as you are still too young for parenting. They wanted us to have kids already? Naruto asked, surprised. Danzo nodded. Yes, but I knew it was a mistake. You two will have to produce a child eventually to prove the marriage oaths and the bond formed here. But I managed to convince them to give you both time. How much time? Naruto had to ask if this was going to be hanging over their heads. He wanted to know for how long they would be under pressure. 2 years at least. Beyond that, I would highly suggest you talk about it with your wife, Danzo said to him. Besides, the village should be fixed by then and our ninja can take it a bit more easy with life. He told the boy as he looked over the village. HN, almost makes you sound like you care about this village. Naruto muttered, but Danzo heard it. Just because I never agreed with the philosophy of Hijiran Sarutobi, doesn't mean I don't care about this village. He had his way of doing things and I have mine. Where he thought to seek peace, I sought to ensure peace. Where he showed mercy, I showed diligence. He defended us from enemies, while I attacked our enemies before they could harm us. I like his way better, Naruto said. Danzo's way seemed too cold for his tastes. Maybe. But did you know that he could have killed Orochimaru years ago? He asked Naruto, who looked up at him in surprise. He showed mercy and weakness, and look at the cost of that. He pointed to the ruined parts of the village. So many of us died by his hands. He even lost his own life, and yet Orochimaru still lives. I would not have hesitated to destroy our enemies and all of this wouldn't have happened. I believe that letting an enemy live will invite danger to our village and to our lives. We have many enemies in this world, as a great and powerful village that is a certainty. Danzo looked at him with a steady look. Can you stand to have our village destroyed by the weak morals of another? I may have respected him as a ninja, but I don't agree with his methods. Naruto stood there as he thought about all of that. He remembered how the third would take him on walks and talk to him about what it was like to be a ninja. He learned to become what he was through the old Hokage. He looked up to him and he still did. But Danzo's words had a sliver of truth to them. If Sarutobi had killed Orochimaru, then Sasuke wouldn't have gotten that mark on him. The village wouldn't have been attacked, with so many dead. Oh, there you are. Tamari's voice came as she linked her arm with Naruto. Come on, we were supposed to talk to the Hyugas. He gave a confused look before he caught the eye he was giving Danzo. Oh right. Better not let him wait, huh? Without a word they left Danzo behind and Naruto was glad for it. He really didn't like that guy, especially after talking with him. I'm glad you came. Thanks Sakura. She's the one that found me and told me that guy was talking to you. What did he say? Naruto sighed. He would rather not talk about it. This was their day and he didn't want to ruin things bringing up what they talked about. Truth was some of the things were making him think and he didn't like what they made him think about. There was some truth in what he said, but in the end he felt that the third was right to believe in what he believed. Naruto respected those that stuck by their nindo like he did. I'll tell you later. Naruto told her and she nodded, accepting that. Oh, by the way, there was something I wanted to do, Naruto said as he took her through the party. He had nearly forgotten about it, but now that he remembered, Naruto wanted to do something to forget Danzo for the time being. He was looking for someone in particular, but it took a moment to find him with all the people here. Ah, there he is. Hey Ero Sennin. Jiraiya cringed at that and then sighed. Only one person would yell that out. He turned to face Naruto and then he flinched as the sight of Tamari. He really hoped she wasn't still mad at him. What are we doing with the old pervert? Tamari asked in a slightly annoyed tone. Hey Ero Sennin, I've been meaning to ask. You're really good with seals, right? Naruto asked him, ignoring Tamari's tone. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? He asked the boy. The only one better than me was the fourth. Great. You think you can look at Gaara's seal? Naruto asked him as Tamari gave him a surprised look. I mean, he has some problems that I don't have, and maybe you can fix up his seal for him. Jiraiya thought about it. He would have to take a look at the boy's seal to see what was done to him. He was sure that it wasn't even close to Naruto's, as that was original and powerful. It might take a moment, but seeing the hope-filled eyes of Tamari, he thought maybe he could get in her good graces again. After all, he didn't need his apprentice's wife angry at him. Tell you what, I'll take a look and see what I can do, okay? I knew you could do it, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya frowned. Can't you just once not call me that? If you can help my little brother, maybe I can convince him too, Tamari said to him. At least maybe for one time. Jiraiya sighed. It was better than nothing. Besides, he liked a challenge and it might be fun to show off his skills. Now he just needed to find the boy. He scanned the area, seeing the red-headed boy with a cute little brunette. He grinned at the sight. He'd give them an hour and then find him. Maybe this could be used as a side story. He giggled perversely as he went looking for his notebook. Uzumaki home. Naruto and Tamari made it home. It had been a very long day, but it had been worth it. Tamari felt a bit strange now that she was Tamari Uzumaki, but she had gotten used to the feel of it. It would just take time to remember to write that down in official documents. But now this was the start of a new life for her. There was one more thing she had been thinking about, especially in the last few hours. In Sunna, a couple wasn't legally married until they consummated the marriage. To be honest, she was a little hesitant. It would be her first time and all that, but honestly, if there was someone she wanted to lose it to, it would be him. She thought about the missions they would go on. Now that they were married, they would be sent on them. What if she or he got killed? Or worse, what if she was captured? The fates of female prisoners weren't exactly always a quick death. To hell with it, Tamari thought to herself. Either one of us could die and he's the best guy the first. No. I don't care about age or my own nerves. I do want this. Today has been the best day of my life and I don't want it to end. Naruto. She smiled down at him. After you change, will you meet me in my room? Huh, what for? He asked innocently. She nearly laughed. He looked so innocent that it was very cute. She blushed a bit, thinking on what she was planning. Just wait for me, I have a surprise. Oh, okay. Sure thing. He gave her that huge smile of his as he went upstairs. Naruto wasn't sure what was going on, but at any rate he was still happy. Sure, that talk with Danzo had been a sour note, and gave him some things to think on, but overall it had been a great day. He wished the old man could have been here for this day. He was the only one missing. His smile dropped a bit as he looked around his room. There on a shelf he had one of a few pictures that he owed. There he looked to of him when he was young with the third Hokage. He went to pick it up and sadly smiled at the picture. This was only one of two pictures he had of him. Miss you, old man, I bet you would have loved this day. He put it away as he started to change. In the bathroom, Tamari was already changing herself. She was out of her wedding clothing and had washed away the makeup. She pulled her hair down as she knew that he liked it like that. She was currently wearing that black nightie that Anko had given her. Okay, you can do this. Nothing to be nervous about, she told herself. They were husband and wife now, they can do this anytime they wanted. Although a bit of her was worried, what if she was bad, what if he was? What if she didn't like it or he didn't either? She stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. She was good looking and she wanted this marriage to work. If they had problems, well, they would just work them out. Naruto made it into her room in his usual t-shirt and boxers. So far she didn't seem to be in here. He scratched his head as he went in further. What's going on? Sorry, took me a little longer to get ready, Tamari's voice called out behind him. He smiled as he turned around. Nah, that's okay. So what did? You, gulp. There stood Tamari in the most sexy looking thing he had ever seen. It was all black silk and hugged her body nicely. He could see her shapely legs and her hair was down as well. She had a small blush on her face as she walked towards him. He felt himself heating up as she got in front of him. Now that we're married, I was hoping that we could be closer. See, closer. Why, yes, you know, as married people do. Tamari said to him. Naruto looked at her and then where he was and it suddenly clicked. He blushed as he was thinking on the implications. Although as a healthy young male he had to admit he didn't mind it, he wanted to see what it was like. They were married after all, so it was okay, right? You sure about this, Tamari-chan? He asked. She answered by kissing him. It was a long and loving kiss. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt his hands on her hips pulling her closer to him. He could feel her body pressed up against it and just how thin the fabric was. He felt more nervous than ever before, but he also wanted this. She took his hand as she gently led him to the bed. Tamari laid herself on the bed as Naruto took a moment to look at her as he crawled up on top of her. He kissed her again like they had many times before. Both were pretty nervous after all. This was their first night together as husband and wife. To say there was a lot of pressure was like saying Jiraiya was a pervert. But both young teens wanted this and they gently started out. Eventually Naruto lightly touched her breasts through the thin material. He wasn't sure if he was doing this right as the last time he had gotten hit for it. Then again, he had it coming that time. He was gentle and noticed she was blushing. Does that feel okay? He asked nervously. She nodded her head, feeling hot and yet embarrassed. This was the first time she let a male touch her like this. It was exciting, but also she wasn't sure what to do or expect. It did feel nice, but it could be a little more hard. Just a bit harder so I can feel it. She told him, and he did a bit too much. Whoa, not that hard. Oops, sorry. He went back, not doing it as hard as he gently started to knead it. Yeah, like that. That feels much better. Tamari sighed as she ran her hands over his body. Eventually she wanted more and took the hem of his shirt and started to pull it off. Naruto blushed as she did this, not sure if he had the kind of body that girls liked. Tamari did like it. It was pretty average, but she could see where all the extra working out had started to make his body more defined. He took the straps to her gown and slowly pulled them down. Eventually he got her top to fall below her breasts. The rest was a bit awkward for the both of them. Neither had much experience and there was a lot of fumbling and hesitation. Tamari knew it could be painful for a first time and there had been some, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as she had feared. Although before things could get really started, Naruto seemed to have stopped. Did you just? Sorry, Naruto muttered. It's okay, she told him as they were a little awkward again. He pulled out and rested on the bed as there was a silence between them. I think I'll go clean up. She got up totally naked as she went to the bathroom. Naruto felt bad that he hadn't done too well. Jiraiya had warned him that first times aren't always that great. He sighed as he lay there. He wanted this to be special and he had a feeling that Tamari wanted it to be special too. He saw that he needed to clean himself as well. Thankfully she had some tissues nearby. When he was finished he swore that he wouldn't give up on making this a good night for them both. Tamari sighed as she cleaned the slight blood away when she was in the bathroom. It could have been worse, she just wished she could have enjoyed it more. The start had been great, but when it came to the actual act both of them kind of failed a bit. She sighed as she walked back to her room. She was surprised to see Naruto still there. She felt a bit bad for making him finish too fast. She noticed the determined look on his face as he walked over to her. What's with the face? As soon as he was close enough he pulled her down for another kiss, this time it was deep and passionate. She felt a hand on her side trailing up and another kneading her ass. She was surprised when she felt his tongue enter her mouth. By the time she broke the kiss she was a bit flustered. Naruto, what are you doing? Making up for before, he simply said seriously as his mouth went to one of her breasts again. She gasped as she felt his mouth back on them. Why, you sure? She asked as she was feeling herself getting warm again. His answer was to trail kisses over her body as he tried his best to make up for the previous attempt. Oh God, Tamari moaned as her hips jerked to his face a bit as he hands lightly gripped his head. Where did you learn that? They continued on, only now he was taking his time and doing everything he could to make up for it. By the time they finished both were nearly out of breath as they lay there on the bed next to each other. How was that? Naruto asked eventually. Oh, that was much better. What about you? Yeah, it was a lot better. Naruto grinned as he gently trailed his hand on her spine. Even though they were all sweaty and stuff, he felt very nice right now. Their warm nude bodies together like this, it just felt right in some way. Then he grinned as he flipped her over and started to kiss her neck. What? Tamari could feel him getting hard again inside of her. Was that normal for a boy? It wasn't like she had any reference for it. I think more practice is needed, he chuckled to her. Tamari smiled as she wrapped her legs around him and found he could actually get a bit deeper with that. This was going to be a very fun night for the both of them. Outside, Jiraiya could only giggle as he spied on them with his trusty telescope. He had been making plans to help that Gaara kid, but when he noticed the time he had to wonder if Naruto would put those tips of his to good use. Plus it would make for a great scene in his book. Although spying on a girl that young wasn't his thing, he could appreciate the type of woman she was growing into. The boy was lucky with that one. Crack. He suddenly froze as the familiar feeling of dread came over him. There was only one thing that made that distinctive sound. He looked over nervously and could see Tsunade there glaring at him as she cracked another knuckle. You better have a very good excuse for this, she told him. She had a feeling he was going to try something like this, only it had taken her this long to find him. When the old spy wanted to stay hidden he was very good at it. But those perverted giggles of his was what alerted her to his location. I'm just making sure the boy's first time goes okay, he said quickly. The boy came for some advice on women and I taught him what I could. I just was making sure he didn't have any problems, and if he did, see if I could find a way to help out. Well, that was partially true. He would help out the next day, but she didn't need to know that. Oh really? She asked, not looking convinced. What makes you think he could use the help of an old pervert like you? Well, the tips seem to work so far, plus you didn't seem to mind those little muscle relaxation sessions, he grinned at her. Tsunade blushed a bit as she was reminded of that. So you're teaching him your perverted techniques? She accused him. She shouldn't have been surprised, after all she had known him for years and this was just his kind of thing. It was amazing that Minato had turned out so well adjusted. Then again, maybe his wife had been the one to straighten him out and undo all the damage. I'll have you know those techniques have been used in the advanced seduction teachings in this village and furthermore. Oh wait, I think they're starting up again. He said as he took a look. That boy has a lot of energy and it's about time he put it to good use. Tsunade's eye twitched as she went a punch, making the old pervert fly off. She grunted in frustration as she hoped he would get the point and not peep on people in their private moments.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.